Hello everybody and welcome back for day 3 of the media coverage here at the 10th anniversary of the Kings of Tallinn. You're joined by me, George Sanford, and that's not Scott Kenyon unless he's teleported into a different being. It's Jason Glatzer here. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. Was up late like you guys, but for different reasons. That high roller last night, that looked like something. A nice marathon. Kostutis, a guy that plays in my local casino. It was nice to see him with his biggest score in his poker career, but it's a lovely Thursday morning. Main event is going nice and strong today, and we have an amazing PLO stream today as they play down from 50-something players all the way down to a winner today, George.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. My main event of the week. Very much interested in seeing what everybody's up to here as we're going to go straight into the action. Going to be starting six-handed here.
I love 6 max.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? A lot of action. Got the big blind ante in there, so nowhere to hide. Got to be playing nice and loose. And we got Rano Sudla in the 4-card streets. Not seen him play too much Omaha before, so interested to see what kind of game he's going to bring to the table.
I have a feeling Rano knows what he's doing quite well. Rano,
he's an intuitive guy. He's going to probably figure it out quite well, for sure. So Timu from Finland is going to fold, and Rano here 120k, so 30 bigs. Nice hand just to limp here, double suited. And Riku with the ace-10, 8-deuce rainbow. Going to go for a light isolation raise, putting some pressure on some of the weaker holdings. He's not going to expect too much fold equity pre-flop, but taking the initiative with the raise in position. Kind of a concept that correlates with Hold'em, where you want to have some of these lighter ISOs in position to kind of pounce on that quite wide small blind completing range, although in PLO we're fenced by only being able to make it 3x, so the effectiveness of doing that does go down somewhat. And with the ace of hearts, a nice one to bet the flop there. Got an 8 as well, got some interaction with straight draws and flush draws, and is just going to take this one down.
So Rico with the first strike there. Rano basically
swing and a
nothing
miss.
he could do there.
Yeah, precisely. So 52 remaining of 271. We're going to get the payouts for you, but as you can see, a prize pool of over 250,000 euros. Wow, I was saying to Wise Guy yesterday, I thought maybe 200 entrants would be breached, but looks like we're well over that mark, and a testament to the event here throughout the week. Record-setting 10th anniversary. We saw 58 players in the 5K. We've seen over 200 players in some of the smaller side events, 300 in a couple of them, and also over 100 players in some of the mixed game formats that we usually expect to get between 40 and 70 entrants.
I was trying to research whether this was the largest 1K PLO in European history, and I couldn't find anything bigger that has already run. I know there's bigger ones planned down the road in different locations, but this might be the record.
Yeah, in terms of 1Ks, in Rozvadov, you've got 550s, 2Ks, and 5Ks in the WSOP-C for the ring. And then, of course, obviously the WSOP Europe would run, I think, higher events than that. So as for the 1K buy-in level, I think this could be the record. I think you could be right. Can't think of anywhere else that would have a PLO event with this many runners.
With no guarantee, I would like to add too. So it's even more amazing. If there was a $250,000 guarantee, then yeah, people are going to come left and right because of that. This is with no guarantee.
Yeah, it's fascinating, really. But again, a testament to the location we're at here. It's very much a portal between Northern and Continental Europe. Pretty easy to get here on the flight, not too much hassle getting from the airport either, so very much accessible for these guys as we see Timu Toikkanen with the aces.
Very good player, Timu, and very good hand at this point.
Yeah, very studious guy. Goes for the pot size open to 14, standard play here. Those of you tuning in from yesterday when we were watching No Limit Hold'em, you're seeing a lot of min-raising, 2.2xing from time to time, the occasional 2.5 into the short big blind. But in PLO, often choosing this pot-sized open as the equities run closer, so it means that we're looking to seek value from our stronger holdings like aces and get a bit more fold equity with some of the weaker hands that are in our opening range. What a flop here.
Yeah, this is getting in.
Wow.
I mean, Timo has like 0.3 SPR, so it was getting in regardless with his aces, but now he should be quite happy. Overpair, flush draw. His opponent has a weaker flush draw, so happy days even on that.
Yeah, what's going on? So Timo's open to 14, right? And the big blind's called. So we should be looking at a pot of 32K? Or no, 30K? So 14, 14,
Was there a
2.
3-bet somewhere that we missed?
I don't think so, because Timo would have been all in with the aces, right? So we're going to pot the flop here.
34. All in. Raise all in.
Okay, and a jam here by Cilliander with the top pair, flush draw. He doesn't know his flush draw is bad, and now he does.
Certainly does, and the 4 is no good either, which is of some concern. 3 outs usually for the 2 pair, and now that's covered by the 5-7 of Timu. The jack, though.
Oh, my God.
That's a nasty card. Going to be leading a club.
Oh!
There it is.
The redraw by Timo staying alive, doubling up. Meanwhile, Cilliander is under $500,000, but has still plenty and plenty.
Still in a great spot, and obviously turns the equity advantage there with that cheeky little jack. But
It's
Timo
amazing
finds
how
a way.
deep everybody is, because I think Senkel, he started with over 700,000 today.
There was a lot of re-entries and a lot of firing on day one, as you can imagine.
It's a nice field. I saw one fun table with just all short stacks. I think you saw that table too, where Scott has like 30K, Vivi has like 70-something thousand, maybe 80-something thousand. So the tables quite vary. And then there's this one has some chips, but there's another table with even more chips on it.
Yeah, as you're going to see, as like yesterday when we came into the final stages of the 5K, you know, you've got the late registration guys that are still, you know, not quite got their way back into the tournament yet, that are kind of floating around on sort of a min stack. And, of course, the guys that have been in since level 1 that have done a good job of sailing through the chip counts. Riku is going to fold in the cutoff. Fair enough with the Jack 993. No hand for Robert on the button. And Cilliander here going for a limp. Getting iced by Christian Christiander.
Another amazing player in lots of different formats.
Yeah.
Hold'em and Omaha like.
He's kind of omnipresent in all the games here. Plays the mid-stake binds usually. And yeah, it's certainly a player that you don't really want on your table. Very, very sharp.
I don't think I want any of these players on my table.
It's not exactly a soft table, is it? Interesting board for Cilliander here. Quite like the idea of leading. I think that we're going to have decent advantage in pairs, 2 pairs, sets and straights.
It's sort of like deja vu. The last time we had blind versus blind, it was also a 3-4-7 rainbow.
Yep, exactly. The dealer's stuck. Malfunctioning dealer.
But easy game there for Cilliander. Betting his open-ender, understanding his range.
Yep. Understanding the texture, just slightly favoring him and just allowing for these, I wouldn't say creative, but, you know, it's certainly counterintuitive if you come from a Hold'em background and these kind of leads and different ways to play in Omaha. It's very much like you're not playing in flow as much as you would in No Limit Hold'em, where the equity can shift quite heavily in someone's favor. In PLO, when you do see these kind of low boards and you are the pre-flop caller, very often going to be in a decent spot to exert some of those potential hands like the bluffs and the draws, rather than play the check call line. So Robert here with a lovely hand, ace king 5 deuce in the cutoff, double suited, 2 good suits. Gonna go for the pot sized open.
I've been playing a bit of PLO4 tournaments online, and you know, this is
Yeah.
your eyeballs go out of your head when you see this hand.
Yeah, this is the nuts, right? It's quite nice in PLO8 to have the high kicker with the ace as well. A lot of people are overplaying those kind of ace 8, 7 deuce type hands, but you struggle to win the high often. But
Yeah.
when you flop a king and you've got a low draw, you're in absolute nut territory.
So we have an all-in and call here. Ace, king, 5 deuce, and we have a cylinder with the ace, jack, 10-10. So Robert, who's gone deep in a few events this festival, really a coin flip at this stage.
Yeah, I recognize Robert from one of the PLO streams in editions gone by. I think he got a top 4 berth. Great flop for Cylinder here, and it's going to be tough for Robert to find something. He's going to need a 5, a deuce. Although the 5 wasn't even live there. Wasn't any left in the deck potentially, and that's going to be the end of the run. Ace-Jack gets the job done for Cylinder, who we saw go out in a blaze of glory in the Royal Showdown, had all the chips, and was maybe having a little bit of fun, not taking it too seriously, but serious game today in the Omaha, the record-breaking field here in Tallinn. Over 275 runners as we see the chip counts, and Cylinder once again where he belongs, right at the top of that leaderboard with over 125 big blinds.
Now, George, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've played this event in the past as well.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, a couple of, I think 3 seasons ago, had a go at it. Got a decent stack going, didn't quite make the money, but I think it's a great tournament. You know, it's quite rare that you get Omaha 4 and 5 under the same threshold. Often it's one or the other, and I think this is adding a nice little bit of variety. We did a post-analysis win with Riku, the winner of the WSOP-C event, and he was breaking down a really interesting difference in the strategy to 4-card and 5-card when he had the chip lead on the final table. He was often limping in 5-card because obviously you can't push too much of an equity advantage, and even raising pre-flop as the chip leader, you're still going to get a lot of calls. So what he was doing was just keeping the pot small in 5-card, where the variance is higher, and obviously the equities run closer. And then in 4-card, he was really going ballistic. So it was cool to talk to him about his own theory on these games, because 4 and especially 5-card tournaments, you're going to struggle to find much top-level content of PLO5 MTTs.
That's for sure.
Especially when it comes to ICM. The game tree is just so vast and so bananas. Very difficult for a computer even at this stage to figure that out. I'm sure it will at some stage, and we're all going to be put out of a job, and AI is going to be doing the commentating for us and all that pizzazz. But for now, you're stuck with us, and we're going to do our best job of calling the action here.
Enrico is actually in this event. He's not on this table, obviously, but we may see him competing for a back-to-back title.
Yeah, not surprised. Very strong player.
And then I think it was Tero that won the last event at the Kings of Tallinn, and he's also in the field.
Tero Lauter? Is it
yes,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
But you look down that list, it didn't really matter which table we had. It's going to be a good table.
Absolutely. So Matthias here, limping with these queens. It's a hand that he feels like he wants to VP it, but again, a hand that plays quite poorly versus a 3-bet. So it does make some sense to limp some of these kind of queen-queen, jack-jack, even king-king combos from early position when you've got uncapped ranges behind and you don't hold that all-important ace blocker. Does manage to maneuver his way into a flop as we go 3 ways. Limped to ace-9-3. It's a great start for Toikkonen here on the button.
Enrico's going to have a decision to make when somebody bets into him. He got a free look and now has that flush draw. It's not a very good one, though.
Certainly quite awkward. In the tank a little bit here. Don't think our hand quite has the qualities to look to lead the flop. Just with 6 high clubs and not really much interaction with the straight draws out there. If you had a 5-5, you could consider it. Clear out a bit of equity, start to put some pressure on those kings, queens, and jacks in Celiander's range, but
Timo betting his top 2 pair, needs to protect the hand. He's not going to be upset if everybody folds, but even though it doesn't look like a scary board, there is that flush draw. There is definitely higher aces people can draw to.
Yeah.
In this case, it's really just up to Rico whether he wants to peel to look to see if his 6-high flush is good. I think that's a better fold. We're playing 5-card.
Yep. I think he potentially missed an opportunity pre-flop to pot there. I think Celiander's range as a limp he's going to struggle to balance there. I think it's just with the table of relatively short stacks, it's going to be a lot of what it looks like, which is these kind of middling strong hands as opposed to the top of the range. So ace jack 10-9 is quite a nice hand. You can even, you know, make your mind up.
Oh, look who's coming here. We were talking about her a little bit just earlier. No, that's not her. It looked like someone, but it's not. It might be her, but she's not coming to play. No. This is the Saku order person.
Yeah, she's the Saku mistress.
It's at 49 left on the clock, so we've lost a few players. But let's see if we can get an update on that. We know that we lost Robert on the future table. But before Robert went out, we lost Mornier Tajot and Sebastian Wall. So Sebastian, a very good Hold'em player, but he's done decently in PLO in recent years.
Also just a high morale guy. I really enjoy chatting with him.
Both poker bras, so you can probably get him in the booth later. And Blash hit the rail.
Unfortunate.
And Roberto Olsen is the last name that we need there. But meanwhile, it's interesting to me that in 5-card, it's less action than 4-card. Probably for the reasons you mentioned when you were interviewing the winner.
Yeah.
I've only done 5-card Omaha in live tournaments, actually, not in online tournaments. And really, that's where you get a lot of the practice in, at least I do. So I feel comfortable, but not comfortable against this kind of field in a 4-card PLO. But in a 5-card PLO, I would be slightly lost. I would need to talk to one of the baller friends.
Yeah. I'm thinking of the guy you're thinking of. He's the 5-card guy for sure. Jesper, if you're watching, good morning.
I think Jesper probably went to sleep 2-3 hours ago.
Yeah, I was trying. That's why I said good morning. Maybe it's still good evening
no,
for him.
He might come in later. I'm going to still try to get him for you.
I'd really appreciate that. Yeah, he's a good guy to chat to. I feel like he's a bit more inclined to want to play on the stream than commentate.
But he hasn't been playing this week. So
Yeah.
he's like coming as a poker tourist, oddly enough.
Wow.
Yeah. He's enjoying the vibe.
That's when you know you've done really well out of the game, right?
Yeah.
Just come to a...
Hang out with poker players.
Exactly.
I mean, don't get me wrong. He'll probably play the the highest stakes Omaha game that's available one of the nights. But
Yeah.
thus far, he's enjoying the other aspects of the poker tournament,
Yeah. had a bit
poker
of fun.
festival.
So, float here from Kostiander. And I think this is quite an interesting card for us with the 5s, with the 3 club blockers as well. And of course the nut gut shot to fire in another bet. You're going to see a lot of hands like 10s, 9s, 8s, jacks continuing the flop that are going to be under a lot of pressure here. And does do a really nice job there of clearing out that overpair. So liking what I see from Seelyander so far.
He's such a tricky player, actually. Like in Hold'em anyway. In Omaha, it's a little harder to be tricky, but he always understands, I feel, where he is within reason. Everybody makes mistakes, but more so than just about any other player I think I've seen.
I like his style. It's very loose aggressive, but also quite fluid. He will make the big folds when he needs to, and he very much understands I think one of his best attributes is he's quite in flow with the dynamics of the game, and feeling some of those less strategical kind of energies around the table. Plays well, for sure.
And has the results to back that up. He won the last Kings of Tallinn, but that's not the only thing he's won over the years here. And also in Finland, where he lives, he's done quite well, both online and live.
Yeah, just under $1 million on the Hendon Mob, and to get to that kind of level, you've got to have put one, decent volume, and 2, be a pretty tough player.
And if you look at his volume, it's very centralized to these kind of festivals. So it's not that he's playing live all the time to get that 1 million.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of 100K scores in some big events.
Big field events.
Yeah, exactly. This is the thing with big fields. It very much comes down to the people that have got the minerals to really fire it through on the late stages in day 3, day 4.
And Cilliander always just goes with his reads quite well.
Okay, I get it. Later on 6-6.
We got some new blood at the table. Let's see who we have. It's hard to see from the top of the head. Actually, that's our TD, so definitely that's not the player.
Think not.
It's still hard to see who it is, but we'll find out in a moment.
Straight in the action.
Interesting. I'm thinking about the glasses on the rail. I know that's not illegal at the moment,
So fast.
but perhaps that will be soon. Oh, it's Tobias Nepal here,
14,000.
another veteran here at the Kings of
He's
Tallinn.
always here. Just in every single event.
He comes down with a nice small group from Norway, all friendly people.
Yep. The Vic squad, is it?
Yeah, Vidar is like his good friend.
Yeah.
They're both lovely to have a chat with, though.
Yeah, I guess they're here for the team tournament. Tight-ish fold there from Timu in the small blind with the double-suited Ace-King 7-7. Could definitely see its way into a peel with big blind ante as well. Obviously in cash games we're going to be a little bit more snug from the small blind, the rake concerns, but in the tournament we've paid our rake at the start of the tournament, so we're essentially playing rake free. We want to be peeling or V-pipping a little bit more from the small blind, and I think that was a good candidate.
Yeah, and ICM is a thing at the moment, being 12 away from the money, but
Oh, they're
peeling
12
is,
away, are they?
I believe so. Let me double check that.
Okay. Can't quite see the ticker in the background. I was assuming that it might be sort of 32.
It says 47, it's 35 that got paid. I'm in cash at 2,100 euros, and today's winner, 52,280 for a record Omaha prize
Beautiful.
here in Tallinn.
Beautiful. 50k up top in a PLO. It's really nice to see the trajectory and the way the game's heading in the live realm. So Tobias here with the Queen 10-8-6, certainly a good candidate for an open.
7 plus. 14.
Nice hand in the sense that when we do face a 3-bet, yeah, it's going to be annoying, but it's a great hand to continue with. Not interacting with that kind of customary 3-betting range of, you know, your aces, your ace-king kings, some of the high connected double-suited ace-x.
Did I just see something fold? I wish I could rewind, because I just think I saw this ridiculous double-suited hand.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe it came up too soon. Yeah, here it is. It was Timu. I thought it looked like Timu folded because it just went off the screen.
No, but he's going to
But
go
there's
for
no
the
way you're
squeeze.
doing, yeah.
Yeah, it's a
That's beautiful
absolute
hand.
premium.
And we could be looking at things getting a little bit fancy here.
Yeah, I think the issue is for Tobias is that if he was in a heads-up 3-bet pot, he would continue. But with Christian behind, who can still have a couple of hands like he's king-king and some hands that are going to be backjamming here, Christian's got himself in a little bit of a pickle. He's going to be pretty heavily dominated with this King-Jack 10-9 with just the Jack-high suit out of position, and we're going to a very low SPR now.
Yeah, 150,000 in the pot and less than 60 in his hand, but
Oh,
does flop
wow.
that top pair.
What a
Does
flop.
flop the flush draw.
Yeah, that's the sickening thing of PLO.
And Timo may have to fold. I mean, he has a backdoor to the flush. He has a backdoor to Broadway, but what else?
Yeah, I think we've
He's getting maybe the right odds.
I think it's a call, but you're ahead of some just naked nut flush draws, you know, like an ace-x of hearts and the backdoor diamonds, the backdoor wrap. He's going to call. It's
It's
not
for most
ideal.
of his stack. That's the problem.
If he's got this hand with ace-king of spades, I think you can definitely fold, but I think this one is just going to be enough at SPR 0.5.
He does call.
Yeah.
I think he could go either way there, being close to the money, actually, but your analysis seems like the way to go.
Yeah, I think I'd have just folded Christian's hand to the end of the gun pot pre-flop, considering, as you mentioned, we are 12 off the money. It's something I missed, so thanks for bringing that to our attention. And there it is,
Oh-ho.
there on the
Check
turn.
mark.
Yeah, 5 of hearts rears its ugly head for Timu, and Christian there took his chances with a little bit of a loose play pre, but gets the job done.
And meanwhile, Timo now has his work cut out for him. Let's see if he goes into a mode to make the money or if he's going to try to spin.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be after the money bubble. I mean, Omaha plays differently, where if you have like 6, 7 big blinds, it's like playing a 15 big blind stack more or less and hold them.
Yeah.
But even so, you don't want to be down to 2, 3 big blinds. And even though we're close to the money, we're not. You know, it's going to be a good another 40 minutes, maybe longer.
Yeah, possibly an hour from here, I would say, to get towards the bubble, and then the bubble itself will likely take a fair bit of time. It's going to be a lot of short stacks and a lot of people tiptoeing around.
It could be fun during the money bubble. Have you been in the booth during a money bubble before this festival?
Yeah, on the 5K.
On the 5K,
Yeah, the
but that
5K.
was just one table. So
Yeah.
now we have so many tables around the
Ooh,
TV
yeah, I see
table.
what you mean. Yeah,
It
that,
could be a lot of fun, actually.
that certainly adds to it. I'll ask the guys and see if we can get some outer table coverage during the bubble. That'd be good.
So Cylinder with a pretty hand this time. Ace, Queen, 10-9, double suited. Nice rundown, nice suited. Be better if the Queen was a spade, but you can't ask for everything. And the 10 of diamond. And Rano with the quick fold. We're not sure. Rico looked at his cards, but they went into the muck quickly, and no reason not to defend here with the Ace, Queen, Jack 6. No reason to 3-bet, no reason to fold.
Wow, what a flop.
Yeah. Especially against Cylinder, who you always know is good for a bet at some point in this hand.
As he does, go for a small c-bet here, 10 into 34. Likely to be hearing some bad news here from Tobias.
He's playing it slow.
Yeah, that's also an option. He's got 3 overcards with his 6 and a backdoor flush draw, so it's quite nice just to...
Not the turn card he wanted to see, though. And Cylinder thinking about whether he can blast it off, but then improves to the flush.
nasty.
Tobias let him get there.
Yeah, remnants of the hand from Renan Bruschi on the 5K bubble last night, where he got in 8s versus 9s and backdoored spades to stay alive.
He gets away cheaply, though, so well done there by Tobias, because maybe he's going to be called. You never know what Cylinder's going to be up to.
No, true.
So, got away cheaply.
Yeah, it kind of arrives at the river with a bit of a weird hand class. It's got some showdown. It's, you know, don't really need to bluff, or value betting is obviously a bit thin as well. Cylinder's certainly going to check back some spades on the turn with the emergence of the straights that certainly hit the big blind range.
And he's aware of his image at the table, too. He's very intelligent, and he's aware that people are going to be expecting him more often than not to try to, pluck something away.
Yeah, for sure.
I love this overhead angle. A couple of quick folds here. We saw Rano here, though, has something to think about with the mystery hand, and he's getting involved. From the cutoff, his range can be a bit wider than what we've seen from under the gun. And a raise to 15,000. Riku with the quick fold. And Cylinder making the call. We don't know what Rano has, so this could be fun. We do know this isn't the flop that Cylinder is going to do anything with, and it's likely going to go check, bet, fold. And now we see Rano with the aces. Rano is concerned about whether his opponent has a jack, but should be betting this flop, and does bet the flop.
Yeah, always tricky with this kind of hand class on a board like Jack-Jack 5 versus the big blind. aces with the backdoor flush draw, it's going to be a hand that's really hurting versus a check raise, and certainly a player that's capable of finding it. I wouldn't mind maneuvering to a turn there, just playing a check back, just employing some early pot control with the ICM factors that you mentioned, Jason. It's not like that we're too worried about any emergence of overcards when we've got the best overpair. And yeah, hands like queens are a little bit more effective as a bet there. But Rana just taking it down with the small size.
You could see that wall of fame in the background. And if you haven't tuned into the other streams, I know this has been covered before. For the 10th anniversary, the Kings of Tallinn set up this fantastic wall to honor all the previous champions right away from the TV table. Everybody sees it as they're coming in. Plus, the previous main event champions each have their name on the steps on the walkover. So it's a very nice tribute to all the main event winners, ranging from Rano Su'a, who we see on the final table, not the final table, the feature table now, who won the very first Kings of Tallinn, all the way over to Sarah Benjamin, who won the last Queens of Tallinn.
So as far as c-bets go, I think this is a nice one. We wrap around the 6. We've got a diamond, which is quite important, and we really don't mind facing a check raise here. It's just a great hand that can start to put some pressure on hands like this, ace high, the 6, those middling pairs as well. A nice c-bet there from Tobias. But yeah, it certainly adds that kind of wow factor when you come in and you see the wall of the previous champions.
Yeah.
It just adds that kind of extra bit of prestige. And even when you walk up the steps, on the steps you can see the previous main event winners as you kind of come into the battle arena, and it just kind of gives you that nice feeling. I remember walking up this morning and just thinking, yeah, you know, like I'm part of something here, you know? It's great.
And the winners, when they're coming up, they sometimes stop on their stair,
For
you
a
know.
little photo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it makes them feel good too. They deserve to be honored. It's an honor to be a champion at the Kings of Tallinn, and even a bigger honor to be a champion at the main event, which is growing and growing. I don't know how big Day 1D is. We're in a different room at the moment, but it had, I think, around 150 the last time I checked. I'm getting word from Wise Guy that it's over 200 now on Day 1D, so this 1 million guarantee is looking like it's going to be beat. Either way, there's value. Either there's going to be a little bit of overlay and you can get that 1 million guarantee for a little bit of overlay, or if not, then it's even better. That means the prize pool is well over 1 million. Either way, it's going to be a record main event for the Kings of Tallinn, just like so many of the other events, just like the 5K yesterday, just like the 1K PLO right now. Numbers are through the roof. I mean, I would have never thought in the world that a game like pot limit stud, high-low would get nearly 60 runners. You know, it's, I enjoyed it, but I'm not sure I would have enjoyed it as much if it was just a single table. I'm not sure whether Cylinder went to sleep or if he's still continuing from last night.
You never know with Cylinder.
No, and that's the thing. He's got the stamina of a bull. Because he plays quite seriously online, and then when it comes to this event, it's also a social affair for him. He's definitely competing to the best of his abilities, but he's going to have as much fun as possible along the way.
He's one of those guys, he doesn't need a min cash to stay afloat, you know. He's going to just be doing his best job and getting in the thick of things, and that's what we've seen so far. The Royal Showdown was good advertising for him, maybe to get into a couple of extra private games at home, potentially.
Yeah, maybe that's why. And maybe that's why Rano, what did he do? 4-bet shove his ace-10. Or he called off, I think, with ace-10. It was even worse.
Yeah, it was like a 4-bet call-off with ace-10. It was just wild stuff early on into that one.
And Cylinder had ace-king there, so...
Yeah.
Maybe he thought Cylinder's being a little silly. I'm going to maybe my ace-10's ahead of his silliness range.
Yeah.
neither player with an ace here, but the 7-10 connecting with Cylinder. Not really. In Hold'em, this is a lot prettier than it is in Omaha, but being that Rano is in the big blind, he can rep the ace pretty easily. Rano has a lot of cards, though, in his range that could make that 7-10 very rappy, and with Cylinder having no diamonds, he can be thinking maybe Rano has them, but that's one way to find out. You fire a bet. You know Rano's not going to be playing fancy play on 100K.
Yeah.
He's too smart to do that. Although if he's not playing ICM, as you said, that Cylinder might not be, then you never know. Rano's capable of moves. He may try to also use this period of time to use this image of maybe not needing the chips to actually get those chips.
Yeah, and bottom two, a great candidate for a c-bet there, just clearing out a lot of equity. It's going to be all sorts of straight draws in the form of gut shots and backdoor flush draws that actually retain decent equity on the flop that are just going to have to fold in this specific scenario. So yeah, Cylinder, I think his game plan is, with his stack, is going to be to force the other guys to be ICM aware, basically, flipping the switch.
Cylinder found a hand he could fold.
Yeah.
Because at this stage, we're probably about 10 away from the money bubble. It's not maybe the right tournament to be opening every hand, but it is in a way. You know, like I feel he could afford to even lose if, you know, he's priced in to Rano, for example.
Yeah, if he's got like the bottom 30% of his range here and 5 card, it seems like a fair fold. You're just going to get so much resistance behind a lot of the time, especially in this format, more so than 4 card. Rano looks like he's a bit disinterested with that combo, and a small pickup there for Riku.
Curious what Rano had there.
Some kind
maybe
of
trips or something.
Deuce 3-4 kind of holding.
Okay, we have a dealer change. That last dealer was quite good. I keep being asked by people because I accidentally won a trophy that I should be playing the main event, and I have to remind people that I can't really play that if I'm commentating the final table. It would be a bit weird.
It's too much of a risk.
No, but I didn't come here to play multi-day events. I came here to have some fun, support my team that's doing a good job. So shout out to Frank. Shout out to the people at home. Luca especially, the social media team with Deborah, Juliana, Lorena. They're doing fantastic jobs with the clips as well. And Juhani with the finish reporting. He arrived yesterday, so you can find all that on poker.pro. And it looks like you may have one of the people that busted out not so long ago. You're going to get the real one. I mean, I was Poker Bras, right, for a little while there in the beginning, because it said
up on the
Poker
ticker.
Bras on the ticker. But I think you're going to get the real deal soon. I have that feeling based on the fact that he might be in the room right now.
Yeah.
But Scott, give me this hand, and I will say some goodbyes. Maybe not goodbyes forever. I might come back a little bit later today. But it's been a pleasure, George, these little guest stints with you.
Yeah,
we've done it where we've both been like lead at the same time, you know, understanding each other quite well.
Absolutely.
And it's an honor to be your guest here.
Appreciate it, man, and glad to have you in as always. Looking forward to a bit more commentary throughout the night, as I'm sure we're going to be going for at least another 3 to 5 hours here in the PLO1K.
I think that's being kind.
That's a conservative estimate. Maybe 5 hours of gameplay, but in terms of total time with the breaks and things like that, get yourself propped up and ready for a long PLO stream.
Aces versus kings, and the queen paired scaring both players off at the moment.
Yeah.
We lost the graphics temporarily. I forgot who had the aces and who had the kings.
So Cylinder's got the kings, having opened. Didn't face the 3-bet from the weaker combination of aces, with players behind as well.
Maybe we see because the rest of the board didn't really connect it well. It's apparent nobody has the queen. Maybe the aces try to get value, and if not, maybe even the kings try to get like really thin value.
Oh wow! And Sealand actually rivers a boat here with his.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
His backup.
Yeah.
Set draw.
So the kings get there with the sixes.
Absolutely, and looks like he's going to be firing a fairly meaty bet here, facing all of these checks. You likely have heard from hands like pocket tens and queen 10, especially on the flop, but.
Maybe Cylinder has something. Costiander has something, but no, this is he's priced in. That's the problem. But is it that or something else? You never know with Cylinder. You have to call there, I feel, against Cylinder, though. There's no flush on the board. The queen would have been better ready. It's just an unfortunate river because maybe Cylinder is going to bet the kings, actually.
Exactly, and Naples thinking, well, you're really only repping pocket sixes here, and lo and behold, that's exactly what he's got. He's hoping for some hands like 10-6 that are trying to maybe fold out some two-pair type holdings, but not to be on this occasion. He's got exactly what he was representing, which is an interesting kind of mental conundrum in PLO. You're like, the six arrives on the river, this guy's betting multi-way, but the way he's played the hand, he can only really have sixes, and lo and behold, that's exactly what he's got.
So I think this is a good time to say goodbye. I want to thank you, George, for the amazing job that you're doing, and you're going to be in amazing hands, perhaps even better hands with professional streamer Scott Pokerbras Kenyon, a friend of mine, a friend of George's. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me, and maybe I'll be back later. If not, I will be back on Sunday. George has to go home, so I will be hosting the commentating for the main event, and we'll have guests. Maybe Pokerbras will be back for that as well. That would be an honor and a pleasure. But for now, I will see you all later. Have fun, everybody, watching along the action with George and Scott.
Thank you very much. Jason Glatzer joining us in the booth for the early stages here of the 4-5 card PLO 1K with a record-breaking 271 entrants. And I can see the steam coming out of the ears of Scott here. Luckily, he's got the headphones covering it now. How are you feeling, sir? I saw that you just bust out, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed. I did come in very short, though. I came in with a starting stack. I somehow managed to bag starting stack.
Yep.
Yeah, a bit disappointed. It's obviously such a huge field. I mean, that was the draw for me. I stone bubbled the deuce to 7 triple draw yesterday.
I saw you in the room next to Barry, right?
Yeah, Barry actually busted me.
Oh, nasty.
So I saw the clock and saw this like 260 player field in a 1K, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, this is insane. So I was like, this has to be my main event now. I have to jump into this. So gave it a bash. Started off a little bit short, went down to 20k, then got it up to like 75. Was doing quite okay at one point, but then bled off a bit towards the end. And then, yeah, unfortunately, just couldn't quite get it going today. But like, very happy to get the chance to play such an event. I mean,
how was the action? How was your table? How did you feel?
I had a great draw today. It was a table full of other short stacks.
Yep.
So I think of the draws that I could have got, it was
quite favourable.
Yeah, really favourable draw. But yeah, lost a flip, as sometimes we do.
As is custom. 5 or 4 card?
5 card flipperments. Yeah.
Everything's a flipperment in 5 cards, right?
Very
That's
much.
the issue.
Yeah.
Especially in the short stack realm of 5 card, it can be quite difficult. You really got to, you've really got to get a bit lucky at the start in some ways, right?
Yeah. And we just lost 3 players there, by the way.
Flying
that
out.
just went from 46 to 43, so they're absolutely flying out the door. Yeah. How's the action been on the feature table so far? We've obviously got a couple of very, very good established players here.
Yeah, we've got Rano Sutla, more known for his hold'em abilities, but showing some prowess in the 4 card and 5 card streets. And Matthias Sealander there, the Finn, is certainly a feared opponent in just about any aspect of the game, and he's got a huge stack, and I think he's just starting to go through the motions, opening up the ranges a little bit and applying pressure to some of these shorter stacks here. So Toikkonen, who's been quite unfortunate, lost a big pot earlier on.
I had Toikkonen on my table yesterday, actually, first day table.
Tough player, very solid, doesn't really make too many mistakes. One of those guys that is just quite difficult to shake out sometimes.
Got a nice hand here with the ace, queen, queen, jack 10.
Yeah, going to see a defend here from the king, jack 10, 3 deuce. And the benefit of that is that even though we've only got 8k behind, we do get to play at least a little bit of post flop.
cheeky little stop and go just in case
Exactly,
he
yeah.
folds for
And
the
you can
rest.
fold on like a super bad board. This one's not too bad. We've got a double gut shot and a king. So going to be going in,
Yeah.
and Toikkonen with a big equity advantage. But as you can see, it looks like he's got the board locked up. However, 25%. Going to need to fade a king, a 3, a deuce.
Surprising he's got as much as 25%. I mean, this ace, queen, queen, jack 10 looks like also almost a lock on the hand, but...
And a backdoor flush draw now as well.
wow.
So spades emerge on the turn. What's it to be? It's a 9. Nice and safe there for Toikkonen, who can wipe the sweat off of his brow.
it's never easy, is it?
Never easy in 5 card, that's for sure. You've always got to be grateful on the situations like this where you just hold it up and give yourself a shot. 57k on the 5k big blind level. And just perfect timing for him. He was under the gun there. He was just about to pay the big blind and the ante. So nice little pickup.
I mean, I think with him being as short as he was, off 5 big blinds, would you be tempted to almost go with anything under the gun at that point? Because
Pretty wide in 5
Yeah.
card. Yeah, I mean, I'm folding like, the
Bottom sort of
the
10,
uber
15%
trash.
of the range,
Yeah, but
yeah.
then there's also an argument for limping because you're so incentivized to VPIP when you've got 2.5 big blinds dead in there with your 5. So there's many routes to go, limping or potting. Certainly makes sense, because if you limp and then you can get away on bad boards where you don't want to overcommit yourself.
Yeah.
You've got 5 uncapped rangers behind, so it does make some sense, I think, to employ some of these kind of trickier little sneaky plays.
particularly in 5 card compared to 4
and
card,
just-
yeah.
And 4 big blinds, 3 big blinds, you can still spin it up. You can get it in multi-way, take your shot at it with 33% equity or so, and just hope for the best. So certainly an interesting game, and very much remains unsolved in the kind of MTT realm.
Yeah. And just, for me, more cards, more fun.
Absolutely.
We
But
actually
I
have
draw
a-
the line at 5. I'm not playing all this 6-card crap.
Well, today, funny enough you say that, we have in a little bit of PLO456 progressive bounty
hello.
tournament, so
Really?
I'll be jumping into that later
time's
today. 5 p.m.
Ooh, don't think I'm going to be able to
Tempting,
make
maybe?
the max late reg.
You
and it's a
might, I
PKO.
mean, depends how long this goes on for, right?
Yeah, it's a PKO though, isn't it? So is it a KO or a
It's a PKO, the one,
PKO?
yeah, PKO,
okay.
the one later.
KOs aren't too bad for the late reg because
Yeah,
you've still
no.
got a decent amount of the prize pool involved. But
It's always nice to see the PKO bounty chips on the
Yeah.
table, particularly the deeper you get.
But the dealers have got their work cut out, right? A
Yeah.
4, 5, 6 PKO.
Yep,
It's
yep.
just a nightmare for some of these dealers, but they come with a lot of merit.
I have news from the floor, by the way.
Okay.
So Tobias Lekness at the moment is the chip leader, I believe.
Yeah.
Absolutely crushing it.
Yeah. No surprises there.
No, I mean, just a very good player all round. I think he's more known for his mixed games, of course, but
Yeah.
fearless competitor regardless.
Back to the action. I think we just want to shove here with the ace, king, queen, 5-4. Going to get it in pretty good. Going to be dominating a lot of the hands that open.
Looks like he's just opting. Like you say, though, sometimes, we can see a flop, we can miss the board,
That's true.
get away and still have a bit left over.
Yeah, I think the options become a little bit more limited.
But having flopped a pair, I assume that's enough to just go with this. Equally, it's probably not smashing the
ideal,
raiser's
is it?
range.
Just the lone diamond, no backdoor flush draw and bottom pair.
It's not great, but do we think
No
our
straight
opponent's going to
draw.
flop much here?
And Sealander just with the gut shot, 6-3, checking it back. 7 of diamonds on the turn. Quite a nice card for Toikkonen, although he is going to lead jam a lot of his hands like 9-7, 7-4, pocket 4s here, so he's not going to have so many boats, but he can definitely have a lot of flushes, and I think a nice sizing of sort of 10k here would be a good way of going about business. Just with the 4, really quite limited showdown, still going to see a lot of better hands checking back. So a nice small probe here could be quite creative. He doesn't find it, but still options open on the river. 3 of diamonds. His 4 is somehow good, although he might perceive himself to have a little less showdown value than we can see.
Yeah, I think he'll be surprised when he finds this is good at showdown, if it gets to showdown.
Yeah, I think we've.
But I think it
I think
does.
we're just going to shove here with the Queen of Diamonds and even the 5 as well, blocking some of the 5-6 that arrives at the river with the straight.
Yeah, looks like he's thinking about the same thing.
at the Olympic rule, set of rules, that to hurt to 6, they get medal.
I mean, if this somehow goes to showdown, he's going to be shocked to find he has. No, he goes for like the little Proby river.
Yep, gets it straight through.
Yeah.
Go as planned because I was so dehydrated. I to that because I only drank half a liter of water in 24 hours because I came like 2 kilos overweight to the plane.
Can tell you there's quite a few short stacks out there in the other tables as well. We are 8 from the money at the moment.
Oh really? You're so soft. That's alright.
I also have one of my teammates still in,
Oh, okay.
hoping he can spin it up.
Who's that?
Riku.
Riku, okay, yeah. That's this is his bread and butter main event, right?
Yeah, won the 1K 4-5 mix in the summer, the ring event.
Under 100 one, yeah.
So I don't want to. I don't want to be like the smallest guy in my division.
Yeah.
I have to lose some weight, you know.
Are you gonna do it by diet or water weight? What's your plan?
I think I have a natural disease, but like I don't need to cut too much, you know.
Yeah.
I just need a little bit change the diet.
And yeah, for those of you out there potentially thinking about playing the main, busy main at the moment. They have over 200 in today's day 1 D flight. It's a 1 million guarantee. I think they're very, very comfortably going to be breaking that million. So probably looking at about 200k first place.
Yeah.
Matthias with a somewhat coordinated hand here. The King's a weird top dangler, and then we have 7654 working very nicely together.
Yeah, just maneuvering through the field here, applying the pressure to the shorter stacks, and getting another little pot heading his way.
Yeah, he's running quite nicely over this table at the moment.
Yeah,
I think he bagged about 400, right? 450?
Yeah, and he's certainly put a dent in getting his way towards 1 million now,
Yeah.
over 600, and it's going to be an absolute headache for these guys at the table that are trying to maneuver their way into the money. We do have, I think it was 37, I want to say, in the money? No, 35.
35 in the money. And Matthias, of course, won the main event last time, right? So our reigning main event champion, showing that he is very competent at all the games, not just Hold'em. Would you say he's more known for Hold'em or PLO?
Matthias?
Yeah, because I know he dabbles very well with both.
Yeah, I think most of his results are in Hold'em, but obviously that is because there's bigger fields and larger prize pools. But having seen his PLO credentials so far, certainly a great player across both formats.
Yeah.
So back to 4-card.
I always feel sad when you go from 5-card to 4-card. I feel like I'm missing something here.
Look at this from Matthias, really opening it up now, starting to widen that range to just about almost any 4 if we're opening a hand like this.
It's a pretty nice table for him, though. I don't think there's any other huge stacks. So when we're this close to the bubble,
Loads
just
of
7
players
off the money.
between 15 and 20 big
Yeah,
blinds.
he's got a
really, that
perfect
are
table.
already fairly prisoned versus this open, you know. It's going to become less attractive to find flats at this stage unless we're considering defending the big blind.
Yeah.
So we've got 7 to go from the money. We've got this double suited King Queen 7-4. I think we do want to see a flop here.
I definitely would not be wanting to fold this pre, that's for sure. But it's not fun. 7 from the money, you've got a quite short stack.
Yeah.
He's definitely not loving...
You got so many single-suited, rainbow, tri-suit, disconnected hands to fold. And by no means guaranteed to make the money if he folds. He's only got 1.5 starting stacks. He does find the fold. Disciplined.
Matthias is running over this table. It was funny, I was watching him playing last night. He was on the table next to me. He'd had a few beers, a few cheeky brewskis.
Yeah, as is customary.
As is customary, and was using them quite well to his advantage, but was flopping pretty well as well. Just top set, middle set, flush, just
nuts.
Yeah, nuts.
Yeah, it's a nice spot to be in.
Seems like he's on the brewskis as well today. I can see an empty glass
Yeah, I think
next
he's
to
getting
him.
a fresh one.
Fresh
just delivered
brewski,
it
lovely.
Yeah. I think that one lasted barely an orbit, so the pace is strong.
The PLO juice.
Yeah.
PLO juice is strong with this one. Yes. Trains like a Jedi. Yes.
That wasn't bad.
Yeah.
You got a little bit of voiceover work on the side?
The Force is strong with this one. Yes. Yes.
He will definitely be opening this one as well. I think we should just put one button in front of Matthias. It's what we call the pot button. Yes.
Yeah. I do have a Chewbacca impression, but I don't think it's particularly...
Oh, please,
no,
please.
I can't.
Please.
No.
You can. Come on, George.
No, it's
YouTube,
really,
YouTube.
really
Type one for a Chewbacca impression. Come on. Type one for a George Sanford Chewbacca impression. If we get 10 ones in the chat, we'll get.
We're not getting 10 ones, guys.
Come on, don't
Quick
let me
two.
down, chat. 10 ones in the chat for a Chewbacca
Save my
impression.
job, guys.
I think someone on the side here might be typing a 1 here, potentially. Come on, we need 9 more. Come on.
The chat's not exactly going wild, so I think my roll is safe. Cart's going for the 1. No! No!
All right, 8 more ones. Go.
Jesus Christ, they're flying in.
Hello. It's almost like the chat's woken up. Offer them a Chewbacca impression.
Andreas.
offer them
on the
a
personal
Chewbacca
account.
impression.
That
They're
one,
all on
I'm
it.
not counting that one. We're still at 4. Okay, so Sudla with the A775. Go for a limp here. Looks like he doesn't want to overcommit with this holding. Still got 3 Rangers behind. Kind of an interesting hand class, potting and getting in or folding to a 3-bet are both quite awkward. So Sudla with the A775. Hey.
You know what I'm doing. I would just need 4 more ones, chat. 4 more ones for a Chewbacca impression. The highlight of the day.
I'm feeling nervous for the first time this week. I haven't done it in a while.
Wait, did Xylander fold? Who gave him a fold button?
No, it's Pyridin, and he's on the button with this Ace, Queen, Jack 10 rainbows, deciding whether he wants to go any of the 3 ways, and he does go for fold.
Wow.
I guess limp is probably the least attractive option. It's going to be pot or fold.
I do get it's an awkward spot. You're 7 off the money. Your stack's not particularly deep. You've got a guy just mashing the pot button every single hand.
From the big blind.
Yeah.
I do. Wow.
Oh,
and,
wow.
Look at this. Some interaction for both players here. 2 pair for Sealander and a very disguised straight for Sutler here in this cutoff limp. Going to be mostly centered around middling to high cards.
In other news, we're just 3 ones away from a Chewbacca
we're
impression.
not. Just give it a rest, all right? Sutler's looking at this board. No backdoor. He's got the nuts course right now. Yeah, he does go for the peel in position, looking to maneuver his way to a safe turn.
Good luck, Rano. Ooh, that is a very, very non-desirable turn for Mr. Sutler.
It's a slippery one.
Assuming that this goes check on the turn on a brick river, Matthijs obviously is not just going to be checking and giving up. I think he's going to be...
With the 6-4, he's going to have a bit of showdown versus some straight draws, some backdoor heart type hands that might float one in position.
Yeah.
The 5 does still leave Sutler with the straight. And Sealander now on the 5. No straight blocker in hand, no club blocker in hand.
Oh, he's just going to wave the white flag.
Yeah, for sure.
I thought he might have mashed a bit there on the river. Given bubble situation, how he's just generally been mashing quite a lot, but very disciplined. Wave of the white
spot
flag.
for Sutler now.
Does he think
Does he
he can
give
get
his
value
opponent
from one?
the credit for still having stronger hands in the range? It doesn't feel likely, but at the same time, opening the action is somewhat inconvenient when you do face the counter aggression here. I think a small bet there would have been the way to go, just to target those two pairs and sets that could certainly be in this kind of lead flop, check the flush completing turn line.
Yeah, maybe even a smaller straight as well.
Yeah,
there are a
the
few little
bottom
combos of the bottom straight.
And the third saved my ass. I've seen it.
Matthias just pointing out the turn might have saved him a few chippies there. This is true. Counter goes down to 41 players. We're just 6 players from the money.
Ace 7, 7, 5.
And I believe this is unfortunately when my teammate Riku has just bowed out. I think he got 42nd. Unfortunately.
42nd.
Yeah.
Bad news.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I was looking forward to potentially commentating on him. He's got one of those styles which is so engaging and fun to watch.
Yeah, he had a very good
He's just
stack.
got so many gears.
Very good stack yesterday. At one point it was up to 200k, a little bit above 200k. Went on a bit of a downward swing, bagged 100, and unfortunately the rest has gone.
Yeah. Timu there folding the Jack 10-9-8 single. Seems fair enough considering that they are 6 from the money and no ace blocker in hand.
Yeah, it's just an awkward table to be on if you're one of these.
The only reason I like limping potentially would be because we've got Sealander in the small blind there. We're just going to see very few ISOs out of position from Sealander versus the end of the gun limp, where we can certainly still have some strong-ish hands in our range. So I might have just come in for a limp, but
I think the table.
Oh, 39 now. So
The
we're
table
actually
fears table fears Zylander, and
Yeah.
understandably.
we're seeing slight fake news there with the ticker. So it's actually 39, so 4 remaining from the money. It does make sense actually to just muck that one and move on to the next hand.
It's just a very awkward spot for all of these other shorter stacks that can't really do anything at this point aside from just give the chips to Zylander and try and squeeze into the money.
He's going to eke out every nook and cranny that he can get from the contestants. Very much his world, and we're all living and observing it right now with this stack, in this situation, with this stack distribution more importantly as well. Just no one really that can put a major dent into his stack, and no reason for him to slow down.
Yeah.
So Tuikkanen here with the ace-king 9-6 try. What you really want to know now is, you know, so much easier online. You can pull up the lobby and see what the other shorter stacks are looking like. You know, what position are we in out of 39 here? Are we 32nd? Okay, then we might want to lean towards a fold. If we're 38th, then possibly V-pipping a hand like this versus the button range is going to be favorable.
Yeah. It's not a fun table to be on if you're not Matthias Zylander.
No.
But the players are busting fast.
Yeah,
We
it's
just lost another one there.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
3 to go. And it's just a waiting game for 83% of our feature table. But certainly not for Matthias Sealander there, with all the chips and all the momentum very much in his sails.
Yeah, this is just his wheelhouse, right? Standard,
just sailing
standard stuff.
through towards the sunset here.
Let's see how tight Riku wants to play. We've seen him fold some
Yeah.
pretty nice combos. He's going to choose not to fold this one, though.
I like this pot size open.
Yeah.
If we do face a 3-bet from one of the short stacks, it's going to be a pretty face-up range of hands that almost exclusively dominate us. But our hand has great qualities for the open raise. We block a lot of strong hands behind. We retain good equity versus the big blind defense.
Who gave Zylander the fold button, though? Outrageous.
Well, that's the thing. He's going to realize that once these guys are potting, especially from early position, that the range that he's up against is going to be even tighter.
They're
than
not messing around, of
yeah,
course.
precisely. So no need to be charitable here and get too out of line.
It's pretty easy for him, right? Folded round to him, he mashes pot. If someone pots in front, sure, let them have it. They're not going to be doing this too often.
Yeah.
Rano thinking about it with the one gappers.
Yeah, I think double suited would be a slightly different conundrum, but single with the one suit to the 5, I think he's just actually going to maneuver down the time bank a little bit here.
Yep.
He's in quite a good spot. We can see at least 3 shorter stacks on the table than him. So in terms of the greater landscape of the tournament, he's going to be probably in around about 25th to 30th position right now. So very much disincentivized to continue, especially versus that strong range, as I mentioned, opening the pot under the gun off of the short stack.
For anyone that's just joining us, welcome to the Matthias Seilander show. You know what would be a great feature? So you know they have these QR codes on the tables where you can scan it and order drinks.
Yep.
Imagine if we had the QR code on the screen and our viewers could order drinks at the table for the players. That would be funny. That would be funny.
Like in a Weatherspoons.
Yeah.
Where you just,
Just have the QR code on the screen, and if you want to order a drink for the players.
Your mate's in there at the airport.
Yeah.
Just sort of having a bit of breakfast, and you order him 10 beers.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah. Bit of viewer participation, if they want to order a round of shots for the table, boom, they just arrive. Yeah. That's what we call interactive stream right there.
The shots showdown.
Yeah. I mean, equally for the cash games, that would be great, right? You have the big boy PLO 2550 cash games on the stream. Just
this guy in seat 7's looking a bit sober. Let's get him in the mix.
Exactly, yeah.
A couple of baby Guinnesses over there for seat 7. So Tobias with the pot from under the gun. Again, another strong holding. Ace King 10 double suited, and the 5-4 by no means weak side cards.
But I like Riku's middle of the deck kind of hand.
Yeah, it's going to hit a lot of boards here. We do have our opponent covered as well, so he would be able to still pay the small blind and potentially stay alive. If he does get stacked here, or if he does double up his opponent here. So I think... Ooh,
He's just gonna
interesting.
fold again. I think, again, this is more the situation. 3 from the money.
Yeah.
He's just trying to get in there. No problem, no drama.
Yeah.
We can battle for stacks after we're in the money, but let's get in the money first.
Very much a folding game
No
at
shame
the
in
moment.
that. No shame in that. It is a pretty chunky 2x min cash. Look at the Matthias Seilander show here.
Distribution.
Whew.
And he's got Christian on his direct left, who can just simply really do not an awful lot about him opening essentially every hand.
Yeah. Over half the chips in play on this table. Pretty dominant performance from Mr. Seilander. He is going to be porting once again. He's almost got a flush in his hand, George. Jack 6, 5, 3, 3, 4 hearts. I shall
That's
pot.
interesting. Is he going to...
He may face some resistance, I suspect, this time from Christian, though. Oh, I suspect wrong.
just muck it?
Yeah. They just don't want to play with him.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the look of this hand, but again, just can't do anything. Matthias has all the chips. 3 from the money. Oh, hello. Tobias Napple can, however, do something with his double-suited kings. 7 deuce also, never loses.
Fire it in and pray for a fold, but if he gets called, he's going to have decent equity.
I suspect Matthias is not raise folding anything.
I think he's going to fold this hand, yeah. The quad suit, pocket 3s.
But look at the equities.
I know, it's insane, isn't
Yeah,
it?
45,
even
55.
with the hearts covered as well.
Yeah. He's having a good think about it. Do I fancy Gamba? Okay, I will respect him, he says.
Just
Yeah,
knows.
insane that trash bag has 45% equity.
Yeah, the bag of spanners.
Yeah. Good work, Tobias. Good work. So yeah, we've been hanging around this 38 mark for a while. It's 3 places from the min cash. Pretty chunky 2x min cash. That's why all of these good hands that you see in people fold in, just, you know, they're so close to the money. So close to the beefy min cash. And obviously these players will be very ICM aware compared to what you might get in some 100, 200 fields. Later position, not too bad a hand there, but under the gun is just going to opt to fold that. Timu just opened Muck's aces.
Yeah.
Again.
Really thinks he must think he's absolutely nailed on to make the cash. He might
Yeah.
have some information that there being some super short stacks on the outer table. But I think strategically he's thinking that I've got Celiander in the big blind here, and I'm going to be forced to collide in almost every situation. But he's going to fold some hands.
Yeah,
King
Riku's
10,
just
6
going to raise and
deuce.
take it on the button there.
Yeah, as is customary in these 5-card PLO bubbles, just seeing extremely tight play. So for you guys at home, stick with us. 3 more players to go, and then we're going to start to see the action open up a little bit.
I think we're going to see a bit of a bust-out bonanza once that bubble bursts.
Oh yeah, there's going to be some people hanging around with dust, that's for sure.
I mean, most of this table is
Yeah.
hanging around with dust at the moment.
Yeah, no one in critical situation.
Some great dealing here. Look at the spin on that. Oh. Fantastic dealers here at the Kings of Tallinn. One of the many reasons why you might want to come and check it out. Main event 1 million guaranteed. We are on day 1D today, so there's plenty of time to still get in. And if, like myself, you fancy maybe playing a shorter stack, you can actually max late reg in day 2 of the main event. Some foolish person has actually free-rolled me into the main event. I wasn't going to play it, but someone's buying me in. So
Yeah.
I will be max late reg
You
in
got a
day
good
2.
deal?
Yeah, I mean, he's buying me in for the whole thing. I'm taking 20%.
Fair
I
enough.
think that's a pretty fair deal
Fair enough.
as a one-off. So I will be jumping in for the max late reg myself. But yeah, if you're one of those guys that doesn't want to play 100 bigs, 150 bigs deep, you just want to come in with 10, 15 bigs, get yourself in for the max late reg. I believe you can register the first 4 levels on day 2, so up until 4:30.
Nice. Plenty of time for some rebuys.
Yeah. And I think there's going to be a lot of guys that will try and fire the day 1s, not successfully bag, but obviously still come in,
Yeah.
buy into the day 2.
I had a similar right flush.
But yeah, we're sticking at 38 for quite a while here. Have not seen any bust outs for a bit. And understandably, we've seen how tight everyone's been at this table. That's probably going to be just how it is across the board. Everyone really trying to survive and just squeeze into the money at this point. The big stacks getting to have all the fun, like Mr. Silander.
He's having a lot of fun.
Hello, Dub. Hello, Aces.
Let's see how Rano approaches this hand class.
No
'cause
suits
we
with the
did-
ace.
You can see the fold. He's got the queen high suit. He's got the queen and a 10 as well. Gonna go for the pot here.
Yeah, and again, Matthias is just not really getting out of line when it's uncontested to him. He's
Yeah.
putting the pressure on.
That's the way to
when
do it, I
someone's
think.
applying the pressure, he realizes, okay, you have a hand, you can take this one.
Yeah, and from what we've seen from Timu so far, it doesn't look like he's going to be interested in V-pipping. Let's see. Folding those aces with the tri-suit under the gun. in the previous hand, and now ace, king, queen, 9-4. It's almost like the deck is kind of toying with him, as if to say, here you go. Come on, play a hand.
It's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's got to be aware of the fact that Rano's range is actually going to be much stronger than usual as well.
Particularly from under the gun. If this was, say, button versus big blind, then I think he just has to probably go with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's just going to fold. And again, fully understandable. 3 from the money, big main cash, and just an ICM locker over situation at the moment.
Absolutely.
Tense stuff on the soft bubble of the 1K. 35 will get in the money, 38 left. And it really has frozen on this 38 for quite a while. I'm curious to know how the other big stacks are doing at this point, particularly Tobias Leknes, who I saw on one of the outer tables, came in as the chip leader today with 670k. One assumes he is also getting to have some fun at this point. Riku under the gun with double suited queens. He is going to pot it. Lovely. That was lovely. Oh, this could be trouble for Riku.
Yeah, under the gun and seen under here with the ace, king, king. Some faint concerns of aces, and he does fold. Wow. Hero fold.
That was not on my radar.
I didn't think he was going to fold, although his ace, king, king combo wasn't the best. Try suit.
5-3 was a bit dangly.
And Timu again just getting dealt the top of the deck.
It's amazing how many like super strong hands he's had.
Yeah, it's almost like when you just want to fold some trash and make the money and, you know, not have to face the wrath of your friends back home being like, ace is folded, mate.
Unbelievable. Like, I think in the last 2 rounds he's had so many like really juicy playable hands, and like you say, it's just like the sort of poker gods toying with him. Go on, get it in. You know you want to. Oh, I see we're down to 37 now, so we're getting closer to the money.
We're getting in there. We're on the hand-for-hand play now.
Yeah, incredible amount of strong hands that he's picked up the last 2 rounds. So they're just having a little look around at the other tables, see if there's anything going on.
I mean, I'm all for the ICM folding and trying to make the money, but the issue is that you really kill your chances to win the tournament where all the money is up top. So I'm in favor of some of the folds, but I just think some of them are just so tight that it's like, how are you ever going to have a chance that these tournaments by nature are top heavy? And of course, making into the money is super important, but
I think ICM-wise, isn't the min cash more important than the final table, right?
The pay jump is larger than some of the pay jumps towards sort of, I think, between like 12th and 9th, for example. So yeah, very much so. But if it's a pot,
I know what you mean.
If it's a pot that's unopened, right? I think it's slightly different than when you're facing aggression.
For sure.
Because you know that you're forced to collide, and there's some.
Like, I'm really shocked that he open folded the aces. For example.
I would.
That for me, like, yes, you just have to kind of go with that.
Yeah.
But I understand if it's potted in front of him, he has one of those sort of attractive hands that he could see a flop with.
Yeah.
It's a different situation.
That's where it becomes a little bit more.
But I think unopened, got to go for some of those situations.
Yeah, people aren't peeling here. You know, these kind of hands like Jack 10, 9, 7, 6 double, they're just hitting the muck. So it's not like you're going to face too much resistance. The first in these situations has an overwhelming advantage in fold equity at this point.
Yeah. So for anyone wondering why we have no cards in front of us, we're in a hand-for-hand situation because we are on the bubble. It means that all the other tables play at the same pace. That's to make sure that there's no stalling going on, because particularly if you're a very short stack, it would benefit you hugely to stall at this point. So it's to prevent that stalling, make sure that everyone's playing at the same pace here. So every table in the field currently played the same hand. And there's definitely some short stacks out there as well.
Tuplasuikkopötkö ja lähtee ottaa cold callin esimerkiksi.
Niin.
Sä tiedät, että niillä on kaikki isot kortit. Niin, mutta onko se parempi, että se väliin, se juka
Oh, I just see it tick down to 36 there.
Oi, oi.
Oh, and 35.
35.
So
There we
there is
go.
no bubble. The bubble instantly bursts. We
Bubble
don't.
does not exist.
Yeah, we have one hand of hand for hand, and already it's over. So now I think we are going to start to see a bit of a bust out bonanza.
Omaha Championship, 35 players left. Congratulations, everybody in the money.
Everybody is in
Now we
the
will
money.
close counting
Game on.
and we'll resume regular play.
Siis vähän niinku positiivisesti niistä on
That was a nice quick hand for hand.
It was.
Enjoy that.
Seamless.
Yeah.
And we might retain more than 5 viewers now, as they were fed up with just every hand being folded. So that's a bonus.
The action begins here,
Yeah,
boys
stay
and
tuned,
girls.
guys. We're going to see some rip-roaring action. It's going to be a lot of players hitting the rail over the next half an hour. Sealander looks a bit gutted, doesn't he, with that chip stack? He was hoping to eke out a couple more hands of hand for hand.
I think he'll still get to eke out some tight play, but not quite as tight as what we've just seen.
Yeah, we're likely to see him tighten up ever so slightly, just because there's less of an onus on him just being able to raise and take every hand, and it's going to kind of be a little bit more snug now. So let's see how he reacts. It's going to be an interesting storyline over the next couple of orbits.
Do you
see
think he
what they-
slows down at all?
I think he's going to keep the tempo high, but I just don't think he's going to be opening. We saw like the Queen 5-3 deuce opening from under the gun, things like that. They're going to have to take a back seat now.
Yeah.
It's just not going to generate the hand. You know, some of the hands that were hitting the muck we're going to be 3-bet all-ins now in the money stage. So
God, that beer has been inhaled.
yeah, wow, it's another one orbit, one beer.
These Finnish guys.
Yeah, they're made cut from a different cloth, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are. Put us Brits to shame.
For sure.
No ihan niin. Siis mä follasin AKK 5-3 äsken. Ei siellä kuulemma ollut. Onko se toi yksi hulikaani Chinese
I think he's actually just telling his friends about one of the hands he just folded, because I heard about quar. It's ace king king. Quar.
Core.
Quar. It's ace king king.
Okie dokie.
I think he's
something new.
mentioning the one that you just folded, ace king king
Small
5-3.
blind 3,000, big blind 6,000, big blind 10, 6,000.
And the sick thing is, most of the time it is aces, but we did see him have the ace queen queen
Yeah.
type holding, which is also in there. But he did have a couple of players behind as well, which is of some relevance. Christian with the ace 10-4 deuce double there. Was expecting to see an open with that holding. Rano likely to just complete the small blind here with the 10-8-4-4. A hand that can limp call a 3x.
Ooh, and a nice double suited combo for Riku.
Yeah, we've seen him be quite active in these situations so far versus Rano.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've kind of set the price with the limp, and we do have a pair and a double suited holding, so going to be seeing a flop here. Could be some fireworks on a 2-spade run out.
Yeah. Rano does definitely not want to see a black pointy flop.
8-4-4 with no front door or back door flush draw, and a gap shot here for Pidonen with the backdoor diamonds as well. Playing SPR of just under 2. Very interested to see how he goes about business here. Yeah, the check seems reasonable. Not wanting to bet fold this much equity. The 4 on the turn
the
with
4
the
of
diamond.
diamonds.
So a combo draw for Riku, and now Rano with the turns set.
Hello, turn card.
Yeah, this is a juicer. Rano does go for the pot here, looking to employ max fold equity on just any kind of equity, really. Happy to take it down right now, but...
Oh, and he is just going to take it down. Wow.
What a fold. That is surprising.
Huh.
Yeah.
I thought we were about to have liftoff.
I'm speechless.
So, don't worry, guys. There'll be plenty of liftoff on this table shortly. A lot of 10 big blind
Just
stacks.
warming up.
Just warming up.
Going through the gears. Everyone's still in the pre-bubble fold mode, but should see things loosen up a little bit as we do maneuver our way deep into the money stages over the next couple of hours.
Ooh, Timu
Here
with
we
a nice...
go. He's
I was
been
about to say
waiting.
double suited, but that is
Been
not a
waiting
heart.
extremely patiently. Riku out the way with the Jack 775, so it's over to Naple in the big blind. Just gonna muck the tri-suit there.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, more beer for seat 6, please. Yes, thank you, thank you.
See you guys. Thanks.
So 34, we lose 1. Get some information on the payouts, so you know what we're gearing up towards here.
I think it was 52k for the win, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, 52.3k for the win. The next pay jump is going to be at 29, where there's a 250 euro jump. So, you know, we go from a very... It's an interesting point of the tournament as we go from this extremely tight, extremely high ICM situation to now a situation where you're going to be playing somewhere near to chips because the pay jumps are so... not irrelevant, but rather small in comparison to the buy-in. So you just want to really be opening up and trying to amass a stack that can contend going towards the final table here.
Rano is definitely going to be opening this one up. Ace,
Yeah.
Queen, Jack 7 with the suited ace.
Looks good for
Pretty nice
21k,
hand.
doesn't it?
Yep, yep. Oh, he's going to limp it.
Yeah, surprising.
Probably because Matthijs is in the big blind. I suspect if anyone else was in the big blind,
But
that
in
gets potted.
terms of a hand that's going to be playing well in a bloated pot, it's going to be high cards with a nut suit, right?
For sure, for sure. Doesn't look like he's going to get any action here as well. Rano with the top 2 pair, but Matthijs with absolute dust.
Yeah, top 2. And the Queen of Hearts as well, so some interaction.
Yeah.
See the flush draw presented. Takes it down.
But do you see the fear that Mr. Sylander commands there?
Yeah, he
I
just...
think anyone else's big blind, he's opening pot there.
Exactly.
But because
We're
it's
seeing a lot
Matthijs'
of
big
open
blind.
limps into his
Yeah.
big blind,
Yeah.
just 'cause they're worried about colliding, but I think that the worry is less of a concern now.
It should be.
Just looking to gain value from the defending range for the most part. Potting there would seem to be the natural way to go.
It should be. I just don't think it is, though. They're all scared of him, George.
Melkoinen kuiva kausi kieltämättä. No tästä se lähtee. Tästähän se lähtee.
I think a lot of this table breathing a huge sigh of relief that they've made the cash.
Timu folding the King Jack 10-8 there, just about to pay the big blind. Maybe he knew something we didn't because Rano's lurking in the shadows with the aces.
Picking up some great hands, Rano.
Yeah, got a suit as well.
Rano suited la.
Suitla.
Suited la.
Rano double suitla. His brother that's been locked in the basement all these years. Takes it down.
Yeah, he's been chipping up quite okay the last few orbits.
Doing a nice job of
Little bit
maneuvering.
of
Had a couple
momentum.
of decent holdings. 33 now, so encroaching on that small pay jump at 29. And we do have a break coming up quite shortly as well.
Are we doing any of those time traveling jumps today where we're gonna sneakily?
I think it's within the realms of possibility, yes.
I always like that. I always like that. Chop off some of the breaks.
Yep,
Make people not have to wait as long.
exactly. Maneuver a little bit.
Yeah, it's very, very clever. Pretty nice hand on the button here for Matthias. King Jack 10-7 with a suit.
Yeah, over to Timu.
Who unfortunately has a bag of spanners.
Yeah, not looking to VPIP this one.
You. Must be nice to be Matthias with over 100 bigs at this point.
It's an enviable spot to be in for sure. The value of the stack is probably 5 figures at this stage.
And particularly in his hands.
Yeah,
In some others' hands, maybe not as much, but in his
Yeah.
very capable hands.
precisely.
Can I get one beer and
And were you surprised at all by the size of the field in this?
No, I mean, I was surprised how many it got, but I wasn't surprised that it was north of 200. My guess was around about 200 to 220, and I'm just excited. in
Did
some
you have
ways.
any side bets with Mr. Glatzer on this one?
No.
No.
But I do have a guy in the booth here who owes me 10 euros that you just reminded me about.
Oh, does he now?
Yeah.
Ah.
Slippery guy. Didn't mention it once this
You
morning.
got all these side bets going, yeah? All these side bets rolling. Oh, lovely 10-9-8. These kind of hands I love in 4-card Omaha. Middle of the deck. Oh. But Timu is definitely going to be getting involved with his King, Queen, Jack 10.
Yeah, shoving or calling, both options.
I feel like he's... Oh, he's just going to shove.
Yeah.
I thought he was just going to go more for the calling option. He seems to have taken more passive lands. But okay, that was before the money. We're in the money now.
Kind of a value jam. We've got just 4 broadways, super connected. We're going to get it in pretty good for the most part. Not many hands that have us in rough shape, so just going to push it.
How good do you run against Matthias Seilander is the question, Timu. 58-42 pre-flop.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, that is not the flop you want
No,
to
that's
see.
okay. He's got the flush draw. And the club only.
Oh, he gets there.
Finds a way out of jail. We
I
could
did.
see that there are
Having
only
seen that flop and turn, I did not
remaining
think he's
clubs
getting there. Wow.
in the deck for Timu Toikkanen.
Well done, Timu.
It's a hellish run out. He sees his opponent flops top pair with the wrap. He's left with just the flush draw and finds a way out of jail after the worst card in the deck arriving on the turn.
Unbelievable run out. It does happen live, guys. It does happen live. It's not just online where you see
It's
these
not
run outs.
rigged.
It's not rigged.
Keep playing, put in a bit more volume.
Exactly.
I'm talking to myself there as well. Club GG. The RNG is not legit.
But it is, chat. It happens live as well.
It could be.
Oh, I had a friend of a friend yesterday. I felt very bad for him. He was playing his first ever live tournament here. Got it all in with aces against kings pre. Flops the ace.
No.
But the other guy flops quads. Yeah. Quad kings.
Yeah, that's a.
It does happen live too, guys. So we're back to 5-card Omaha. I say more cards, more fun. So here we go. We see a lot of folding around to the small blinds.
Sutla with the King 10-8-4-3. Again, just probably likely to VPIP.
Yeah. 3k into a pot of 18. Seems like a pretty good price.
Yeah.
Love this hand for Riku again, the middle of the deck.
Yeah,
Oh.
you're a big fan of the middle hand.
Yeah.
You like your straight draws.
Just think they're good. They're good hands to crack the strong hands.
Nice flop for Rano in some ways. He's got some interaction. The king, the 10 blocks the straight. The 10 of clubs blocks some of the stronger flush draws in the range.
They both have a little nut blocker in the 10 as well.
Yeah, we're going to see a stab from PLO4 here. Rano with the pair and the gut shot and the 10 of clubs that could come into play later on. I don't think we're going to be going anywhere just yet for the one big blind stab. Getting a good price here.
Riku has been on the tighter side of things.
Ooh, he does fold.
He does give the respect to Riku. Yeah, Riku has been on the tighter side of things from what I've seen, so...
I think he's been active enough. He's been punishing a lot of these limps from Rano. It's been... he opened the ace-queen-queen on the bubble where we were seeing players just open folding aces. So, you know, I think he's got a bit of game in it. I don't think he's scared money, put it that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's worked out very well for him there.
I like
He
the
has
stab there, that was
2%
nice.
equity on the flop and manages to find a way.
That's the thing, I think he realizes that his actual hand is not really going to do anything, so either I try and take a stab and take it, or just give up and let's try and win the pot. A good decision. Bet you wish you were in this, George?
It's a great tournament.
Yeah.
It's definitely a tough field. As you imagine now, we're getting into the business end of things. Decent enough structure. So the cream will naturally rise to the top as Christian finds himself with a lovely hand here from the hijack double suited ace king 997. Top of the pecking order for an open.
Timu looks interested, and yes, very much. I could see that little glint in his eye as he looked up at him.
Seen a very solid type of hand selection from him, so no surprise as to see the boots coming in for the 3-bet here, and Kostiander an annoying situation. But I think double suited here, we do have to chance our arm at taking a flop.
And again, look at the equities. Even though the ace is blocked, just insanely close equities pre-flop.
Wow, he does fold.
Respect shown.
Respect shown with the double suited combo. Does have a pair in hand, which is obviously slightly less favorable versus an aces heavy range. And both Finns, so we'll certainly know each other's game quite well. But as you said, we can just see on the ticker, 45% equity there. We are playing somewhat more aligned with a chip EV kind of strategy at this point.
So I'm curious, on that ticker where it shows the equity, is that considering all the folded cards, or is that just based on...
It's considering the folded cards.
So obviously they don't know a lot of...
60-40 a lot of the time.
Yeah. Equity's certainly running very close in 5-card compared to 4-card.
It's more like when you start early. Max late leg is more maybe like 20.
It's interesting also that hand that Matthias had before where he just had absolute bag of spanners and it was still 45%, you know.
Yeah, the Jack 6-4 3-3
with
quad
four heart, yeah.
also played like
Christian this time with the pocket aces. Sadly no suited ace, but he does have the suited 10 to of diamonds in there.
Got an upgrade.
Yeah. Oh, Matthias reaching for chips.
Depends on the price.
What do you have, Matthias? Graphics are just catching up a little bit here. We'll see in a second. Oh, yeah. King, Queen, Jack, Jack 8. Gonna peel. Eight. Jack 6. Matthias with the top set, and it could be troll for Christian. Christian with the up and down straight draw as well as his pocket aces.
Yeah, this is nasty. I think we're just going to be potting it in here with the open ender and the aces. Yeah. Bad news for Christian Kostiander, leaving himself with the ace, the 7, or the queen only. We can see, unfortunately for him, 4 of those remaining outs have been mucked. So 5 outs twice. Still good for 36%.
Oh!
There it is.
7 on the turn, giving Christian the straight, and he is going to hold against the pairing redraws of Matthias Seilander, so that is a big doubler.
Finds a 7 from heaven to stay alive here, and a big pot, which could be a bit of a momentum swing for our chip leader, Seilander. It wasn't
Bit of a dent, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't facing too much resistance. The one player at the table that could have put in a semi-sizable dent, but you could see Costiander doubling still, got around about half the stack of his fellow countrymen, so still the onus will be on Seilander, doing a lot of the aggression and picking up a couple of pots, but nice spot now for Christian to start to chip away at his fellow Finn in position at the very least.
Very significant swing of momentum there.
Yeah, it's going to have a lot more maneuverability now. It's going to be able to VPIP a little bit wider. It's a great pickup there.
Sick flop.
Yeah, absolutely. One of those ones where our job as commentators is kind of automatic.
Yeah.
It's like, right, money's going in.
Yep, this
Who's
is
gonna
going
win?
in. Off to the races.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how Matthias reacts to that dent he takes. 'Cause before that, like you say, no real resistance.
No.
He was quite comfortably chipping up, table captain, ruling the table.
Yeah, and now you've got Rano, who's kind of fought his way in there, winning a couple of small pots.
Rano's climbed up
He's
nicely.
in the reckoning.
Yeah.
So new blind level, 4K, 8K, of course.
We're playing a mystery hand here.
Can be quite tough, to be fair, with the reader and the 5 card, just to get all of those cards spread out.
Rano shall be limping with his mystery hands. What do we think he has, chat?
Some kind of middling holding. Going to have some kings, queens, some double-suited jacks with a bit of connectivity, some middling connected cards. The occasional trap, a bad aces could certainly find its way into a limp.
I'm feeling... Oh, I was going to
There
say
we go.
kings. Oh, I was so close. I was going to say king, double suited,
Double
with a
paired
dangler.
jacks. King high board. So a swing and a miss for pretty much everybody. You see Seilander there with the gut shot.
How does everyone miss?
I know, crazy. Ace on the turn. Any flush draws? No.
No.
But Seilander has the high end of the wrap, so he's got all kinds of straight draws. Queen 10, Jack or 6 for him.
And amazing that Rano, at the moment, with 67% equity, but obviously he can't know that this is somehow a good board for his jacks.
And the jacks hold up 3 ways on an ace, king, 7, 4, 8 board.
And it looks like it's just getting checked down.
Yep.
He's going to be very surprised to learn his jacks winning at Showdown here, I think. He's holding them in his hand, ready to muck them. Lo and behold, the jacks are good. And again, just, little pickup for Rano. Little addition to the stack. Yeah, a little bit of momentum.
20 big blinds.
Slowly creeping up. I think when I came into the booth, he was on 60 or 70k, so he's chipped up very nicely. Good guys, Rano, as well.
Absolutely. Always
Very
best.
nice to see him representing the Triton final table not so far long ago.
Yep. Have a little look into his Hendon Mob resume. Just busy.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like he's almost been a stable part of the Kings of Tallinn. Of course, main event winner in 2015
Yeah,
at
I
the
was
Kings of
talking
Tallinn.
to him in one of the interviews before the showdown, and he was saying that how he's so grateful for the Kings of Tallinn for being a real springboard into bigger and better things in his poker career, and how life has changed so much since that win. He had his friends railing him, taking down that first big score, and now, of course, up into the upper echelons of the live realm. Let's have a look at some of his results here. Yeah, so he did get 8th in the 25k in the Triton Monte Carlo for a score of over 100k, $115,000 there. But yeah, grinding a lot locally, playing a lot of 3Ks, 2Ks, 1Ks, even some of the smaller events as well at the Kings of Tallinn, of course, playing for the team competition.
Gotta play for those team points, boys and girls.
Absolutely, representing Estonia in the team tournament.
Riku here with the double suited aces from the hijack. Ace, ace, 9, 8, 3. Teemu has that look of interest. That little glint in his eye.
Yeah, he won the $400 Colossus during COVID online
wow.
for $600,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I assume that's his biggest score then.
Yeah, online score.
Huge. 600k for a 400 buy-in.
Yeah.
Very
Let's see
nice.
if there are any big names on that final table.
What's Rano's total cashes?
Yoni Yukamine, over $1 million.
Oh, wow.
Yoni Yukaminen on there as well.
Jeez, what a
Tallinn.
final table.
Yeah. Matthias Eibinger got 14th.
Blimey.
Insane. What a score.
Oliko sulla nyt AA?
Nyt oli
Nyt oli AA.
Nyt oli well timed.
No, mutta sä voit miettiä, että oli riivissä jotain.
This is our last hand of 5-card Omaha before we go back to the 4. Nice high-low hand there for Riku.
Yeah.
Sad that we're not playing high-low.
Matthias with a nice hand here. Double suited jacks, double paired, connected.
What?
Yes.
What? Ooh,
Whoa.
hello.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one.
Speaking of momentum,
I'm
for
not
Rano Sutla.
seeing Matthias getting away from this one pre-flop. Just going to take a flop in position with such a strong hand. And we're going to be off to the races here.
Crazily enough, look at those equities, George. The aces is not a favorite pre-flop.
Yeah, that's obviously
Again,
due to the folded cards,
yeah,
of
yeah.
course. And the fact that, wow, Rano even has the jack as well and the king of clubs, so.
You feeling lucky? Yes.
Are you feeling lucky against me, Rano? Let's see.
Big flop for both players here. Siljander.
Rano seems somewhat pot committed, some might say.
Yeah, many boards that he's going to get it in, and this is going to be dicey.
Oh my. At least he is a favorite now. He's 60%.
Yep. He's got a slight equity advantage. Got the backdoor diamonds as well. Not the end of the world. But the flush draw for Siljander as well.
But
as
look
the
at all
backdoor
those
straight
folded
draw.
clubs. He's only got 4 outs.
Yep.
No jack in the deck. 5 of the clubs have been folded. Oh, but he finds a club on the turn.
Dead on the turn for
Oh.
Sutla. And that's going to be the end of the road for the Estonian. Did a good job of maneuvering his way up in the chip counts. Got his way up from about 70 to 150 and loses the crucial flip in the money here in the 1K. And just when you thought that maybe Siljander's run was starting to deplete somewhat, he finds the 8 of clubs there just to absolutely lock it up on the turn.
Finds a way to Silander him.
Hey.
Oh, poor Rano. If Rano wins that, he really is cooking. But unfortunately, GG's to Rano Sutla. Looks like we lost another player in the process of that as well, so we're down to 30 players. It's the Silander show. 78 big blind, 627k. Christian, though, put in a bit of a dent in his stack. With that double up, taking himself to 230k. Teemu on 130. Riku on 99. And Tobias Napel, the short stack on the table, 70k and 9 big blinds. We'll need to do something quite soon.
Customary, we've got the Finnish domination in the PLO.
Yeah. So we're back to the 4-card variation.
Silander lets the other guys have a chance, and it's Toikkonen here with the jacks on the button. Only has the big blind to contend with. Looks like he's going to go for the open.
Ooh, hello, double suited sexy, coordinated things.
Yeah, in we go. Can't raise fold the jacks here. Just going to have to go for it. Wow, is he going to...
I think he's thinking he is going to raise fold the jacks, you know?
No way.
He doesn't look happy.
Should have thought about this before our
Yeah,
opponent jammed
he is
when he's
gonna
got
go for
10
it, though.
bigs.
Off to the races we go. 52% for the pocket jacks, 48% for the queen jack, 9-8, double suited. Not quite all in pre-flop, but I think we understand what is going to be occurring here.
19 into 152. It would have to be an awful flop for Teemu to consider getting out of the reckoning. Ace, deuce, deuce, or something like that. Ooh, ace, 9, 6.
It's a good flop for Teemu. 64% now, slight favourite.
Left with the backdoor flush draw.
He's not going to like the flop, though.
No, he's not going to be a huge fan, but again, still some.
He'll like it more when he sees it.
Yeah. And a slender advantage for Teemu here, 64-36. Deuce of hearts,
Clean turn.
great turn card for Teemu.
Oh, but the queen on the river.
On the river. Spells bad news, just as you thought that it looked like Teemu was really getting himself back in the reckoning here. The lady arrives.
Big dent for Teemu there. Down to just 4 big blinds after that one. Painful.
Ouch.
Yeah, that was a weird one as well, because having raised the pot, he just kind of didn't really know what to do when he got repotted. He was almost considering just throwing it in the bin. But then maybe sizing-wise, instead of opening pot, maybe could have just min-raised, leave himself some leeway.
Yeah, I think just with one player to go, just pot getting it in is going to be the way to go.
Yeah.
But, yeah, if you're really concerned as to facing a 3-bet, then limp calling is by no means out of the reckoning as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jacks is just such a hand that really likes to just take it down pre or face a defending range. You know, obviously, when you get 3-bets, not ideal. You're thinking, oh god, Queen's Plus is going to be having me in tough shape, but equities run close enough where you've put in 30% of the effective stack.
Yeah, you just got to go with it at that point.
And, you know, it's going to show you so many hands like Ace Queen 7-8 and Ace King 6-5, and you know these hands you have.
Oh, we have a new player who I'm familiar with here. I've played with Tero in Barcelona. This is a very good player, by the way. If you're not familiar, check out Tero's Hendon Mob. He has got some quite juicy scores. I believe a winner of the Irish Open, if I remember correctly.
That's right.
Yeah.
In 2024.
Yeah. Like to see his profile picture.
Yeah, won it for 293,000 euros.
But yeah, I actually met him in Barcelona playing some 2-2 cash.
Nice.
2-2 PLO cash.
Yeah, and he got second in the freeze out at the EPT Barca for 61k as well.
Yeah.
Had a couple of runs there. Min cashed the main event. Min cashed a couple of other events, and then just
little M-Cop win there as well.
Yeah, lovely little progressive bounty win. So that'd have been for more than that, as Hendon Mob still isn't showing the bounties on there.
Yeah.
Even went over to WPT Cambodia recently, so he's been a busy man. That was only a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, that's probably why he's looking so tanned, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's been out there lording it up.
Yeah, Taro gets around, but very good player, very nice guy as well. And he comes with a pretty big stack to the table. I think I saw 300k on the graphic. So pretty healthy stack he's bringing with him. Matthias is just going to raise and take that one.
Yeah, Ciliander muscling his way through to another pot.
Standard things.
Seeing a lot of Finns in the chat. Welcome, guys. Thanks for tuning in, as we do see 5 of the 6 players on the feature table from Finland. one of the strongest Omaha nations, not only in Europe but the world.
Very good Omaha
Guys
players.
like,
yeah. Jonni Ukkimainen.
And Elis Parsonen as well, not to be forgotten.
And a certain Ilari Sahamis might want you to remember who he is as well.
In days gone by.
In days gone by.
Kostiander here with the queens, double suited. He's going to go for the raise.
Why do you think it is that the Finns are just so good at PLO? What is it about the Finns that makes them a cut above the rest? Or is it just purely
Kind
volume?
of innovators of the game of Omaha. They always had a strong presence from day one in Omaha online cash games. So a lot of these guys are living close together, working together, studying together. And you just do start to see a natural progression.
Ooh,
Whoa!
interesting flop here. So we've got Tobias all in. Christian with the call. It's two clubs on the flop with the jack, but kings are going to hold for the double up for
Find a
Tobias
way
there.
after a beautiful flop there, flopping himself a ton of equity.
Yeah,
The
pair
six,
and the flush
jack,
draw.
the queen, the flush draw, but a nice hold
Great hold for the
for
kings
the
there.
Norwegian. Absolutely.
Absolutely not what you wanted to see on the flop, but a clean turn and river sees Tobias get a full double up to 124k. Still just 15 bigs, but certainly more negotiable than the 7 he had.
So 29 remaining here as we're going to be playing another 11 minutes before the first break.
So are we doing some time traveling on the first break? Do we know?
I think it's a short one, so I think it's only going to be about 15 minutes or so.
Okay, excellent.
And then there will... going to do about 8 minutes. It's going to be the break, so we're going to
Very
catch
short
up a
break.
little bit. I think we're around about 39 to 40 minutes behind at this point, so a little bit of time in the tank, let's say. And look at this for Toikkonen, just about to go through the blinds and finds himself aces, not even in 5 card, but in 4 card, which is lovely.
That's some good timing right there. And Christian may well give him a spin with the ace-king. Yep.
Yep, just going to stack it off. It's going to be dominating some hands because this under the gun range is going to be usually holding some hands like ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king, some king-queen type holdings as well. Can't be too picky with the shove off of the short stack under the gun there in the big blind anti-format as he does flop an open-ender with a backdoor flush draw. There's the straight.
100% on the turn. You always love to see the check mark.
You certainly do. Picks away any flutters or
Yeah, that was very
nervous
clean.
energy.
Very, very clean. It's very, very rare it's that clean. Normally a sweat.
Exactly. Usually you're up against some kind of 2-heart flop and you're thinking, oh God. But nicely done for Toikkonen, and he's had a knack of finding big hands just when he needed them the most off of the short stack, and all of a
He's
sudden...
had some huge hands today, particularly the ones that he folded
on the
pre-bubble. Yeah, like,
yeah. If he was in a cash game, he'd have been absolutely cleaning shop.
yeah. Got some short stack ninjas on the table, finding some double ups. Do you see the clock on the screen is counting down to 28 there, so we are slowly getting towards the final few tables. Great time in there for Timu to pick up the aces and find that double up. Tero with a very nice hand under the gun. Queen Jack, Jack 9 double suited. Are we limping or are we opening?
We're going to open here.
That does indeed look like the pot button.
Yeah, it's looking very dark for a Finn, isn't he? He's really been hitting the rooftops in Cambodia, maybe, getting a little bit of sun, a little cocktail on the go, why not?
So I also know that, like, when I met him originally, I wouldn't say he was, like, per se out of shape, but
Yeah.
he's really worked, like, last 2-3 years, he's been sort of working more on himself. He goes to the gym. As you can see, he's sort of tanning himself. He
Got a bit
looks
of a
after himself.
health upswing.
Yeah. Oh, Teemu again with the pocket aces, double suited this time.
Yeah, and Taro is going to rejam here, get rid of the small blind. Oh no, but Christian's going to stack it off.
Oh,
And
wow.
Go for a little
we
bit
have
of a spin himself.
three-way all-in situation here. And Teemu's going to love what he's seeing because they're pretty much blocking each other's hands here. This is fantastic for the aces.
It should be. It's never easy.
And they're all the same suits. Look at all the clubs and hearts. It's all clubs and hearts. Oh, but the 10's a bit of a sweat. Ace, though, comes out, and it's top set for Teemu. He just needs to fade a king, and a king only. Oh, no, the 9-8! Oh, the 9-8!
the disaster there.
Oh, no!
As Teemu hits the rail.
I saw one gut shot, but I didn't see the other one.
Sneakier of the two.
The
seven
sneaky gut shot for
arriving
Christian.
on
Oh,
the
that
river.
is pain for Teemu. Flops top set, but unfortunately rivered by the straight of Christian Kostianda, and that's going to be GG's for Teemu, and a bit of a dent for Tero there as well. Christian had just over 100k, right?
Yeah. So Taro's
Huge swing
going
there.
to lose the full stack.
Oh, painful for Teemu though. Two hands that pretty much block each other. Loving that. I think he
would
can
have
hardly
liked to
believe
have-
it.
Would have liked to have held there versus the side pod at least and
Yeah.
claw a little bit back, but in fact he loses to the larger of the two shorties. And
Dear.
a bit of a spin taken there by Christian and finds a way.
I mean, understandably, he had a very nice coordinated hand.
Yeah, it was getting a good price by the time the chips came round, hoping for both players to have aces or something like that. where
Yeah,
he's
if
gonna
they
have
both have like aces, kings, and stuff, then we're
was
just
kind of
very-
the worst case scenario, right? And he still had 22%, so
and still found a way to get there.
absolutely, that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
It's a skill that's tough to teach.
Oh, what a river! Poor Teemu. It was looking so good with that ace high flop,
Certainly was.
toppest of sets. I thought it was just the king gut shot he needed to fade, but I missed that sneaky bottom
I missed
one.
it too.
Yeah. It all happened so fast, George.
Especially in Omaha, yeah. Cards are flying,
Yeah.
chips are flying, and that's why we're here, as we do have 26 players remaining in the 1K. Have seen the first pay jump. That was at 29.
Taro certainly will be playing this ace, queen, jack, jack. No suits, though. But I assume this, yeah, this is going to get repotted. We don't know what Christian's hand is at the moment. You spread your cards a bit for us, Christian. We don't
Nice
need-
move there from Lorela.
Ah, there you go. We did get them spread. Excellent work from the dealer there.
Yeah, going,
Let's just see it.
going for the 3-bet fold there. Going to have a lot of fold equity, and also the hand plays quite well at low SPR. If we do find continue from our opponent, we're going to dominate a lot of that range, whereas when we face a 4-bet, we can easily get away with the rainbow version. So
Yeah.
nice maneuver there.
And we're off to 5-card Omaha, yes.
Oh,
More
boy.
cards, more fun.
Couple of hands before the break now. Let's see if we're going to see some fireworks. We saw the short stack bust out. Bonanza, as you predicted, has come into effect. We've lost 9 players since the bubble, which was only just over half an hour ago.
And we've really not seen much from Matthias after the break. I mean, obviously that one big double up into Christian,
Yeah.
and then it's like he's a bit wounded at the moment, trying to find a way back.
Lick his wounds, but
Yeah.
I think he's going to...
I think he will be back. I
He's
predict
gonna be
he will
okay.
be back. Maybe just needs another beer.
Maybe.
Yeah.
The pace is strong with that one.
Strong with that one. Yes,
I
yes.
knew that would get a nice little setup.
But will I get a Chewbacca before I go? That's the question.
No.
No. Ah. See, we need more beers for George.
Yeah, no, I'm off the beers.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
very disciplined.
That's it, yeah.
I wish I could be so disciplined. I am weak.
I've got a month in the sun. Gonna study, can do some bit of work here and there.
Where in the sun are you based at?
Crete.
Crete. Ooh.
Well, it's not like I'm based there, but I don't really have an abode, so it's
Yeah.
kind of the flavor of the month.
Okay.
But yeah,
You should check out Gibraltar at some point. It's very nice in Gibraltar.
about 12 degrees there, isn't it, at the moment? Or what is
No,
it?
it's like 20 most days.
20?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I am. Even
Can I cancel this Airbnb booking?
I've been playing five-a-side football all through the winter
Topless.
outdoors. I mean, you can if you want to, George. Most days it's been 17, 18 degrees. 18 today.
Holy hell.
Yeah. Oh, but it is raining. We're getting we only get 40 days of rain in the year, so it seems like we've got some at the moment. January, February, sometimes a little bit, but now most days it's been nice weather. That's what I love about it. It never gets too hot. It never gets too cold. It's just pretty stable throughout the year. We need some poker series over there. Olibet Gibraltar. Yeah.
Just as you said, Matthias was on a downward trend. Well, he's still got 600k and a nice starting hand here. Ace, Queen, Jack, 10, Deuce, tri-suit.
Tobias will be off to the flop.
Yeah, one would think. Connected.
It's hard to get in trouble with these kind of hands because
Exactly.
either you smash the board or you just miss completely.
Precisely.
And if you smash
You're
hard
going to see
with the
overcards, you're going to
connectivity.
see some low boards that you might miss as well. And
Yeah.
like this is one of those ones where you just get to check fold now.
Exactly.
No need to commit stack pre-flop. Try and maneuver, find another street. We do go to one stack to pot ratio. It's obviously not what he was hoping for, but
But if you flop two pair, you're going to probably have a straight draw with your two pair and then just go with it and that's fine. You know?
yeah. And Matthias puts him in. Not taking any chances.
Yeah, diamonds on the board. I think he's just happy to just bet and take it there. I assume if he has two diamonds himself, he probably goes more
Yeah, I
half
think
pot,
with
try
that
and lure him
combo
in.
myself, with the high diamond and the gut shot and the top two, I might have gone for just a block size. You really want to put those like ace-x hands into a spot of indifference.
Try 'em.
When we shove and the guy's got like ace-7-7 or something, it's very easy for him to fold, right? When we bet like 1.5 big blinds, you just really force him to continue there, or at least potentially make some tight folds when we've got hands that completely whiff the board,
Yeah.
right? So I think there's always options open and options available that aren't immediately intuitive in tournament poker.
Yeah, we don't always need to mash the pot button. There are
Yeah.
other sizings available,
cash
and
game
some
there.
of them might be better.
In a cash game there, sure, just send it in,
Yeah.
you know, and
Nice hand for Tobias here in the small blind. Sneaky, limpy.
yeah. And
Let me see a flop, please, Matthias. I'm so weak.
see, Lander's going to see the bad news. Yep, so we're off to the races, and this is going to be the last hand before the break between Norway and, of course, one of the many Finns sat around the feature table, and it's Queens double suited versus Aces single tri-suit.
Can Norway survive?
Yeah, it's interested bystander here, looking to fade the Queen first of all. But look
Spicy
at that, all
flop.
sorts of straight draws, double gutter and a flush
Oh,
draw. There's the
no.
straight. Oh,
Oh
the
my
six of
goodness.
clubs as
He's
well.
just hitting everything there.
Couldn't miss.
G to the G's for Tobias Napel. That is going to be 26th place.
Yeah, maneuvered the hand nicely, got the action he was looking for, and unfortunately comes out second in the pivotal all-in before the break, which we're now going to go to. Thanks very much for joining, Scott. What have you got planned for the rest of the day?
So I'm off to play the 456 card PLO. It's a 350 buy-in progressive bounty tournament, so we're going to have the bounty chips on the table. It's always really fun when you get deep in those because then you just see the massive bounty chips.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully a good run in that. If not, we've got some Soko later.
Ooh.
Soko low.
Sokulo.
I've never played Soko before.
Why not?
Yeah, so
Can't be too
I
bad.
will be the mixed games fish today.
Thanks for joining, guys, and we'll see you shortly after this break.
Thanks for having me.
Hello, I have John Kite here, who won the PLO4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair, as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands, which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to... And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
Is it like
it's-
1 round with 4 cards and then 5 or...
Yeah, 1 round of each. So we're
Oh, okay.
8-handed. So first we have 1 round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So, you like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Ah, okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something,
Yeah.
against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game you still have like the flop and
Yeah.
turn and river the same way in that.
You,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
these are the cards that play with
Yeah.
the table, right?
So normally if there's 4 5s in Hold'em,
Yeah.
you both split, right?
Yeah. Pods.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards.
So if you, have,
have a
4,
full
5
house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards
Yeah.
is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here, and the ace is full,
Yeah.
or 5 full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Jack, yep. Oh, this is this.
Yeah, that's fine. But here we need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight.
Yeah.
Right. So
Nice.
that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
yeah. Every player gets 4
The button
cards.
moves like the whole, what do I say, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card. So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5, and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5, you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace king 9 8 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally it's not respecting your opponent or the board. Like if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. Like people overplay over pairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, over pair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
Oh, wow. So you
that-
had that lucky
I'm lucky.
charm,
I'm lucky
yeah.
today. Even though I just double up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top 1 game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop, we want like big draws. If the flop come Queen 10 6, even though the guy have aces with a queen. It's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah,
So
and
that would be a nice.
and an 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from Hold'em.
We have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO 4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in. You know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should be a little bit smart, and you should have luck as well,
Yeah,
like in every poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and
Yeah.
explaining the PLO 4 and 5 to me.
So hello and welcome to continued coverage of the PLO 4-5 card 1K. I'm joined by Brad from Poker News. How you doing?
I'm very well. How are you doing?
Yeah, all good, mate. And looking forward to Omaha as we continue here now with around about 23, 24 players left. Omaha, a game that you're experienced in?
Omaha 4. I'm going to say 4-5-6 or 4-5 is my... As soon as they go to 5, we're going to be a little bit lost on
It's a bit silly, doesn't it?
Yeah, and a bit interesting, shall we say, but definitely one to be watching.
Absolutely. So let's see what we've got in store. And we're going to be getting the feature table for you shortly. How's your experience been so far?
Do you know what? This is the first time I've actually been to Tallinn or even Estonia, and the place is beautiful, and the vibes here at the tournament is amazing. Like, everyone seems to be having so much fun. I've never seen a open face pineapple tournament before. That was the first one.
With 100 runners.
100 runners, and then the top 10 was left with 10 different nationalities. Like, that's amazing.
It's insane. Is that a first of its kind? There was some chat about maybe that being some kind of record, but
I imagine so. It must be the first of its kind that I've seen, and I've been to a fair few events in the past few years. So
yeah, where's your usual stomping ground? Where do you tend to find yourself?
Play or to work?
Both. Yeah.
I'm originally from Birmingham, but I don't really play there much, so more of the Grosvenor casinos type stuff. I find myself just playing with the locals. And then with Poker News, they send you everywhere. Like, there isn't a place where you haven't been.
Really?
Yeah, like last year, over 200 days on the road.
Wow,
so
okay.
it's a fun one, but it's also a long one.
How's your hotel rewards card doing? You must be...
Do you know what? my airline should be better than what it is.
Really?
But I need to sort that one out. I don't know how. I'm still on the bronze list on that one.
Yeah, give him a phone call. Come on. I'm literally every night of the week.
All right, and we're back on.
Yeah, straight into the thick of it here with Christian, who's done a good job of mounting a stack post bubble. Won a couple of all-ins there. Got a little bit lucky. He had a queen 10-9-8 that he got in multi-way versus aces and queen jack 9. Manages to find a straight on the river.
I do wonder when it comes to 23 players remaining. how ICM really takes a factor into 5-card PLO.
Yeah, it's very tough and certainly unsolved. You know, it's
Well, not for
no
Riku.
one that can tell you the answer. But yeah, Riku's going to pump it in here.
I mean, it is a nice hand looking at it.
Exactly double suited. I mean, we can see 17% equity, but that's going to be indicative of the folded cards, unfortunately. So there must have been a lot of.
Yeah, to be only having
diamonds.
17% in PLO5 must feel
Pretty rough.
Yeah.
Especially pre-flop. And so who's got hold on that? He's got a 7, so he needs to hit a king, queen, jack. No good.
No good.
Unfortunately, so Riku Pironen. Got a lot of Finnish guys in the chat. I'm sure he'd be happy to correct my pronunciation there. Probably a butcher job.
I wasn't even going to try.
Yeah. I took the flag. Someone has to. It's okay. So what's the most exotic location you've been to with Poker News then? The Bahamas? Or?
Yeah, I've been to the Bahamas 3 times in the past couple of years. I'm actually going to say it's overrated. But
yeah.
have
It's
you been
not
before?
the 5-star service you're expecting, or?
I don't know. It's I guess it's one of those resort type places. So as soon as you go to the resort, if you leave the resort and want to actually check out the local place, you kind of figure out how different the world really is.
Yeah.
I'm not really a fan of those type of places.
Yeah, I know. So they're trying. It's kind of false marketing in some ways.
100%.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I do get that feeling sometimes when I've been to these kind of resort type places, and obviously like even a place like King's Casino where, you know, everything's like chandeliers and gold everywhere, and then you go into Rozvadov, it's actually a town and it's just a village that's been kind of taken over by poker and people.
I have been told the poker there is amazing. It's the one place I have never been, shockingly enough, as many events are happening over there.
Yeah, so we've just got a little bit of a table rejig, so we're waiting for a couple of players. And so in terms of the Bahamas then, you go there, you get this kind of almost insincere experience where you're not really kind of connecting with the actual local culture.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just one of those like locked-in situations. Like the Atlantis is beautiful, and we've also been to the Bahama, right? The 2 different events. But thinking about it, the events are amazing.
Yeah.
But the place outside, and it's not the cheapest place in the world, right? You want a beer, it's $10 minimum, right? And that's the bad beer, right? You want a good beer, it's 15.
So the expenses are just going through the roof.
Yeah. All right, we're back in. I can pronounce this one. See, Tony Westby.
Tony Westby. From Norway, apparently. Got a little bit of feedback. The pronunciation is better than average non-Finnish speaking persons.
We take those.
I take those all day. Absolutely. So Christian Kostiander opening it up here with the King Jack 10-9-6. And also a playable holding, the Ace 10-9-9 deuce tri-suit, so slightly less favorable than single or double suited, but certainly going to be seeing a flop in position, and both players have some connectivity here at the top end of the wrap for Kostiander and Laurila with the overpair and the open-ender.
Check. Goes to a turn card. Not much on the board. Gives Tiro still a pair of 9s and pair of 7s.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go for the delayed stab here, and I guess what he was trying to do is get a feel for his opponent's range, where he feels like he's going to be checking back, maybe less 7x in there. He could still face some boats that are going to check back sometimes, but Laurila is going to keep his opponent honest here, looking him up on the turn. Floating with the overpair, the open-ender, has got the deuce, and of course the 9 of diamonds as well, somewhat interaction with the rivered flush now.
It's such a wet board.
Yeah, it is.
There isn't much going on.
Quite difficult to find bluffs on these kind of boards in these wide range scenarios. First thoughts are going to be some kind of diamond, of course, but Kostiander there, diamondless and essentially blockerless to the board, just with the king high. It's going to just muck that one.
I'm a big fan of the guys with the beers.
Oh, they're absolutely chewing through them.
That's what we call the Kings of Tallinn.
Got Milko in the chat. How you doing, buddy? That's also part of the experience you get here. You start to see, you know, there is a fun and friendly vibe, and people are partaking, a couple of beers, a couple of shots. It's very much a party atmosphere.
Yeah, as soon as I got here, actually, the first thing that was mentioned is, are you coming to the party on Sunday? Apparently you guys hold it up well, so we're looking forward to the players' party.
Yeah, that's this time it's going to be in the Olibet bar, as the capacity of the previous location, the Shamrock Karaoke Bar, was, let's say, oversubscribed last time. It was like sardines in there, a bit of a sweat pit.
The one thing I did find very interesting when I got here was that there's a players like team tournament. Is it like a last
That's
longer?
right. Yeah.
Something I haven't really seen at any other event.
It's an innovation. It's a points tournament where you've got a team of 4, and throughout the week they're going to get points based on not only entries but in the money finishes as well. And there's some kind of secret sauce, the formula, which is going to dictate, based on the size of the field, the buy-in, the prize pool, how much of a points allocation go for each individual event. So the main event, of course, with the 1K buy-in, the over 1 million prize pool, is going to get the lion's share of the points, but they've done it in a clever way so that if you win the main event, you don't automatically win the team tournament. So it certainly incentivizes people to play these 150 side events with the quicker structures and the mixed games as well.
Yeah, sounds very, very good. See, I have some friends in the chat.
Yeah, James and Carl, thanks for joining us, boys.
Do you tend to play much mixed games yourself?
I'm an Omaha cash game player, so mostly 4 card, although 5, you know, if I have to. But yeah, so I've been traveling around playing a lot of Omaha, and I'm enjoying the tournament scene as well. Just because of the fact that when you play Hold'em tournaments these days, almost everywhere you go, the games are pretty tough. The edge is fading due to a lot of the AI solver-based input over the last decade. We're starting to see that game in particular be quite tough, but even in a big field like these live 1Ks, the Hold'em games are pretty good. But I think Omaha at almost every buy-in level, unless you get to a sort of 5K plus, is beatable with a bit of hard work and a bit of study. So that's where I'm focusing my attention most of the time.
Well, good luck on that adventure. Speaking of your adventures, where is your favorite place that you've been so far? If it's with the team at Olibet or in
Yeah, and I'm not paid to say it, but I do really enjoy coming to Tallinn for the reasons you mentioned. I lived in Slovakia, so Bratislava. I was there for 4 years playing live cash games. The scene somewhat died. We used to get a 5-5-10 every night for a good couple of years, sort of during the COVID period and onwards. But where was I recently that I really enjoyed? I like playing in Austria. It's like you go to these casinos and it feels like you're in sort of a James Bond movie. You know, you've got people dressed really smartly. Everything's quite professional. And the cash games are pretty juicy as well. And people are sat with a bit of money. And you don't get those kind of... Sometimes when you play in countries where, let's say, the local economy isn't so strong, you can get a bit of tension or animosity at the table because the money means a lot more. But when you play in Austria, people get stacked for 2K, and it's like, right, just load up another one and we'll continue, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, I have seen a lot of poker players move over to Austria, mainly in the Vienna area.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Vienna's a hotspot for online as well. You've got a lot of the German guys that are kind of trying to stay under the radar with their sort of tax regulations, and German poker as well. I think they can only play a maximum of 4 tables.
4 tables.
Four
right,
tables,
online,
there's some tax, you know, it's a very tough place to be. We were talking yesterday on the stream about the Dutch and the UK regulations being quite strong. Many high-stakes players I know from the UK are struggling to even get deposits on major sites because of the UKGC, the UK Gambling Commission, for those of you out of the know. It's just very stringent, and there's essentially in the UK, gambling, just for the viewers, I'm sure you're aware, gambling is not taxed, but you will be hit with the rule book with a guy from the clipboard basically asking you a million questions on how did you get the money, and you'll say, well, I play poker, and they say, well, that's not a real job essentially. So it's sort of like, are you going to tax it, are you going to enforce it, or what's going on here? So it's you can't prove that the income is from poker. So if you don't have any other activities that are money making, then it's quite a struggle. Is it true that the Norwegian poker legend Senj will enter the stream soon? He does have the current chip lead, I believe. Oh, Senj, or am I Senkel? Am I getting the two mixed up? I think you might be talking about someone else. You mean Espen Sandvik? Currently on the short stack by the looks of things. Just having a little look at the live information here.
Amongst the chip leaders, we have Tobias, who's very, very known amongst the whole live event and online scene.
Yeah, and has transitioned into more of like a global poker ambassador as well for the mixed games, for some of the tournaments that are running in and out of Scandinavia. I think it's just a very well-respected person, and for good reason, for sure. So Joachim here with the aces, opens up into Tero, who flops the absolute joint here. All sorts of draws, turns the straight, but a flush draw for Joachim now.
I wonder if he's going to take a step.
Yeah, looks like it. It goes for 30 into 75. It's going to be a board where he's got an overwhelming advantage, and he doesn't want to go too big because he wants to try and keep some of these one-pair holdings in the mix. And an 8 on the river is not going to dissuade him from finding the river value bet. It's going to be quite tough for his opponent to beat 9-7 here. Maybe a hand like 8-6 from time to time, but most of the time he's going to have an over pair with the backdoor hearts, as you can see here. And he does go for the pot size bet, putting the Frenchman to the test. Not the best of situations to be in. I think I'd be out of the tournament. I'd have just been potting it in. We got the king of diamonds, we got the backdoor flush draw, and an overpair on the flop at the low stack to pot ratio. So
yeah, I think I'm already in pre with my aces with a suit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's driving it up pre, and unfortunately for him, comes out on the wrong end of it as Laurila finds a way to make that 9-7 straight on the turn. 21 left, and we're going to be heading towards the final table over the next few hours, so do stay tuned, guys. Pay jumps right now. We're looming on another bubble, money bubble, which would be up to 2.95k for the top 19. Then there's a jump at 17 to 3.4. 14 gets you 4k. Top 11 are getting 5k. And 8th and 9th, 6.5, all the way up to 52.3k for the winner.
That's a decent score.
It's amazing.
Tallinn.
It's very tough to find live PLO tournaments with that much money in play. So limp pot, not an awful lot of connectivity for either player. Tero with the gut shot and the backdoor hearts. The 9 arriving on the turn. Doesn't hit either player in the form of the trips, but now on the river, the king, queen has a bit of showdown value.
Tony checks his cards. Maybe they've changed.
He's going to try and represent a small pair. Some kind of hand like 6s, 7s, 8s. Interesting size. 20 into 30, looking to put pressure on these kind of holdings. King highs, queen highs. Knows that he's not going to get a boat to fold.
I wonder what Tero's thinking here.
He's thinking that the story just doesn't really add up too much, but still the prominence of all of those pairs in our opponent's range, and it is quite difficult to find bluffs on these runouts. So fair play to Tony, just with 7 high, of course, no showdown. Maneuvering that hand nicely and holding out the winner.
Shout out to the production, by the way. It's fantastic.
Yeah, you said that you've been around and seen some rather less attractive booths, but we're very blessed with a nice wide room where we can get a nice professional-looking studio and commentate on the action. It's a pleasure to be here.
Just in general as well, like doing PLO4/5, the graphics.
It's so quick and sharp, right?
Yeah, it's beautiful looking as well. It's very, very clean.
Good stuff. So Joachim here with the Ace Queen 10-9 is on the short stack. A couple of options available: shove or defend. Defending allows himself to.
We have an all-in and a call.
Yeah, so he's gone for the shove, pushing the equity here. And Matthias with single-suited 10-8-7-6-4. Not the hand you want to see when you've got the Ace-Queen, Jack 10-9, hoping to dominate your opponent a little more.
I guess you're just praying for high cards.
Yeah, exactly, right? Give us a Jack Deuce and let's have this over with, is what the Frenchman is thinking. But it's never that easy. As you can see now, the wrap for Syliander.
It's many outs.
Great turn for Joachim. And not the river he was hoping for. 7-6, completing the straight. And it's another scalp for Syliander as Joachim Brochard, the Frenchman, hitting the rail. Couldn't really get too much going. Lost the pot there with aces versus Teddo. And is going to hit the rail in 21st position, just shy of the next pay jump. So what was the moment that got you into poker, or the kind of series of events that led to your current position for Poker News?
Interestingly enough, it was back at university. Well, I studied film production originally at college, and then moved into university and created a poker society.
Yeah.
On my 18th birthday, I went to a poker tournament rather than going out drinking. It was just something I always was interested in.
Nice.
My grandma taught me at 18, guys. No underage.
Yeah, come on.
No underage learning here.
Nothing compromising.
Yeah, and then since then, I basically did video editing for a bunch of streamers.
Nice.
And just found myself.
Who have you worked with?
Streamer-wise, it was Tonka. Was the first person I was editing for, and then I did stuff with like Kevin Martin, Egyptian, All in Pav. There's a lot. There's many that I haven't really worked with in the industry these days. Which is great, and I've got to meet them all at these live events, which is really nice. I met some of the ACR players today. They seem like a great bunch of guys to be playing with.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a little bit of a ropey kind of reputation right now on their brand, but they're individually...
just a little bit of one.
Yeah, individually they're good people.
They don't seem to help themselves, but let's not get into that one.
It's been a bit of a house of cards over there at ACR. Hopefully they'll get their way back. I think it's kind of the pitchforks are out really in force at the moment on social media.
But I'm not sure it's ACR you should be looking at
exactly.
in that aspect.
Yeah. We don't want to get too much into the nitty-gritty of that kind of thing, but I know what you mean, and it's very much uncharted waters, and almost the fact that no one's got the balls to challenge.
Exactly.
Yeah, because it's such a massive corporation. So, huge flop here for Syliander from the small blind, opening it up and flopping 2-pair with the nut flush draw. Might get a little bit of action here. Kostiander does have the open ender. Let's have a look at the sizing. So, about half pot. No backdoor, just with the naked straight draw, but deep enough to chance his arm at picking up a turn card. 10 or a 5, the obvious ones he's looking for. 3 is a complete brick. Likely to see a large bet here from Syliander. Not going to be too worried about having the second best hand at this point. So many draws that we completely unblock. So all of this kind of 10-8, 7-5 range, no interaction with that. And that's going to be the most likely kind of continuing range when we do have the board locked down as much as this 2-pair with the nut flush draw. Also some weaker flush draws to target. And 140 in there with 355 behind, so sizing of around about 2/3, so 100 here would leave 340 in there with 250 behind. Would be kind of a natural geometric sizing to get the money in by the river. Looks like he's going for a little bit meatier than that, somewhere towards the full pot.
And he does. He pot size bet.
Yep, fair enough. The aim of the game in 5-card, especially in tournaments, is equity denial. You know, like even with these strong hands, there are still a myriad of bad rivers, 7, a 4, a 10, an 8. So even just potting and taking it down there, sometimes you're going to get worse draws to fold, and that's going to be inconvenient, but for the most part, just happy to take it down, continue picking up chips uncontested, and moving on. And so going back to the university, so you're playing a little bit in the uni society?
So yeah, I made a society, and it basically just became almost a red tooth type of pub poker style with just a bunch of
£5 rebuy?
Yeah, exactly that. You know, £5 shoves.
Yeah. And did you go to the UK Student Poker Championships?
Do you know what? I never went.
Oh, wow.
And considering I'm from Birmingham, you would think I'd have gone to Coventry a few times. But
just around the corner, right?
Never found my way there. I was always busy at the time.
That was a great event. They used to have, I think it was a £35 main event that got like 5, 6, 7K up top, and it was just like one guy. I went to Cardiff, and one guy from my uni won it, and we were just like, "Wow, this is the richest bloke in the world," you know. Like, and he was coming to the society with a couple of chicks and a Rolex. No, you know what I mean. But like, he was the talk of the town, and it's quite always through rose-tinted spectacles looking back at those days when, even just cashing in an online tournament for $100 meant so much, and it just, getting the goosebumps going.
Actually, I remember winning a local tournament for around 700, and they paid you in 50s.
Oh, yeah.
And as a student, I then went to Aldi the next day to do my food shopping, and I'm there paying in my £50 notes, thinking, who am I right now? Like, what is going on here?
I don't sell drugs.
Yeah. Especially in my tracksuit as well. Like, everything was just really not adding up for me.
Yeah. People giving you those kind of like dismissive looks of disdain, like, Yeah, it's nice when you get a nice wad of the UK salmons. So Taro here, going to go for a stab with the bottom end of the wrap, backdoor flush draw.
And takes it down, just like that.
Maneuvers a better hand out of the pot. Again, equity denial, betting equity in position. Looking to put pressure in position as well. It's a key concept in 5-card. And in Omaha in general, leveraging the positional advantage will put you in good stead. So difficult to defend out of position, where in Hold'em you can range people a lot easier, right? In Omaha it's going to be trickier with those extra 2 cards, and especially the extra 3 in 5-card just makes for a bit of a headache. So have you dabbled in much Omaha?
Not as much as I'd like to. I feel if this was a no-limit stream, I'd probably 2 cards be a lot better at thinking about what I want to say, but there's so much going on.
Yeah, it's hectic, isn't it? You got ICM, you got the deep stages, you got the pay jumps, you got the sometimes 4 cards, sometimes 5 cards. So apologies for throwing you in the deep end there.
Hey, the best way to be is just straight
Absolutely. Learning on the job.
I have noticed it seems to be quite tight, the table.
Yeah,
it makes perfect sense with just 19 players remaining.
Exactly, just trying to maneuver the pay jumps, not overcommit, and just kind of tiptoe around. It's what you do tend to see in these later stages. Christian getting out the way. And it's over to Gisle, who we saw go deep in the WSOP circuit here in Tallinn last year. I think he got second place to Riku in the
Attention dealers of
this
the
exact
Omaha
event.
Championship, please stop dealing after the end. Dealers, please finish your hand and stop dealing.
So I think that's going to be for the final 3-table redraw. So we're going to get 3 tables of 6. With 19 left, we may have lost one on the outer table. And we're just going to shake things up a little bit. So back to us here in the booth as we're waiting for that one. So 0 Omaha experience. Have you played in some small games?
I play like high-low online a little bit, but nothing that comes to this extent of knowledge that, you know. We're talking maybe just with your friends, like the whole banana mix games. Love to play them.
Nice. And why high-low as opposed to the high?
It's a split game.
So it's a bit more fun. You can always claw something back.
There's always a chance that you're going to get half back.
Yeah.
Maybe a quarter.
And has that led into, because obviously we've got a jam-packed schedule of mixed games this week, has that led into more sort of an appetite for jumping into some other games?
Yeah, definitely. I played the Deuce to 7 triple draw yesterday. Very, very good experience. And that's when I got the idea, well, not the idea, I found out about that team play situation because one of the players that just burst the 5K instantly jumps into a $200 tournament.
And you're thinking, what's going on here?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, hang on, why are you on my left? But yeah, it was genius. It's a genius way to get people more involved. And the Deuce to 7 was fun. Didn't last, didn't make the money, unfortunately. But it makes me want to play a bit more of the games. There's a PLO and No Limit mix tomorrow, I think, that I might hopefully jump into.
And also a bounty today. I think it's a 4, 5, 6.
Oh, would you look at that?
Yeah. So
I'm
plenty
sure
of side events. Absolutely. And we've got, I think, between 150 and 5K in buy-ins this week. So it's very much take it or leave it, get involved. If not, then happy days.
Exactly. Have you managed to find yourself in any of the tournaments?
I played the 200, so the phase. I got through to day 2, no luck, and lost a big one on cash. But apart from that, things are looking up as we're going to be moving on for the final stages of the Omaha after a short break.
Welcome guys back to Tallinn. It's the 10-year anniversary of the Kings of Tallinn, the beautiful event we all love, and we are so happy to welcome you to this edition. Right now, behind me, playing at the TV table, some familiar faces. They have all won a Queen or Kings of Tallinn edition during the years. Among these guys playing this sit and go is Rano Sotla, who took down the first event in 2015. We also have Juha Helppi amongst the winners, Sarah Benjamin, who won the ladies edition last year. And all of these are battling it out for a VIP trip to Fiorentina game. They will be able to go and see the game and enjoy some nice VIP treatment. But let's go and meet a few of the players as well, look at how the game went down, and see what they have to say about this. They started on 7 players. I can see there's been 2 re-entries made. Rano Sotla, winner 2015. Who made these 3 entries?
Well, I guess it was me. Yeah.
It was you?
Yeah, it was me. Today,
what happened?
Well, I just decided, that today it's gonna be on me, Matias Sillander even said that they should change the name, that Royal Showdown sponsored by Rano. Today is giving show for the fans and a little bit punting here and there.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Like, I was very nervous coming here, especially because Martha was supposed to come, so I would have had some female support, but she unfortunately couldn't make it, but the guys have made it very welcoming, and we're having fun. It's not too serious, but at the same time it's serious, but it's like also having fun and chit-chatting and stuff. So
Joined by Matthias Siljander, the most recent winner of them all. Is that to your favor?
Yes, I suppose so, yeah.
You have old players like Johan and the guys, right?
Yeah, and Ranno, he won in 2015, I think, and he hasn't updated his playbook since, so yeah. he's not doing great.
No, of course.
It's a really fun table to play. Aggressive playing.
Who's the strongest one?
Strongest. I like the way Matthias Siljander plays, and Rano as well. And unfortunately, I have both of them to my left.
You do, yeah.
So, yeah, I have to be cautious.
Adjusted your tactics now?
Yes, I have to.
I think Deuces is just going to jam. Yep. And are we going to see a call? Yes.
Oh.
The ace-9. He's seen one.
If this one is... I don't want to expose my range.
If it's amazing.
Yeah, ace-9, a clear call here. Heads up, and you do feel as though...
And this is for the title for Johan Karlsson, but as you can see, it's a flip, so...
Yeah, it does say 47%, but you do feel like the luck is in the side of the Swede here.
Yeah.
Going for the Phil Helmuth prey at the table.
Oh, there's the ace.
Maybe a backdoor diamond draw for Helpy? No,
Will
the
he
5.
find one of the 2 remaining ducks? No deuce.
When that's going to be the end of it for Juha Helpy. A spirited fight, but just couldn't get the job done versus Johan Karlsson, who it was his day.
Juha Helpy, one of my idols from when I started playing, even though I started playing like it's close to 20 years ago. Like Juha Helpy was already around and a famous name around the poker community. I told him a couple of times, it's a pleasure to be here playing with you.
Yeah.
Heads up. Then eventually I got out of it with a win. I can't feel more happy than I do right now.
And part of this winning this tournament is having the possibility to bring a friend, going on a VIP trip.
If my girlfriend would like to, I would love to bring her with me on this event.
Of course you should.
She's supporting me, and I love what she do for me, being here, supporting me all the time.
Huge congratulations, Johan Karlsson. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you very much. Yes!
That's it for the coverage of the Royal Showdown. I hope you enjoyed, but of course a lot of more events to come during the week. So make sure you check us out on our socials, and on olibetevents.com you can see the full schedule and see whatever event suits you the best to come join us here at the Hilton and the Olympic Casino. Bye for now and see you soon.
Hello and welcome back once again to Tallinn, where we have the Kings of Tallinn 10th Anniversary Edition. I'm joined by Brad from Poker News. Thanks very much for joining once again, as we're going to be having a little look and seeing the closing stages of the PLO 1K. And as we see, what a table that we have in store for us here. Espen Sandvik, Tobias Lenknes, alongside Gisle from the previous feature table, Christian Costiando. We've seen a lot from him. He's done a good job of coming through that kind of early day 2 stage with a short stack to now having a pretty decent go of it with 350k.
And we're back to 4 cards, so...
Yeah, a little bit more skill maybe.
I'm sure it's all skill when you get to this level of poker.
Yeah, absolutely. So many different players with different ideas, different strategic kind of tendencies, but it makes for a hell of a lot of fun to comment and watch what's going on. So Henrik Puja is going to be my best guess, with a big stack himself, 711k here at 10k big blind.
Christian
Kostiander.
There we go. Wakes up with the aces. Gonna raise it to 30k.
Espen with the kings here, likely to just peel. Don't want to be overcommitting, especially in a tournament format with these slightly weaker combinations of king-king. Let's see what his idea is.
The thoughts are, do I raise or do I call? Being on the button with double suited.
Yeah, absolutely. Does just go for the peel. I quite like it. We've got position. We really don't like to face the 4-bet with this specific type of holding. Kings, queens, really shriveling up. So yeah, we do play kind of a polarized 3-betting strategy. We're going to have some aces. We're going to have some of the strong double-suited holdings. But look at this.
That is
set
a flop.
Over set. And Gisle not out of the reckoning with the gut shot, but it's going to be bloody warfare between Christian and Espen here. And Espen only just has him covered, so at least Espen is going to be left with one big blind to potentially spin up. Seeing the small size from Christian, he's got the nut flush draw as well.
Not a bad flop at all for Christian.
No, indeed. And Espen now making sure to figure out his effective stack size. There are some really good outcomes for him, getting it in versus ace-king, getting it in versus the nut flush draw. He's going to have both of those hands in pretty rough shape.
He does pot it.
Yeah, and this is absolute dreamland for Christian Kostiander here, who's battled valiantly over the last couple of hours to put himself into the reckoning and very much the defining moment. As Espen gets it in with the kings and is going to see the bad news here. Top set nut flush draw versus Espen's middle set. But Espen does have the backdoor clubs, so he's not completely out of the woods.
And they normally say it's always a sweat, so let's go see what the turn card is.
Yeah, is it going to be the 6 of clubs? The queen doesn't help anyone. And the ace, just quads.
Just
Christian.
your daily quads.
Absolutely. What a clean run for the Finn. Gets it in set over set with the nut flush draw as well. What dreams are made of here. And Espen, as we predicted, in a huge cooler scenario with his middle set, is going to be left with just over one big blind to try and spin.
Yeah, the other guy has 15% always. Yeah, king, rejection. King with maybe king 5 3 do something. Yeah. Got shot on the bottom and got something.
It's not all over for SVN. He does have a chip in a chair, remember. We've seen comebacks like this before.
Absolutely have. And if there's any game to do it, it's Omaha.
Hey, you've got 4 cards. What could go wrong?
Exactly. Might get a bit more multi-way action. Might be able to move that one big blind into 5 big blinds after just one hand. So let's hope for Espen's sake it's been a short-lived feature table experience for him so far. 18 left.
That was not a stat. Okay, blind 6-12, please. You were playing like 700? Sure. 711, yeah, sorry. 699 now. Yeah. That's ish 700. That was my first mistake. It's enough to lose that. You don't really have to be scared yet. Even close that. I haven't yet to meet one scared player in this tournament. You're what? You're a scary player? I'm yet to meet a scared player. I tried to pretend I was scary on the bubble, but I wasn't that scary to them.
Tobias with his customary table commentary there.
It stopped a little bit like 10 away or something, and then after like some bust outs after that. 7 for like 5 minutes.
That's what's going to decide.
Yeah,
The next 4 cards might be the ones to get him in.
It's got a couple more opportunities to spin it in and then play for the full big blind ante. Tobias going to open things up on the button here. As for this, just south of 3x sizing. And we'll see some resistance from the Estonian Henrik in the big blind with the King 997. So certainly a player that could put a dent into Senkel's stack here. Senkel playing 1.2 million, Henrik with about half of that stack right now. In King 10-5 in Hold'em, you're going to be seeing a lot of c-betting here, but in Omaha, very much more of a neutral flop. You're going to still see hands like kings in the big blind defense at this depth. You're going to see sets and 2 pairs as a bit more of a neutral thing. But like this, in terms of c-bets, he's got an ace, he's got some interaction with straight draws, he's got a backdoor straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. So as far as things go, this hand really doesn't mind facing a check raise, just going to snap fold and puts the pressure on and just gets the top pair to fold there. No additional equity for Henrik.
Yeah, I think Henrik's just not interested in getting into a messy position.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with, you know, the lack of any other additional equity. Calling down turns and rivers there versus an extremely capable opponent is not the ideal proposition with just a bare top pair. So I think a pretty smart lay down from him there. It looks counterintuitive, especially people tuning in from more of a Hold'em back. Well, why is he folding top pair? But you've got to think about what your other 3 cards are doing. And in Omaha, that's very much the most important concept. In some ways, it's much better to defend a gut shot there, that at least you can make some kind of more nutted hand than just the lone top pair. So Espen here with this 1 big blind is going to be happy to see a hand like this.
It's a pretty hand to get it in.
Certainly is.
And Tobias wakes up with just a pretty hand as well, but in a different position, you might find him folding.
Yeah, we might see him ISO here. Could go for something like 40k.
So close.
So close yet so far. Like seeking a little extra 5k that I might have missed out on. And does isolate his buddy. So it's Norway on Norway. And Leknes with the equity advantage here. He's got his opponent slightly dominated, holding a better ace-8.
Which one? That side? I think we should get a 9 here.
Tobias asks for a 9. Do we see one on the flop?
A 9 would be a good card. Still going to give him a fighting chance.
How about just an open ender?
Yeah, he's got the wrap. There it is. Lock it up for Sandvik on the turn. And as I mentioned, 11k into 51 after just 1 hand. So a 5x boost to his stack. And now 4 big blinds.
See how like everyone should have 1 card, yeah? Should change the ace.
A lot of players looking for Tero, and unfortunately the choice of the stream table is outside of our hands, but he will be on the outer table and we may see him later on if he does indeed make the final table or the last 2 tables where we might get a redraw.
Espen waking up with the ace, Jack Jack free. Is he going to take another stab?
Yeah, definitely. Can't be too picky, especially when you've got to go through the big blind and the ante next hand. With the 4 bigs also, going to put it into play. Looking for some action.
Stop talking, please.
6-4 fold, 6-4, 7-4.
Goes all the way around to the big blind. Are we going to find a call from Renars? Ganis.
Yeah, definitely. With the King Queen 9-8 single here. Going to be ahead of some of the hands that are going to push it in. And just going to have decent equity versus just about everything. So happy to gamble here. Still going to have plenty of chips behind us. Just a short stack for Sandvik.
Not all in just yet.
Yeah, he's saving the 9k maybe. If it was like an ace deuce deuce or something like that, he could get away. But this is a pretty good board for him, but an even better board for Espen. Top set and the nut flush draw. Got his opponent cooked here.
I don't think he could have asked for much more on the flop for Espen. And just like that, he's going to find himself with just over 14 big blinds.
That's not over yet, but are we going to see an offsuit 10? That would be the only card that could, right now, dent Espen's double up adventure. Nope, that's going to be a flush. And a nice clean run out there for Espen. 2 nice boards just when he needed them the most after taking the cooler with set over set.
Don't jinx yourself. I'm good for TV. TV wants him. High stakes poker, can you hear me? Get this guy on telly. Come on. Create innovation. Crazy.
So you can't fault the late stages here for having action. We're seeing an all-in just about every hand at the moment.
There we go.
A couple of short stacks still that are going to be trying to maneuver their way into a chance of the bigger prizes. Just over 50,000 euros for the top prize. And it's certainly Tobias Leknes that is in the driving seat right now.
Going to find himself opening to 40,000.
4-4, 6-4, 6-7-4.
And over to Sandvik here, who's done a decent job of getting back into the reckoning over the last couple of hands, but ace-9, 4-3, no nut suit, not going to be looking to defend versus his fellow countryman, and it's going to be a raise and take for Senkel.
I'm getting drunk. I've been here for a long time. I was here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's go. I'll have sparkling water, please. I've been here the whole day. Nice. It's a good sign because a lot of people have been exiting this table, I feel like. Yeah. We have like multiple people just getting moved like next people I know. Yeah. Kept taking people from away from us. So you and one more, I guess. Huh? You and one more were like sitting there all the way and you and one more were sitting here all the way and the rest. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. You got all the chips, but fair enough. I survived. So it's all like no.
Olsen gets out of the way. Christian gonna take a raise.
Absolutely, with this Queen 10-8. Going to see some resistance from Renars here. Double suited hand, playable.
Very playable.
Yeah, could also 3-bet this holding. Button versus cutoff, one of the nicer positions to start to maneuver a little bit more of an aggressive strategy, although peeling, of course, cannot be a mistake. And the Jack 7 flopping a boat for Renars Skanis.
The jacks have been pretty on the flop the past few hands, haven't they?
Certainly have. As we just remember Espen Sandvik flopping top set with the nut flush draw when he needed it the most. Essentially all in and got the double.
And it's a raise and take. Off to the next.
Absolutely. Little pick up there. I was hoping to start building a pot with the boat versus hands like overpairs, aces, kings, queens that may come along for the ride. If he's lucky, runs into a jack and could see a huge pot, but just taking it down with an imposition stab on this occasion.
So much ego here, it's a very big table. Bring your swimsuit like or shorts. I think it will. I think it might like you fits everything. Grinder.
Henrik with the rainbow hand under the gun, not going to be hitting the threshold, you'd think, for any kind of activity from him.
I got so full by all the salad. I had a big salad.
Renars in the cutoff looks interested. We can't quite see what he's holding, but looks to be raising chips, finding their way over the line.
Finds a raise to 40.
Yep, exactly right.
And a raise and take. Because it's a bet and take. My mistake.
Raise and take, yeah. Pre-flop raise and then post-flop bet, right?
That was pre-flop.
Yeah, raise.
Yeah, you're right. Ignore me.
But yeah, a little bit of a tight fold there from Gisle. Could have certainly considered calling with the double-suited holding. Playing a bit more of a conservative style, let's say, just looking to make a big hand and rifle it in. Certainly nothing wrong with that, but getting a good price in this short-handed bout with the big blind ante there, we're just going to have to defend a little bit more. The pay jumps are rather insignificant compared to, of course, the money that's up top. Yeah, so with regards to Tero, we're not going to be able to get him onto the feature table anytime soon. I appreciate the support, and thanks very much to all of you tuning in, but let's hope that we see him at the final table and get a bit more coverage of the star man and the popular character by the looks of things. Kostiander opening it up here. Beautiful hand. King, queen, jack, 10, 7, double suited. And looks like that one's going to get through as too many wheel cards in this hand for Puya. Not interested in seeing a flop out of position there. Even flopping a 3 can be quite troublesome in 5 card because you face the risk at this stack depth of being up against the better set or the better flush draws, straight draws, and all that kind of thing. So,
yeah, what cards are you actually looking for in 5 cards?
Connected, double suited, and high pairs. Those are like the most important, like the 3 pillars of PLO, I'd call them.
The 3 pillars.
The connected, suited, and high pairs. So if you've got 2 of those 3, you've probably got a pretty good starting hand. If you've got 1, maybe you're going to be opening in later position. Apart from the high pairs, of course, you're going to be opening them most positions. But then even a hand like King, King, 7 deuce rainbow is just a fold under the gun, you know. So it's a hand that looks kind of pretty, you know, coming from Hold'em. I've got a pair of kings, but the actual playability is extremely limited.
Well, Espen wants none of his.
Yeah, those jacks as well. It's kind of a hand that looks better than it is as well. In 5 card especially, these jacks would be considered a mid pair rather than a high pair because there's so many more combinations of better pairs out there and better suits as well. Didn't have much connectivity with the side cards, so an astute fold. So Gisle is going to try and commit himself here with the ace, queen, 10, 7, 7, and looks to be getting some action from Kostiander with the queens double. Equity's running very close. Gisle looking for some diamonds, or the 7, or an ace, of course. And there is an ace. And 3-3 as well. Kostiander with the trips. Gisle with top pair.
Gisle says, good enough. I'm all in with my ace. Is Christian?
Kind of slow rolling him here. Oh, I
He's
don't
double
think he
checked.
realized
Double
that he had the
checked.
3, yeah.
It's still 26% for Olsen. Definitely some backdoors that could happen on the turn.
Backdoor King Jack.
Only 3 outs. An 8 or a 7.
Oh,
There it is.
wow, what a find for Gisley, getting it in pretty far behind on the flop with just the 2 pair versus the trips.
Sit back down, sir. You are still in.
6 on the turn, changing absolutely nothing, but a River Barry for the Dane, staying alive. Kostiander takes a small dent to his stack, although he's been building really nicely. He was the benefactor of the set over set, so he's not going to be too disheartened with that. He's had a pretty decent distribution, and flop run good as well.
Yeah, we take the bad beats on the smaller sizes, of course.
You don't mind, do you? Even if you get it in 80-20 there, it's not going to ruin his day.
And he's got a fresh beer. What
Absolutely.
could go wrong?
How many orbits do you reckon that lasts? I think he's more of a sipper, though, than we had Siljander, who was going through a beer an orbit, and that was quite the pace.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Is the word I'm looking for.
I remember a couple of series ago, you go and drinking with the Finns on like the last night where everyone's in party mode, and you kind of sit with them, have a couple of drinks, they're coming, and all of a sudden you stand up to go to the toilet and your legs feel like jelly and you don't know what's going on. And these guys are just like chattering away as if nothing's happening, and I'm like, don't look as drunk as I feel. It's my internal dialogue.
But yeah, the one thing I spotted is that the Jägermeister that they've got going on in the tournament area.
Oh yeah?
Very popular amongst the players. That's why it raises to 35k.
Strictly business here, Elliot. No beers in the booth. Just going to be making sure we don't slur our words. It's got enough to keep up with it being a 5 card right now.
Yes, Elliot, my accent is hard enough.
So Kostiander facing the hijack open. Not going to elect to 3-bet the ace, king, king, 10 deuce. Does flop 2 pair. Blackness, not too much board interaction here. 3 ways versus the blinds. Does have some backdoor stuff going on. And as far as 9s go, you can get hands like 10s, jacks, kings, queens to potentially fold. And he's going to go with it with the backdoor equity and, of course, the top set advantage. Kostiander here with the double backdoor flush draw on the 2 pair.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be going anywhere just yet.
No, that's for sure. The turn card. Renar's just with the gut shot. And the backdoor flush draw. A very interesting spot. I don't think we can really call, but maybe raising would be really spicy here, and that looks like what he's kind of considering right now. Going for the hard rep of the 5-4. Feels like Tobias could be a little bit
raising to
liberal.
165.
Yeah. This is a really strong play here from Renars. Snap fold from Tobias. And Kostiander now is in a brutal spot where he's got to be worried about the emergence of 4-3, or at least interaction with 4-3 that isn't going to give up on future streets. Does find the call. And this is going to get murky on the turn. So 477 in there. Kostiander playing just under 1 stack to pot ratio now. Looking for a deuce or an ace. Oh, but it's the 3. Renars. That's why you bluff with equity, chaps, because he's found his way into the miracle gut shot on the turn.
What a perfect turn card for Renars.
Couldn't be any better. He's going to check it back as well. What a boss. The 5 on the river. And he's even got the 5 himself, so not going to be too worried about hands like ace-5. Christian, though, flatting the small blind versus Senko pre-flop, he could still have hands like aces here from time to time. Bad combinations of aces, but it does go check-check. And Renars is going to win with the 5-4.
There's been some spicy cards in the past few hands for sure.
That's a hell of a run out there for the Latvian. Another dent to Christian's newly acquired stack, but still in the reckoning, of course, with round about 30 big blinds. It's not over for the Finn.
For a reason. I didn't believe you so much that I don't need to bluff on the river. I was thinking.
Lekness out the way. It's about as bad as it gets in 5 card. Jack 10-7 deuce-deuce with just one suit. Same for Gisele. The low pair, the 3 of the same suit. Not ideal, although Henrik certainly opened things up here with the ace, queen, queen. Just goes for the limp.
7-4.
Renars in the small blind is going to continue with a really speculative holding here. 10-5-4-3 deuce. And we've got the short stack. Espen Sandvik is going to pot out of the big blind.
No limps here.
No. Punishing the limpers. And for good reason. Ace King 9-8-7 double.
Henrik's going nowhere.
Yeah, I guess his pre-flop play was designed to just try and keep the size of the pot small. He's out of position to 2 fairly reasonable stacks. Doesn't mind giving the big blind a spin. Jack, Jack 6, not the board that Sandvik was looking for here. He is going to shove though.
He says it's good enough for me.
And there's the call from Henrik, and it's bad news for Sandvik. He's going to need an ace or a king, quick time, or maybe a backdoor straight. I think he holds.
I'm going to say no.
You got a feeling?
Got a feeling.
Okay.
Always coming Barry, right? Ooh,
There's the king, but the ace-queen fills up for the straight, so it's going to be the end of the road for Espen Sandvik here. Not quite making that next pay jump, and is eliminated in 18th place for a prize of 2,950 euros. So a decent run for the Norwegian, but coming up short when it mattered. Couldn't quite find the flop he was looking for, and just had to commit the rest of his chips, even with no backdoor flush draw, just the ace-king. So we do remain with 18 left here. The next pay jump is immediately at 17 left to 3,350 euros. And the stacks are starting to get a lot deeper. You're seeing a lot of these short stacks hit the rail, as is customary as we move on through the in the money stage. 35 made the money here for the min cash of 2,100 euros. And the tournament average certainly catching up after a long bubble period where we were kind of tiptoeing towards the money. We saw some extremely tight play on the feature table, as is fair with Omaha being such a high variance game, equities running close, people not wanting to bust or collide with the bigger stacks. Hikami's asking, did we sleep at all last night? Just got about 4 or 5 hours. It'll be enough. We're fighting in here, but still plenty of play today.
It's for the love of the game, right?
Absolutely. Driven by the passion as opposed to the sleep.
The passion and Ollie boost.
Oh, yes.
Find them at your nearest bar.
You on the payroll?
Not yet.
You should be asking for a commission deal with that kind of work. Great stuff. Eleknas here Does have a nut suit. It's a bit of an awkward combo because he's got the king of clubs as well, so it's going to be tough to get value post-flop. Blocking the second nut flush if he were to make 3 clubs. But, however, closing the action, happy to come along for the ride. Quite deep stack, this multi-way pot, and we do see 7-3 deuce. So Leknes with a bit of interaction. He's got a gut shot, he's got a backdoor flush draw, he's got a pair blocker as well. And not much for Poya, but Renas Skanis has himself an overpair with a double backdoor flush draw and a gutter. Let's see if Tobias is going to lead here. Yeah, I really like this. Nice creative lead. Going for just north of 33%.
Yeah, a rainbow board. Low suited connectors. Non-suited connectors, apologies.
Pete Robbo saying Ollie Boost needs a banner campaign in Poker News. Make it happen, Brad.
I think that's Pete Robbo's job, actually.
Yeah, come on, mate. You're slacking. 65k lead and Skanis here with options later down the streets. The 10 is, of course, a nut out, as well as 2 backdoor flush draws and an immediate gut shot. 3 on the turn does give a flush draw to Skanis, but a good card for Tobias's leading range is going to have hands like pocket deuces, pocket sevens, 7-3. He's going to be aware that Skanis' range is going to look exactly like this. It's going to have a lot of overpairs. It's going to have a lot of straight draws himself. But he does wave the white flag.
And Renis is going to slow down as well as we go to a river.
Yeah, and it is the jack of clubs. So the 10s remain the best hand at the moment. But Leknes may have other ideas here. Can still conceivably check some strong hands on the turn, like pocket 3s, like pocket 7s. He does check it though, and we'll just show the deuce and essentially surrender the pot here.
That leads Renis to be the chip leader at the current table with just over 1.3 million chips.
Yeah, it's been a nice start for the Latvian on the stream table. Just when you want a bit of run good, isn't it? 16 left.
The best time to have the run good.
Absolutely. The other way around is really sickening. If you've had a couple of happened a couple of times to me last year, got into the deep stages of a tournament and then just got dealt the absolute bottom 10% for 2 hours and was out, and you're just like, come on,
There's nothing.
give me something to work with, but just the way
anything,
it goes.
please.
Just begging on all fours.
Blinds are about to go up to, I think that's 10,000, 15,000.
Yeah, that's right. So I think we're going to lose the 1k chips shortly as well.
It's Omaha Championship, small blind 10,000, big blind 15,000, big blind Tante 15,000.
It's Renas Skanis in the driving seat, having won a couple of pots. Double suited Queen Jack 5-4, definitely worth an open. Goes for this 30k sizing into a short-ish stack.
Very pretty.
Wow, just calling. Very surprised to see that with a hand of this ilk. Thought we might be seeing the pot there. And allows his opponent to catch a free flop, but no worries. If he knew he was going to flop this big, maybe he knew something that we didn't. Got himself top pair, the nut flush draw, and the full wrap. It's just what dreams are made of. And Renas with the double gut shot here.
I think he just said pot.
Yeah, interesting on ace 10-8. Not conventionally a board that we're going to be leading all that often. And Renas a little bit perplexed as to what's going on over there, but imagining that he was probably running up against a strong hand, and as we can see, Gisley had the absolute board locked. So the Latvian gets away scot-free there. Might have put in a bet himself, and slightly haphazard kind of approach from Gisle there. Missing the 3-bet pre and then kind of lead potting when he's got the board on lock. Just missing out on a potential bit of value there. Not allowing his opponent to represent the stronger hands on the ace-high board. So guys, Tepe is on the outer table. We do change the feature tables. And we may see more from him later on. So Gisle. Can I just call here?
And a check. And we're going to see the flop.
Certainly are.
Ace, 9, 6. Rainbow. Olsen's going to make it 15,000.
Taking a stab at it here, and Puyan not with an awful lot of interaction there, just a 6, a couple of backdoor stuff going on, but going to show some respect to his Danish counterpart.
Yeah, a couple of putts have gone Olsen's way.
Yep, he'll be happy with that. So moving through the field here, 3 tables remain. Got 2 tables of 5 and 1 table of 6. Our feature table has 5 players. And we're going to be playing down to a winner, so do stay tuned to see who's going to be crowned the PLO 1K side event champion here at the Kings of Tallinn 10th anniversary edition. So much added value being given to the players this week, not only in the form of the team competition, but added prizes. We saw the Royal Showdown broadcast a couple of days ago, which was a free roll for previous winners of both the Kings and Queens of Tallinn events.
I think I saw something about a trip to Florence.
Yeah, that's right.
Well.
So the winning prize was 4,000 euros, so a 3K ticket, a 1K in cash, and a 3K VIP trip to a Fiorentina VIP experience with a Michelin star restaurant, a 5-star hotel, and of course the VIP hospitality box for the Fiorentina game. So certainly a lot of added value there.
That sounds amazing.
It was pretty cool.
Have you managed to get yourself one?
I haven't, no.
They don't like you enough.
I'm out of the reckoning for that one, I think.
I showed my true colors before.
Milko, I was almost sure I saw you yesterday, but it was a guy who had exactly the same beard, same kind of dress sense, and I literally walked up to him.
Wearing all black?
He just looked exactly the same. And I almost walked up to him, and then I just caught, as I walked sort of a little closer, I was like, oh shit, that's not him. In events gone by, I would have shouted across the hall and been running towards you. Not on this one.
It's a read. That has to be really strong read. Yeah. But his eye twitched, he doesn't have good hands.
Yeah, we don't want the divorce papers, do we? So, got to keep up with appearances at home. Puya opening it up here with the Jack 10-9-4 into Renars, current table chip leader, with Ace King 10 Deuce.
Can take a look.
Yeah, for sure.
Take a look. On the button, can I have any 4 cards? I've got 4 cards too.
Nice and wide, exactly. Looking just to take down the pot as the first and foremost priority, although we are going to go to now King 6. Great flop for Renars. Flopping trips continuing a bit of run good with 16 remaining here.
You want to see a small bet from Henrik. 40,000. 65, my mistake.
Yeah, quite healthy.
Yeah, I don't think Renars is going anywhere. He's
No,
going to
in
raise
fact,
it up.
taking it upstairs. And that's going to get the job done. Just the 1% equity as his backdoor wasn't even in play. The clubs were covered. Renar's just had the board on full lockdown there. Looking to seek the value from the worst King X. Potentially put hands like aces, queens, jacks into a tough spot there. And unfortunately on this occasion, no value for him.
Olsen waking up with the aces with the ace-5 of hearts. Are we going to see a raise from under the gun? We are joined.
You are joined by Wiskai. We're sending George off for some fresh air for a little bit. It's a long night yesterday.
Yeah, I noticed that on my sleep schedule as I woke up at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
you guys were still streaming. So
we were actually. Yeah,
that's unfortunate. But I imagine it was a great 5K final table.
yeah, absolutely. So
90 big ones, was it up top as well?
yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it was just a really fun one to watch. So it was no trouble to keeping you awake. But you know, these days when you're not used to be up that late, you can feel that.
Yeah, we're all
quick
getting old.
turnaround
Takes a hit on us.
Yeah, sure. It's like, you know, Phil Hellmuth complaining about the main event.
Yeah,
So
imagine being
we
the
can even do
commentators,
2
Phil.
days, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go on a rant how I don't want to comment the main event anymore. I'm never supposed to do it anyway, but now I'm definitely not doing it. All right, guys, we're not going to miss the action. We got Denmark and Norway tangling, but small pot for Gisle by the looks of it. How's the action been on the table so far?
The action since the table change has been vibey. I'm going to go with the word vibey. There's going to be a lot going on.
Tobias
a lot
seems
of all-ins.
tired himself.
A little less talking from Tobias in the past few hands. Things again a bit more serious now. The short stacks have disappeared.
Yeah.
16
Next
left.
game's legend Lixness.
Yeah, I was not surprised to find him chip leading after the bubble had burst.
No, exactly.
I was thinking to myself, what's new?
And Puya, Estonia on the table. The under throwing the jacks. We're on a 10-15k level, yeah. 1.3 million. Nice stack for Benascanis.
Buzz raising it up to 120. Don't think Rennes is going to find himself getting any interest in that.
No.
And we're off to the next hand.
Yeah. Any word from your colleague Cal in the main event?
The last I saw was the words, "I've been scammed out of a triple." And he found himself down to 14,000. But he's doubled up since, so...
Yeah, we had Callum in the booth here yesterday, and he was commentating on how he was a bit nervous playing his, like, the biggest tournament so far.
Yeah,
I
his
think.
first ever 1,100.
Yeah.
He's been enjoying it though. Said his table's fun.
Okay.
The vibe in there, he's feeling it. Said after the first few levels, he's more himself, which is great.
Yeah.
Anyone who ever played a 1K for the first time knows exactly what he's going
exactly
through.
the feeling when maybe you play like 100, 200 tournaments normally, and then you go into a big ballroom and there's cameras and reporters. I know he isn't one himself, but still, this time the eyes are on him, right? So yeah, fingers crossed he'll spin it back.
I was doing some B-roll stuff, and I think I induced him to do a terrible bluff on the river that got snap called. But I left him alone after that one.
Okay, you're on your own. That's a true friend, right? As Kostiander made it 50. Rather short stack, Christian Kostiander, and now we're on the 5 card.
And it's with a free bet 260.
Oh. Well, they're wide open without the suited ace. Ace, king, 5-3-2 deuce.
Bastiander with the call.
Wow. Committing. Big parts of his stack now, Kostiander.
Yeah, just going to be left with 245,000. 2/3 of the pot. You might be seeing it all in. Depends how bad the flop is.
Yeah, might be a bit up for both players here now. Spades for both. Yeah, flush draw, although low for both, of course, but not much else.
Yeah, and Kostiander looks like he's about to put all his chips in the middle, which he did.
And it's only 245, and Scani's got a low flush draw and a deuce. Let's it go, though.
Yeah, there's not much in those hands.
Nah.
I don't think the 5 of 3 of spades would be good for him, even if the spade did come on the turn.
So we saw some routes in the chat for various players, and we can confirm that it will be a redraw when we reach 12. So then we'll have some new faces on the TV table as well.
Yep, just 4 more.
Yeah. I think they will be going on a shorter dinner break in like 30 minutes or so. Just a 30-minute quick grab a bite and back to action. They're situated really close to the canteen right now, so they can just go around the corner, pick some food, and almost eat at the table.
Almost.
All right, Scanis, all reds, goes into the muck. What about Tobias? Oh, not going to be interested in the 10 high.
No, Olsen
Nice hand,
has
yeah.
a pretty hand.
Here we
It's a
go.
shame about the 3 clubs and...
Yeah, the 9 of spades.
I mean, if he was playing 5-card draw, I'm sure he'd be very happy.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Sweden, maybe. We try that game?
I've only first heard of it while I was here, but it's a bit like
really?
Dramaha, if I'm
Yeah,
correct.
exactly.
Apart from you can change, you can have the decision, just keep or swap your card.
Yeah, after the
I think there's
swap.
one tomorrow on the schedule.
Yeah, exactly. They're 555.
I
so
might
that's
have to, yeah.
one of the biggest buy-ins for that format. It's been really popular in the Nordic countries, the latest, and here in Estonia as well. The last 10 years or so, really booming with the Sweden, but I don't think we've seen a 555 before.
A decent flop for both players here.
Yeah.
But Bastiander wants none of the open-ender.
Yeah.
So we only have 5 cards. Can we? Yes, you can. Never seen.
Yeah, so it's going to be a big one, the Sweden special tournament.
Are you going to find yourself jumping in?
I don't think so. I do have the time to play something tomorrow, but it's a 2-day event and planning to work some more on Saturday. So it's also Sweden is, you really got to have the patience. So if I jump into something like in between things, I want to do something quick, like a 200 turbo or something, because the Sweden you really the most common mistake people do in the Sweden is that you play the Omaha. You see a nice starting hand in the Omaha, and then you hope to get something in the 5 card, but it's the other way around. You should think, you should always wait for nice starting hands, and yeah, I don't have the patience. Double pair now for Gisle.
Double pair, double suited. Very pretty hand.
So how many players on this table do you recognize that you've done reporting on before? Tobias
2.
probably, yeah.
2 players, but yeah, mostly Tobias. He seems to be everywhere, including the online streets.
True, yeah. So 3 ways to the flop now then. Pair of 10s, and we have queens and 7s.
A set for
Flush draw,
Kostiander.
low one for Puya. Yeah, mid set for Kostiander. If I right in there, 40 into 60.
Magnus doesn't seem like he wants to
about
fold,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. Don't know why we haven't folded yet.
Maybe he's deciding on being tricky.
Oh yeah, he had folded. Yeah,
I did think there was no cards by his
So
side.
where are the cards? Sorry, guys. Now we see Puya then with the flush draw and overpair. Not
Raise
much
it up.
else, though. I mean, yeah, he blocks the queens, the queen 9, but
No hearts on Costianda, apart from the 1-5. He's gonna make a call. We're gonna go see a turn card.
yeah. Standard, just hoping for another 8.
Hey, why not the 10? I mean, we know we can't
Yeah,
get that, but he doesn't.
That's a good card as well, though.
Yeah, 3 of diamonds does absolutely nothing on this board.
And the question is whether Puya with the queens will keep repping that nut straight. Should be, if he's going to be able to win this one. Of course, so often 5 card that your opponent now already has the straight
Emmeric's
here. But
really taking a stab here.
Yeah.
With a 150,000 bet.
Oh.
As I say, the straight is there, and he makes the fold. Those queen blockers do come in handy.
Absolutely, using them to perfection.
And the 7s.
Yeah.
On the lower end of the
Exactly,
straight.
that's true. Double blockers as well, so. Yeah. See more screens for Tepi in the chat here now on YouTube, and hopefully you'll get to see him on the redraw when we're down to 12. If he's still in, there's at least a 50% chance, and even you guys rooting for him in the chat might bring it up to more than 50%, because if we can, we're gonna take the table that Tepi's on, I think, once we get down to 2 tables. But for now, we're sticking with these guys, at least until the break coming up soon.
That's what TPT does, for example.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, so, yeah.
Like the set with the white dots, the set with the yellow dots.
Yeah, red is still, 5,000, but it's just a bit different with the...
Four spades for Olsen. I don't think he's going to be getting too much involved under the gun here.
Yeah.
I am incorrect.
Yeah. Puts in a limp.
I did say when he gets the 5 cards, a little less knowledge on my behalf.
Just 5 more for Scanis, so he stays in. Oh, now then gonna be smash point for Tobias. Pumps it up.
Maybe there's a slight chance the cards are incorrect here. Because Olsen's going nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely likes the hand. He doesn't care about that it's 4 black ones, maybe. He just, I like the hand. King, Queen, Jack, 10-8, but a lot of spades. And Scani stayed in as well.
A board doesn't hit many of the players.
It doesn't, no.
So Tobias could find himself just checking, and we check all the way around to a turn card.
Clubs completing, but no flush for neither player here, so now it's up to who has the bravery to take a stab at it. Pretend they have the flush at least. It's not going to be Olsen. Neither player, and the pair of the board locks it up for Tobias, as far as no one else can get him off his hand.
Yes, it checks all the way around.
Yeah.
Tobias shows the aces, and the aces are
hold
good.
up. Yeah, actually seems the graphic was right. A lot of black cards for Gisle.
My mistake. I will never date you again, graphics team.
But of course now they both of them can't do anything.
How about yourself? You have any plans to play anything?
Tomorrow there's a fun little 200 PLO no limit mix.
Oh, really?
Right? I think
Okay.
it's a 150, even cheaper.
Nice.
So I'll find myself playing that for 10 minutes before busting.
Yeah.
But yeah, nothing too crazy. We've also got got work to do while we're here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's not all pleasure, these trips, as much as my friends seem to think so.
Yeah, right. And now they can even see you work live on TV.
Look at that.
Yeah, working hard or hardly working. Tobias Lexness up front on this table, 1.2 million. Scan is second in the check count for this feature table with $1 million.
There's some
sharp.
chips that are very similar, but
And I
still,
think Tobias is at least
different color schemes.
top 3 in the tournament with that 1.2 million. We had a few bigger stacks on the outer table as well, but there were a few really short stacked as well. So I think, yeah, we see now that we're down to 15 actually. I was just about to say that I think we'll not take too long before we're down to those 12, because when I walked by the outer table just some 10-15 minutes ago, there were some
But to me, I think the reddish
6-7
one
big blind stacks on those. So
5K could be this one 500.
Costiander though, at least building back a little bit, up to 440 now.
Not that important, obviously. Just a chip pattern.
And for the fan favorite Tepi, I think he had about 600 or 700 on
And
the
I like
table.
all chips that-
Maybe a little
most
bit
chips are
more.
very clear colors, like very distinctive.
15 remain.
Yeah.
The next min cash, 3,350 euros.
Exactly. Sometimes they just try to be fancy.
Where's the next pay jump then?
4 pay jumps. The next pay
Where
jump
we
is
go?
at 14.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
At 3,950. And we're back onto 4 cards.
We are. Tobias folding the 4s. Gisla seems to be liking these kind of hands.
Next the limp.
Yeah. And Puya will be happy to just check this one.
To a flop we go.
Just be moved always to the 5-card table.
10-8 king for action? No.
No.
6-3-5.
The poker gods say close, but a bit lower.
Yeah. Oh, not much for Gisle on this board.
The back
Puya
goes.
with the overpair.
Check. A second free on the turn. 3 of clubs.
Quick check by Olsen. Both of them. And there we go. Over to Olsen's favor instead with the jack. So Puya.
And Olsen takes it down.
Yeah.
Jack is good enough, sir.
Okay, so let's have a bear bet. 7 cents and more, and you have 6 and under.
You will?
A bear.
Sure.
High stakes.
Yeah, high stakes. Here for actually 6 and under, and you say 7 or more.
I think we're 5 minutes away from that break then.
Thank you.
Yep, 5 minutes and 24 seconds to go until the next break. And we'll be coming back to 10,000, 20,000 on the big blinds.
I'm just gonna have fun with
So much.
It is, but they have like these couple new series.
271 runners, is that a record for you guys in the
Yeah, I
1,100?
would say that over here. I've been to the most of these, and for an 1100 PLO, it must be the biggest one. I think last year's was in the same tournament a year ago was 126 or something like that.
Wow, so
I can't
absolutely
say-
crushed
Yeah,
it.
it's on double. And then in the summer on the WSOP circuit events, the same tournament had 215.
Oh wow!
Something.
Even
So-
beating the WSOPC.
Yeah. So yeah, well, this is absolutely the biggest 1100 PLO that's been held in the Baltics, I think. That's a nice record, and really, people everywhere when you walk around, there's always some tournament on the break, and hard to get to that toilet door.
Yeah, yeah. I was speaking to some of the guys, and the venue's getting a bit small for the
Yeah,
size
it
of the
is,
crowds. Might have to be looking somewhere new, somewhere bigger.
Yeah.
Which is always a positive.
Absolutely. Now then, Puya and Kostiander. 6-8, ace, two spades. No flush draw, but 2 pair for Kostiander, so he'll probably take a stab at this one, and Puya with just the ace. Not much
Not
more.
going
but
anywhere
yeah, he's
just
taking-
yet. It's like, I like my cards. The turn
Yeah.
card could be decent. It is decent. Gives him some more outs. As well as the ace, eh?
Yeah. Expect Kostiander to fire another one. No, he doesn't.
Check.
I would love a Coke Zero. Thank you. For me also. Excellent choice.
4 might give him something. And 2 pair for Puya, but still trailing, so might be able to extract some value now. Kostiander, maybe a small 60, 80k bet here now. Get something extra from another 2 pair. Don't think he's too afraid of the straights. Goes for the full.
120.
Yeah, 120 into 200, right? Or 185. So sizing up a bit and, well, hard for Puya to call this one with just an ace-4. Or?
I don't know, he smells something
Seems
fishy.
like- yeah, he does.
He might manage to find a fold here. He's definitely questioning his fold.
Yeah, I mean, it's only, cross the under bet to flop, so it's only if you put him on a missed flush draw. There are a few straights completing on the turn. When he comes for the call, will be not happy though to see the ace-8 of Christian Kostiander. So, switching positions in the chip count then, these two. Kostiander now up to 650, Puya on the lower side, 467. But good for some 30 big blinds, so not any immediate stress for him. A lot of chips on this table, right?
A lot of chips.
120,000. So it's slightly bigger than the flop. Yes. 50% more. Yeah, way bigger. Nice answer.
So for the people who aren't too familiar with 4-5 PLO, does it change every orbit or is it every 6 hands? So if there's only 5 players at the table, is it still 6 hands before it changes to the next game?
It should be, yeah, exactly. I think it should be 6 hands. Lexness now, 1.2. Folding. Index 7-5.
And with the Badoogie.
Yeah. Olsen really fond of those queen jacks, but this one at least he lets go. And Puya, decent hand on the button. Ace king H7.
Open it up.
Yeah.
55.
But just losing that previous pot. Want some chips back from Skanis, and this is
I don't think you can be anything
one of
with
the
us.
worst hands you can find, right? 8-7-3 deuce. No diamonds. Goes quickly into the muck, so he just gets a little bit back. Puya.
The blinds are up.
All right, okay, so we have one more level before the break then. Cool. We are getting another 30 minutes before we go on that shorter dinner break then. So then we'll see whether we get down to those 12 before the break, then maybe have a redraw just before the little dinner break. I would guess at least it's possible, since we on this table is a lot of chips, but on the outer tables there are some short stacks. We'll have to get it in. This is our shortest guy on this table. Now then, he had 20 bigs, but with the blinds up, he's down to 16.
Emmerich on the cut off with pocket kings, queen 5, 2 spades.
Yeah,
Looks like he wants to open it up.
I think he does.
Just a limp. Bastiander's going nowhere.
Yeah.
We're limping, we're pimping.
Makes it 90 to go. You can see.
It's how much? 90,000. 640.
All right then, heads up to the flop. Estonia and Finland. And good position for Puya, of course, with the kings, but can he find the ace or the diamonds? Oh, diamonds. This is tough one for Puya to get away from, and chips probably gonna get flying, right? Kostiander will surely continue on this one since he was the aggressor.
230 in the pot right now. 100,000 raise.
Yeah, with the backdoor flush as well.
And just like that, fast folds.
Fast fold.
That's exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah, dream flop for Kostiander, of course. Jack, not flush draw.
You're looking for a fold? Is that what it is? No, I was looking for that fold. To get a fold? I was looking for him to fold. I see.
That was for sure.
Raise.
That was for sure.
And this guy's raising.
Now we recognize Tobias Lexness. Quite chatty guy at the tables. He was just yawning for a bit. Maybe it needed to do the little micro sleep. 30 seconds by the table, and then now he's back at it.
Yeah, I think it's a late one for the commentators. It's just as late for the players.
Yeah.
Apart from they need to be back with their brain fully functioning.
Exactly. Now Puya steps out of the way immediately, and Kostiander lets the ducks go. And Skanis.
What diamonds again?
Diamonds. There's extra diamonds in this deck, right?
Who said diamonds are a girl's best friend? They're clearly Rennes's.
Absolutely. Tobias. King 10-10 deuce. And Olsen is playing that 5-card draw again. Almost a straight. Where's he go?
Great Badoogie hand, look at that.
Yeah. Now, does it exist in tournament format in Europe at all?
I don't think so in Europe. I
WSOP, right?
think I've only ever seen it in WSOP.
Yeah.
Very rare that you see any type of a game.
Yeah, played perfectly so far, I think. Yeah, I think you. Last time. Last time was fine.
Where are you off to next then, after this one?
Next for me, I'm in Glasgow for another event.
Okay.
Should be fun.
Yeah.
Around mid-March. Never been to Scotland before, so that'll be an interesting one. How about yourself? Are you in, is it Latvia, you guys next?
That's the next for all, but yeah, I won't be going to that one, but that's next year in March. So, yeah, there's a lot of smaller series happening in the Baltics overall, and the next big one here, though, Tallinn, is the summer.
Which is?
WSOP.
WSOP.
Circuit. At least. I don't think it, maybe not 100% confirmed, but it should be coming in the summer. That's in the plans. Gisle Olsen now. Ace Queen and the 9s. We're back on 5 cards. Puya checking. And finds himself with the top 2.
Do it with pocket 9s, also with a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah.
And backdoors for the straights, and not interested.
Nah. Down to 260 now, Gisle Olsen, so he needs to get something going soon, but at least he can wait an orbit or two.
13 big blinds is plenty in this type of game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially when it's so deep.
Is there a poker in Tartar? Poker? Yes. But, I mean,
One double up probably puts you back to average.
they like poker. 20.
Casino?
There were 2 small salmon plants out there 10 years ago that I was visiting in charge. Cash games are running maybe on a Friday, or if you're lucky, then maybe Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, a lot of cards just spread out in that box before Skanis can look at them properly. Queen Jack's
Quite a
10
pretty card.
sevens.
Very pretty cards to be
Yeah,
opening up under the
absolutely.
gun.
This is a nice one. Maybe just would have wanted the 8s instead of the 7s, but
we can't be too picky
nah,
these days, can we?
You can't. Oh, aces. Is this where the magic will happen for Olsen?
Olsen says, I want a pot raise, please, dealer. How much can I go?
As much as I can. 210 is the answer. And Kostiander, normally decent hand, but not against a 3-bet. And back to Skanis now.
Yeah.
As you go. Gives
Skanis
Olsen
was,
the aces credit.
He was like, you are too confident here, sir.
Yeah, of course. And in 5-card format, he knows that it's at least kings for Olsen.
There used to be, like, I think, at least for these events, Norwegians used to
Yeah, I
be
recognize
finished.
Gisle. He was on the final table. I think it was during the circuit events last summer.
Yes, I think.
I've been after that in my.
I think second.
Yeah.
over here.
And there is also.
Very good score.
In them, there is a lot of Norwegian. Yeah, but you'd be more when they were in same city now.
Maybe you already talked about it, but have you visited any of the Tallinn events before?
No, I've never been to the Tallinn.
I
This is my
haven't, no.
first time in Estonia.
Yeah.
Beautiful city.
Must say, for
Oh,
having
Tallinn,
200 travel days a year, you've not been to Scotland, you want to be to
Yeah,
Estonia?
it's crazy.
Where do you go?
The list goes on.
Yeah.
I mean, we do the whole Vegas 2 months of WSOP,
Okay, yeah.
which is an amazing experience.
Yeah.
I mean, I make no money when I'm out there because, let's be honest, it's Vegas.
Yeah. It's really costly, and you may want to play some yourself as well, right?
You go there to for the experience.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I tell myself anyway.
And the family.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Nice limp. Scan is going to check it back. Flop, 5-4 jack, 2 clubs.
Not getting rewarded for the check in the dark. Costiano with his flush draw.
Wait, hearts changes nothing for both players.
So most likely taking it down already here. Not much for Skanis to stay in this one.
I think when it was built, it was the world's biggest class.
So what's your view on the changes for the WSOP Vegas then from Rio to
Well,
Paris
I didn't
and
go
Paris,
to Vegas until it was at Horseshoe.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
No, I never went to the Rio.
Okay.
I've never even been in the Rio.
Okay.
Surprisingly enough, I've gone to most of the casinos.
Yeah.
I do like it in Paris and Horseshoe. I get my steps in.
Yeah.
Being part of the digital media team, you tend to be running around all over the place.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean WSP is like no other. Have you managed to play much out there yourself?
I was actually doing what you're doing right now. Like 15 years ago, I was in Vegas each summer working with different things around the WSOP. One of the things was, back in the days when as soon as you got on the TV table, you were able to be patched up and get some money for it. So we ran around with different patches, like full tilt patches and stuff. Like, hey, when you're in the corridor, you got to find the people who's going to the TV table and stop them. And do you want to play with this logo on your?
Yeah, I used to watch ESPN all the time as a kid growing up, and every player had a patch.
Yep.
So yeah,
and that's why that was us and other people, just catching them in the corridor and patching them up. They got like 10K.
Yeah, it's
just for
crazy, man.
wearing the patch for a few hours, and so I know what you mean about you're there for a long time and it's exhausting, really fun, and not so rewarding in your wallet, maybe.
I think, I love every part of it, apart from when I come home and I think I die for about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And let the body catch up with what's just happened.
You're going to give it to somebody and you're going to like watch over the ships for the rest of the time. Keep a track on it. Maybe spit on them or something. Yeah.
Table talk is picking up here now. Although, thanks to Tobias waking up again, I think.
Yeah, right. 6 p.m. beer o'clock.
Yeah.
Get over here.
And Costiander, look at this one.
Aces, jacks, 1 paired suit with the ace jack of clubs.
Yep.
Gonna raise it up.
Makes this
and no interest.
Quicker and queens for Olsen.
Make the call.
Yeah.
Double suited with the 8.
Yeah, clubs would be bad news for Olsen now. It's
lucky enough.
Those diamonds again, but this time he doesn't have any.
2 pair versus a set. Let's see what happens.
This tournament was like the average was too deep.
Yeah, if Olsen gets too fond of those 2 pair, might be in trouble here now. But Let's see what route Kostiander takes. Checks behind
Sneaky
now.
check.
Yeah. Might fool
Not scared
Olsen.
of the
Now there's the
diamonds,
flush.
or is he scared of the diamonds? Who knows? I mean, a fast check from Olsen.
Yeah.
And another check back. Go into the river. The 5.
No 4 induced. That wouldn't be in trouble for Olsen, but now he's able to
Yeah, on a
get
straight
away from
flushy
this.
board, I don't think it's going to be a big pot here.
No.
Yeah, Christian's going to check, show his aces, and be good.
Yeah. So Olsen now down below the 15 big blind mark again. And still 15 in, so we haven't lost any of the players on the outer tables either. Might not get to that redraw after all before the break, but surely it's coming soon. We can actually see in the background we just lost one player,
yes.
down to 14 on the screen, so
hopefully it's not the fan favorite.
yeah, hopefully not. We don't see the other tables from where we are right now, so we can't update you on that situation, but one of the outer table players are out, so down to 14 now then.
I think it's, yeah, before midnight.
Aces again for Kostiander. No suit this time, but we're playing 4 cards, so it's even stronger now with the aces, of course. Even though he would have liked to have at least one suit, but surely he'll going nowhere and starting with a 60k raise as Lexness, not the guy in picture. Olsen, but Tobias has called with the king 8-7-6. One suit.
Yep, giving him just 34%.
And
Free
you see
flop.
8-7 for both players as well, so good spot for Kostiander pre-flop. Here's the 7.
Top pair for Tobias. Of course, not including any overpairs that maybe had. Decides to lead out.
Yeah, has the 6 as well for the possible straight blocker, and Kostiander, of course, with a 7 himself.
Yep, going nowhere. He's going to see a turn card. A 9 of diamonds.
And more outs for Alexness, of course, with the open-ended now. So not a bad card for him to continue on here now. And then, of course, a bit tough for Kostiander to stay in, but just the naked aces on this type of board.
Aces 2. Good, 180. Yes, 180.
Yeah, now we're not loving the aces and this, or the 7. Just no redraws either for Kostiander, so don't think he will be calling this one. You can see that he's the equated favorite. Oh, he's actually grabbing for chips here now.
Looks like
Not
he's
too
prepared
afraid
to
of.
put in. Is that a raise? No.
Alright.
Just a call.
Big pot brewing then, 650 in the middle. Will it hold with just the aces for Kostiander, or can no? Lexness doesn't hit any of his outs. Will he try to represent, or will he give up now as Kostiander looked him up on the turn? Nothing much changed. Of course, small straights getting there on the river, but not likely that Lexness is on that part of the hand that he would need a
and he
deuce.
gives it up.
Yeah, gives it up. So will be a nice pot then for Kostiander, and yet again players trading places in the chip count. Now it's Kostiander has 1.2 and Lexness almost 900.
Yep, that'll lead him be the chip leader of the table.
Yeah.
He's happy to take that down. He's very happy with his turn call.
Yeah, absolutely. had his own back.
I think you've earned yourself another beer there, Costienda.
Don't seem to be any on the table though.
They've slowed down. Yeah, it was the previous table. I suppose it's to get a bit more serious.
Yeah.
With all the pay jumps coming in.
7 was bad.
Just 2 away from the redraw.
Rest of was good.
Now then, Scan is still on the 4-card format, folding the ace-jack. Here's another ace-jack-jack. And now Lexness comes raising again. Makes it 60.
Olsen gets out the way. Looks pretty.
Yeah, this one looks pretty, right?
But is it pretty? That's the question.
4, 6, 9, 7 double suited. At least you want to see a flop, even though it's costing him 40 more out of the 350 he started with, so not too much behind for Puya.
It's the type of cards that get you in trouble on flops.
Yeah.
Like so.
Yeah, flush draw. Interesting to see now what Tobias makes of this. It's 160 in the middle, there's a queen on the board. Does come for the check. Allowing another overcard.
That gives him straight potential.
Yeah, gut shot gets there for or comes for Tobias, but probably the brave one now. Smell the weakness of Tobias. No, doesn't come for any bet.
Just 4 outs for Hemrick. Which
Yeah.
is yeah.
Many hearts folded. And 4 of diamonds is in one of Puya's outs, so check mark for Lexness. Yes.
Does he think about taking a stab here? No, he does not. He checks it, and it will check it down.
Yeah.
Otherwise, takes the pot with jacks and 5s.
Updated chip count for the feature table. As we said, Costiander up in front, and Gisle and Puya rather short down there, but still 15 blinds-ish. Well, they still have time.
Yeah, the big blinds are getting close now.
Yeah.
We might start seeing a few knockouts on back-to-backs.
Yeah, and while we see in the top right corner it says 15, but it's actually maximum of 14, because we saw on the screen in picture that went down to 14 a while ago. And Leknes now folding the 9 high. Don't think Gisle is putting any chips on the 10-5-5-4. No.
And
table
straight for the big
captain
blind.
Costiander is folding, so it's going to be a walk for Scanis.
He'll
Don't
take
mind
a walk.
that, yeah, with the 10 high. 3 diamonds this time.
Yeah.
The diamonds really are getting to him.
Maybe it's a sign.
Yeah. And now then, Gisle first to act. Not a hand he'll like once he takes a look at them one by one. Yeah, into the muck. Seemed like an 8 high for Puya, so he's out. But the kings for our table chip leader.
Yep,
of
with
course
6-4
gonna have
suited as
some-
well.
Yeah.
Oh, was about all 4 cards. Tobias with
decent hand, but no suited cards at all.
Definitely going to take a raise.
Oh, comes with
Take
the
a
3
raise.
bet now. The ace blocker, and yeah, doesn't have a king in his hand, and Kostiander has 2 of them.
And takes
Lets
it down.
go.
Wow.
Gets the credit.
Yeah.
Oh.
If you come at the king, you better not miss.
You took my ship lead, but you're not taking my blinds, sir.
You may have won the battle, but the war is still going.
Yeah, exactly.
14 players remaining, 7 minutes of this level just before we go into dinner break.
Yep.
52 big ones up top. And a pay jump. Next payout will be at 3,950.
Almost 4 times the buy-in.
Not a bad little payday.
Nah, it's okay, right?
Yeah, I'll play cards for a couple of days for 4,000 euros.
Yeah. Puya now then. King 8s and deuce goes into the muck. What about Kostiander? Double paired. 1 suit, jacks and 6s. Comes with a little raise, putting some 60k. You can see a jack and a 6 blocked by Leknes. So if he needs it, he will have a hard time to flop a set. Kostiander. Oh,
another jack and 6. So
wow, they're all.
No more jacks and 6s left in this deck.
Yeah.
But there is some hearts.
There is some hearts. So
check on top wires. And then check back.
Just with the gut shot, not doesn't get there on the turn, so.
And does he think about leading on this turn card? Check to the river.
Now then, Leknes' only chance to win is to bet this one. Will he take a stab at it?
Kostiander
Oh, he
hits
gets there
the
with the
flush.
flush now, yeah, exactly.
I
So it
don't
would be
think-
hard for Leknes to get him off the hand. So hopefully for Tobias he doesn't bet and loses more chips in this one. But we'll see what he comes up with. He has 1 heart himself, the 5 of hearts, but
Gonna take a little bit of a stab, a small
that
bet.
will be quickly called
Just
by
30 goes.
Kostiander. Gets the chips back.
Straight
And
to you,
up
sir.
1.2 again then.
And nice U orbits for Christian.
Yeah, absolutely. Amassed a lot of chips the last 30 minutes or so.
A quick dealer change. Thank you, dealer.
Yeah, thank you.
Right back into the mix.
And 5 minutes till the little dinner break.
Yeah, short break of 30 minutes.
It should be 30. I'm not sure if we're going to shorten it a bit here with the delay, but the player should be on a 30-minute dinner break. Yes.
And changing it back to 5 cards. An orbit has been complete.
Yep. Mystery cards for Kostiander. Quickly to the muck. Giannis. Just 1 diamond this time. Folding as well.
Oh.
No. Tobias, I wish he was playing Sweden right now. As he opens with the all hearts, ace jack 9 7 6. He's just queens are in the muck. What about Puya and the big blind defending with the 10s, are we?
Tens, two hearts, 2 clips.
Yeah. Should be
Can't see
coming
why
for-
not.
No,
Yep.
exactly. He comes along. And some 13 bigs behind, so hoping 12 bigs even, hoping to find something now then. There's the 10.
That's a set versus a straight.
Great, yeah. This might be interesting.
the low end of the straight, which could change a little bit. No diamonds for either player.
I came yesterday.
Does give Henrik 9 outs if it does manage to find its way in here.
Did you just come?
Check on Tobias. 7. Just change a little bit for Tobias here, thinking the higher straight is more of a potential.
Yeah.
Henrik does have the 9 as well.
Tobias knew also with the top-bottom pair.
Make a pot size bet here.
Oh.
Makes the call, the raise.
Oh, here we go.
And a call.
Money go in. And Puya then needing some help.
Puya needing some help, but with 61%, win the hand. And the river card is a 9.
Split pot. Taking it back. And
yep,
we are
both
still
players
in.
with the straight. Jack 9 for Tobias, 10-9. You know what they say about me,
Oh, still 14 players in, and just a couple of minutes until we go on that little break.
A chop pot in 5 card PLO. Is that rare?
No. Pretty, right?
Yeah, I imagine so.
Now then, perhaps the last hand before the break then, and a nice one for Skanis. Still attracting the diamonds though, 3 of them this time. Ace, king, queen, jack. Makes it 60 to go. He wants to get some extra chips before the break. Maybe we'll have time for one more in case Cross the Under is folding quickly here now. Or does he want to see the flop with the ace, 9-8, 5-3?
Looks like he's going to.
Yeah, goes for the call.
Flop is ace, jack 4, 2 clubs. The ace clubs and the jack of clubs. That gives 2 pair for runners. Runner's going to take a stab at 80
shot for
pair.
Kostiander. Nice, but he lets it go, and I think maybe we get time, or was that the last hand?
There we go, that was the last hand of the level.
Yeah.
As I gather everyone's standing up.
Seems so by the looks of it.
30 minutes lunch break.
And we're going with just 13 players remaining, so
Yeah,
one
we
away
just
from the
lost one on
redraw.
the outer table, guys, but redraw is with 12, so it's gonna be just a little dinner break then. We're back in the studio as well, and are you going back to your normal duties now?
I guess so. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun doing the 4-5 PLO. Definitely an experience, something I would recommend everybody giving a go. Playing or commentary.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, come in the booth, everyone. You're more than welcome, guys. Thank you for joining us so far, but now just a short, just 28 minutes dinner break left, and we'll be back for all the action. We're going to follow this all the way to the end, the 1100 PLO 4-5 cards. So stay tuned, and let's see how we get on the who we get on the TV table once we get back. See you soon. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have John Kite here, who won the PLO4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair, as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands, which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to... And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
Is it like 1 round with 4 cards and then 5 or...?
Yeah, 1 round of each. So we're 8-handed. So first we have 1 round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So, you like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something, against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game you still have like the flop and turn and river the same way in that.
You just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
These are the cards that play with the table, right?
So normally, if there's 4 5s in Hold'em, you both split, right?
Yeah. Quads.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards. So
if
you have a full house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here and the ace is full, or 5's full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Jack, yep. Oh, this is this.
Yeah, that's fine. But here, you need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight, right? So that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
Yeah. Every player gets 4 cards.
The button moves like the whole, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah. Okay. So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card. So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5, and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5, you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time, you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace, king, 9, 8, 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally it's not respecting your opponent or the board. Like if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. Like people overplay overpairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, overpair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
oh wow! So you had that lucky charm.
I'm lucky today. Even though I just doubled up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top 1 game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop, we want like big draws. If the flop come Queen 10-6, even though the guy have aces with a queen. It's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah,
So that would be a nice.
and a 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from Hold'em.
We have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in. You know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should be a little bit smart, and you should have luck as well, like in every poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and explaining the PLO4 and 5 to me.
Welcome, guys, back to Tallinn. It's the 10-year anniversary of the Kings of Tallinn, the beautiful event we all love. And we are so happy to welcome you to this edition. Right now, behind me, playing at the TV table, some familiar faces. They have all won a Queen or Kings of Tallinn edition during the years. Among these guys playing this sit and go is Rano Sotla, who took down the first event in 2015. We also have Juha Helppi amongst the winners, Sara Benjamin, who won the ladies edition last year. And all of these are battling it out for a VIP trip to Fiorentina game. They will be able to go and see the game and enjoy some nice VIP treatment. But let's go and meet a few of the players as well, look at how the game went down, and see what they have to say about this. They started on 7 players. I can see there's been 2 re-entries made. Rano Sotla, winner 2015. Who made these 3 entries?
Well, I guess it was me. Yeah.
It was you?
Yeah, it was me.
What happened?
Well, I just decided, you know, that today is it's gonna be on me, you know. Matthias Siljander even said that they should change the name, that Royal Showdown sponsored by Ranno. Today is giving show for the fans and a little bit punting here and there.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Like, I was very nervous coming here, especially because Martha was supposed to come, so I would have had some female support, but she unfortunately couldn't make it. But the guys have made it very welcoming, and you know, we're having fun. It's not too serious, but at the same time it's serious, but it's like also having fun and chit-chatting and stuff. So
joined by Matthias Siljander, the most recent winner of them all. Is that to your favor?
Yes, I suppose so, yeah.
You have old players like Juha and the guys, right?
Yeah, and Ranno, he won in 2015, I think, and he hasn't updated his playbook since, so yeah. he's not doing great.
No, of course.
It's a really fun table to play. Aggressive playing.
Who's the strongest one?
Strongest. I like the way Matthias Siljander plays, and Rano as well. And unfortunately, I have both of them to my left.
You do, yeah.
So, yeah, I have to be
Have you
cautious.
adjusted your tactics now?
Yes, I have to.
I think Deuces is just going to jam. Yep. And are we going to see a call? Yes.
Oh.
The ace-9. He's
Here
seen
we
one.
are.
If this one is... I don't want to expose my range.
If it's an ace,
Yeah, ace-9, a clear call here.
Yeah,
Heads up,
absolutely.
and you do feel as though...
And this is for the title for Johan Karlsson, but as you can see, it's a flip, so...
Yeah, it does say
Helpy find the double
47%,
up.
but you do feel like the luck is in the side of the Swede here.
Yeah.
Going for the Philhelmuth prey at the table.
Oh, there's the ace.
Maybe a backdoor diamond draw for Helpy? No,
Will
the
he
5.
find one of the 2 remaining ducks? No deuce.
And that's going to be the end of it for Juha Helppi. A spirited fight, but just couldn't get the job done versus Johan Karlsson, who it was his day.
You will help me. One of my idols from when I started playing, even though I started playing like, it's close to 20 years ago. Like Helpe was already around and a famous name around the poker community. I told him a couple of times, it's a pleasure to be here playing with you.
Yeah.
Heads up. Then eventually I got out of it with a win. I can't feel more happy than I do right now.
And part of this winning this tournament is having the possibility to bring a friend, going on a VIP trip.
If my girlfriend would like to, I would love to bring her with me on this event.
Of course you should.
She's supporting me, and I love what she do for me, being here, supporting me all the time.
Huge congratulations, Johan Karlsson. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you very much. Yes!
That's it for the coverage of the Royal Showdown. I hope you enjoyed, but of course a lot of more events to come during the week. So make sure you check us out on our socials, and on olibetevents.com you can see the full schedule and see whatever event suits you the best to come join us here at the Hilton and the Olympic Casino. Bye for now and see you soon.
Hey everybody, it is Jason Glatzer, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here at the Kings of Tallinn. It is the 10th anniversary of this iconic event here at the Hilton Tallinn Park and Olibet's flagship home, Olympic Park Casino. Behind us, we have the lovely Kings of Tallinn merch shop. That will be open starting tomorrow, where you can get your Kings of Tallinn gear. As you head up the stairs, you will notice that there is something special. Each previous Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn winner is honored with their name on the stairs, so you can walk through history as you enter into the tournament arena. And behind us, you'll see that we have the fantastic TV table at the Kings of Tallinn. There'll be 4 full days of streaming, along with some bonus coverage of the Royal Showdown. The Royal Showdown is a nice addition for the 10th anniversary. All the previous Kings and Queens of Tallinn winners were invited to battle it out for ultimate supremacy, so you'll be able to check that out on Tuesday, February 25th, but they'll be streaming on the 26th, the 27th, and of course on March 2nd will be the final table of the 1 million guaranteed main event. We are entering the main ballroom here at the Kings of Tallinn, where in just a few days' time, the main event will take place. How excited are you about the 10th anniversary of this iconic event?
Oh, it's so super exciting. It's a great fun, and also to already see so many players coming in there. So we're looking at records in most of the big tournaments. We also have a 1 million guarantee in the main event this year. So good times, Jason.
I might not be a poker king, but you certainly can be at the Kings of Tallinn and earn your rightful seat into this throne with 64 numbered events for the 10th anniversary at the 2025 Kings of Tallinn. The main event, €1 million guaranteed prize pool, will be following that throughout the week. All the side events, results, news, and more. Check it out at olibetevents.com, along with our media partner, poker.pro.
Teresa, we have a new game this time in the festival, and it's called 5-card stud. And in Finnish, I also learned it. It's sökö or sökö nullo.
Yeah.
Getting good at Finnish with the new games. But can you tell us about the game?
Yeah, so this is a 5-card stud game. It's a traditional Finnish game, but it's actually originated from Canada, I think, North America. So some people call it Canadian stud, but in Finland it's called sökö. And we've had the sökö before in the schedule, but now we have also introduced sökö nullo. And for the very first time, we have sökö nullo also in the Kings of Tallinn schedule included. And it's sökö low. So basically what we're doing is we have a tournament that has 1 round of each, sökö high and sökö low.
Can you maybe show us how the game works, how it goes?
Yeah, so first of all, people usually ask like, what's the nuts? What's the best hand? So the nuts in sökö nullo, which is the low version of sökö, that would be, there you go, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7,
So it can't be a straight.
Yeah. So in Sucker, in the traditional Sucker, you have also a 4-card straight and 4-card flush. In this low version, you got to watch out for any straights, any flushes, any pairs, or anything. So basically, you're looking for the lowest possible hand. Ace is considered a bad card, a high card. So you're looking for the lowest possible hand, but you can't make even a 4-card straight. So therefore, the nuts would be 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah. And because it's a 5-card stud game, the initial deal is 1 card down and 1 up. And eventually, the players would get this. So this is the final Sucker. It's 1 card down and 4 up. And that goes for both high and low.
Okay. And how many draws then? How many times? Or can you see that one as well?
Yeah, I mean, the initial deal is would be yeah. So this would be the initial deal, and after that, the dealer would place 1 more. You got a betting round, 1 more betting round, and then 1 final betting round, and then that's it. And so it's a very straightforward game because you have quite a lot of information there, but still. It seems to be quite tricky with this low version. So it's going to be interesting to see how players do on this one.
I have one question. You said it's a traditional Finnish game, but is it popular as well?
It used to be back in the days before Texas Hold'em was introduced and came more into Europe overall. So like let's say 70 to 100 years ago, Sucker was the game that they played in Finland a lot. But nowadays, it's not so played anymore because Texas Hold'em is the most popular.
Yeah, but we are bringing Sucker back.
We're bringing, yes.
Yeah, we're bringing it back.
Definitely bringing Sucker back.
Scott, I'm so happy that I met you the last time you were here in Tallinn as well, so I can make you teach me how to play open-faced Chinese pineapple now.
And the good thing is, the last tournament I played live was an open-faced Chinese tournament, and I won it. So I'm in good so I'm in good shape to teach you today.
Perfect. Yeah. So can you just show me how it goes?
Okay. So first and foremost, you know the hand rankings for poker, yeah? Mm-hmm. So we're gonna make 13 cards. We're going to have 5-card hand, 5-card hand, 3-card hand. Mm-hmm. The backhand has to be the strongest. The middle has to be the next strongest. The top has to be the weakest. That's all we're looking for. But it's normal hand rankings for poker. Mm-hmm. So we start with 5 cards. We have to use all 5 cards to start with. And we can do this face up just so that we can show everyone sort of how it works.
Ooh, I like to see red.
Yeah, so you have a lot of hearts there. So what are you thinking when you see this?
Can I use all of them?
You have to use all of them.
So I would do like this to make it like flush.
Exactly. You have a really strong start with 4 to a flush. Have a weak card in the middle, and then maybe we get some queens or aces up top.
What about you?
For mine, I have a lot of diamonds. It's not great starting hand, actually, especially because I see you have a lot of hearts here, but I think I have to go like this.
So it's important always to check out what the other players have.
It's very important not only to check what your cards are, but also to check your opponents, because let's say further down the line, it might be that you're going for some pairs or something, but if you see that a lot of the other cards have gone, you want to make sure that you avoid those. So now we're going to get 3 cards next. You have to use 2 of these 3. You're going to throw 1 away. Okay. Normally they would be dealt face down, but I'm going to deal them face up just so that we can show everybody what the cards are.
Come on.
So we have to use 2 of these. This is very good for me, by the way, because that completes my flush.
Okay.
So what are you thinking when you look at these? King up top, obviously, yes. And we always put it to the side.
I would use the deuce.
So again, look at my cards for what you have here. So you have a choice between a 2 and an 8, and indeed I have an 8. So yes, throw the 8 is a very good choice. And for me, I'm just completing my flush. I'm very happy with that. So we get another 3.
So this is how it goes.
Yeah.
You make the first hand that you get dealt is 5 cards.
Yeah.
You use 5, then you get 3. You have to burn 1.
Yeah, it's always going to be that after the first 5, you're going to get dealt 3 every time. You have to use 2,
Okay.
you have to throw 1. Now, you have an interesting choice, because yes, this is actually perfect. Yes, yeah, I really like this. There are a couple of hearts gone, but still the hearts are very live. We are going to need to make 2 pair in order to make the kings valid. The interesting point with this, by the way, when we play progressive Pineapple like we are playing, if you get queens up top or better, you get into Fantasyland. Fantasyland is where you get all of your cards in your hand, and that's really, really powerful. So it's important that you do try and get a strong hand up at the top so that you can get all those cards in your hand. Because the last tournament that I won, I got 13 cards in my hand. I made a royal flush out of 13 cards. I got 14 cards in my hand. I made trips up top, and trips up top is a lot of points. Worth noting, by the way, that the way the game works, it's based on royalties. You have points. So the stronger your hand is, the more points you're going to make. So kings up top is really good. If you can make this, this would be super nice.
I can.
So you're throwing the 9.
Do we have one more round to go?
We're going to have a couple more rounds to go. Mine is not the greatest because in the middle I'm struggling. And the flush would be no good in the middle anyway. So I'm actually going to have to keep the 4 even. Oh no, but all the 4s are gone actually. I think then I'm just going to burn this up at the top, try and leave as much space in the middle. So 3 more cards.
Come on. Yay! You got my heart.
Oh, very
This is
strong.
what I need.
So all you're
like
going to
in the
need,
middle.
you're just going to need to make 2 pair in the middle or trips to make your hand live.
Okay.
So what are you thinking?
There's a 3.
There is a
not
3.
9, so I would probably do it like
I like
this.
that choice. That's a really good choice.
Yay!
And then for me, this is pretty good because I can put aces in the middle, which means if I get a queen now, I would get into Fantasyland. So that's pretty decent. So final draw. I'm going to do these down actually so that you can sweat them.
Yeah, the sound of Fantasyland is like so luring.
Fantasyland
It's
would
like...
be lovely. If we can get you a Fantasyland and show the Fantasyland as well. Oh, you've got it as well.
Yay!
Very nice.
And I
Very
still need
nice.
to use
And just
one
put
of
anything
this,
up top, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you go for the higher one because why
Ah,
not?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
And then I need a queen to get into my Fantasyland.
Do we have it there?
No fantasy for me. So you are now going to get 14 cards in your hand, and then you get to make the hands from that. So we'll do one fantasy. I'm going to sort of ignore what my hand is. We just want
I made it to
we want to see what your
Fantasyland.
Fantasyland is. That was so amazing.
So
2,
this is the
3,
Fantasy Land round.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So this is what I have, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't have a flush.
No flush there.
Do I have a straight?
You do have a straight. You have a few straights actually. It's a shame that you're short of 1 diamond. 1 diamond would have been nice because then you could have made flush and straights. You have an extra diamond.
Yeah, but I can just make the flush
You got the
down.
straight there.
The straight down here.
Yeah.
Then make it.
It's not the best fantasy,
It's
unfortunately.
not.
I've seen a lot better. You've just got a pair of queens, pair
Yeah.
of 6s.
Yeah, you can help me
It's
with
probably
that.
only
You're
this.
the pro here.
You will get points for it, so the straight's worth 2 points at the back. The 6s is worth 1 point. Unfortunately, it's really not much points at all. I'm wondering, is there anything better we can do? But you're missing 1 diamond. If you had 1 diamond, you could
They
make
can-
flush straights, then you're getting a lot more points.
I have one question.
Yeah.
During the tournament, do I have to keep my own score, or the dealer helps me?
The
or
dealer
how-
does it for you. I mean, as always, the dealer is there to help you out. So the dealer does everything for you. They'll calculate the scores. Obviously, it's good to check it just in case you're not sure. But yeah, the dealers are really helpful. And I have to say, so I played this in February here,
Yeah.
and the dealers are very, very good. They know what they're doing.
And they
So
support you.
anyone that's not sure what they're doing, you can always trust in the dealer to look after you.
And if you need help, then you can always call Scott.
Yeah.
Peter, I remember when I met you the last time, and I know you're the Sweden master in Sweden. And now I would like you to teach me how to play.
Well, Sweden is a game where you play 5-card Omaha on the board and 5-card draw in the hand. So if you focus on the 5-card draw hand, you will be successful.
That's it. Now we know how to play.
Pretty much. But there are a lot of numbers to consider and a lot of cards to consider. and of course you have to be Frankie lucky.
Oh, that's a good way to be lucky.
Yeah.
Can you show me like one example or something?
We get 5 cards
Yeah.
each. 5 cards each, like this. And of course, when you have chips, you decide if you want to play this hand or not. And let's say everybody plays the hand. So we have a flop.
Let's do it openly, right?
Okay.
So we can, because I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
And
to do.
usually you want to have like pair, 2 pair, flush
I
draw,
have one.
straight draw. You have a pair and you're in the lead. I will still pot you here because I want you out of the hand.
Yeah, surely.
Okay, but you are going to be in. So now you see a pair and you have a straight draw. Could be okay, unless I have like a full, but I don't. So you want to change like the 10. You take it away.
You just like burn it?
Yeah. And I'm gonna change 2 cards because
So how many can I change?
you can change from 0 to 5.
Ah, okay.
And if you change 1 card, you get 1 open. Do you like it? Does it fit your hand or does it fit the board? No.
Nope.
Away, and you get a new one. The same. And I get 2 cards, so I don't get the face up.
How do you like it?
No. But still, here's the turn.
Yeah.
And you're probably gonna check, I'm gonna check. And then the river. And that's a split pot, because you
Okay.
see, I got the straight,
Yeah.
and you have the best hand.
So I win this time.
8s, yeah. No, you win half the pot, and I win half the pot here.
Okay, we split, yeah.
Quite easy, guys.
Seems really easy.
Quite easy.
Now I
Come and play. And I will show you, not that easy.
Hello and welcome back to day 3 of the media coverage here at the Kings of Tallinn 10th anniversary at the Olympic Casino in Tallinn. Of course, I'm joined once again by wise guy Andreas. How are you, sir?
I'm good, sir. How are yourself?
Yeah, hanging on in there.
Yeah.
We're having a good time though. So we're down to the remaining 13 players of the PLO4, 5, 1K. Record-breaking entries, over 270 entered, but only 3 tables remaining, so we're going to have some short-handed action where we're going to be playing down to the final table before a little bit of a quick pizzazz, and we're going to be back for the final table in probably an hour and a half or so. But
Something like
before
that, yeah.
then, got a bit of action, so let's jump in, shall we?
We should go have a little... Yeah, exactly. We're going to see the winner from yesterday's 5K high roller first. Kestutis, what's his name, right?
Yes, that's the one.
He's going to receive the trophy, so let's see that first, and then we'll have some PLO action coming shortly.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have our 5,000 euro no limit hold'em winner. I'd like to present from Lithuania the winner of the 5,000 euro no limit hold'em high roller. Please give a hand to Kestutis Jungavitus.
An impeccable final table performance from Kestutis yesterday, taking down the 5K for over 90,000 euros, and came in as very much the underdog to that
did.
one, and managed to really gain the scalp of a couple of well-known high-stakes players. So great job from him. Let's jump into the PLO4-5. We are remaining with 13 players of the 271 up top. 52,000 euros and change, I believe.
Yes, you are correct, George. And do we have some new faces at the table now after the break? No, it's the same table, right?
Yes,
Tobias
we've got
Leknes
Tobias
to the
Leknes.
left. recognize him as well. And we'll have a redraw once we get down to 12. So we'll see how long that will take, but then we'll get some new faces on this TV table as well.
So I guess it's one table of 5 and 2 tables of 4, and we've got the 5-handed action for you as we continue play here. Players have just come off of a 30-minute dinner break. And going to be playing down to the final table, you should think. A couple of short stacks, although we've got the overhead cam, so can't quite see exactly what we're working with. Yeah, looks like Danish player here. Gisle is on the short stack, just sub 10 big blinds now, and Pulja, the Estonian hopeful, the hometown hero, also with around about 10 bigs. What a hand for Kostiander.
Wow. Look at this one.
Straight back into the thick of it here. 1.2 million, and the Latvian Renars taking a couple of hits over the last half hour or so, but not going to be defending here with Jack 6, 5, 5, 3.
Yeah, Kostiander went on a little bit of a heater before the break and amassed some chips late before the small dinner break that they've just had, and continues to find good starting hand as well. At this time no one wants to tangle with him, so he's picking up the blinds and ante. So next hand then, still 5 cards coming.
Ilva asking, is Senkel and Senj still in? Unfortunately, we did see Senj unfortunately hit the rail. Got a set over set situation. His pocket kings running into the aces on an ace-king 4 board, and couldn't find the miracle one outer. So he was left with 1 big blind. Managed to spin that up, but hit the rail shortly afterwards in around about 17th or 18th position.
Now Gisle really committing himself with the 85k raise with the ace-10, 9-8 deuce double suit, but
yeah, should get this one through here. King, Jack 10, 3-3. Oh, Senkel's got other ideas. He's going to take a flop.
Let's see if Gisle can find the double up maybe, or if he'll be in trouble on this board now then. 5-7.
5-3. Not really any interaction for Tobias. And his opponent has flopped a deuce with a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw, so expecting Gisle just to send this one in. He does. Happy.
Not much for Tobias to do with this one.
Yeah, happy not to get snapped off, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Nice pick up there for the Dane. Those are guys of fans of Tepi, and we do have a redraw at 12, so chances are you might be seeing him on the feature table shortly.
Yep, we are on level 23 right now. 13 remaining, 271.
And with 13 remaining, he was somewhere in the middle of the pack, so likelihood is he should be making the final 2 tables, where we're going to have a little redraw and a very short break. But for now, 13 left and looking for 1 more elimination before we reach that. Puja, the Estonian, shouts pot. So he must like his
Here's
hand.
why, yeah.
There it is.
Aces.
Aces with the Jack 10. Tobias here. An annoying hand, 5-handed, 4 diamonds in hand. He's going to take a flop.
There's the Dane coming along as well. Little suited ace, but not much more. Let's it go. So all the aces already out.
What a flop for Puja here.
Absolutely.
Not the worst for Senkel either. He's got himself a gut shot, middle pair. think somewhat likely to see a donk jam. Yeah, there it is. And Puya
Money's
beats him in
going
there.
in. Huge favorite to double up now, Puya, but of course, Tobias has outs. You can see the top of your screen, the current outs to come.
Yeah, big pot for both players, of course. Henrik at risk, but Leknes, who was up over $1 million at one stage, now if he does lose this one, all of a sudden he'd be down to sort of the 550k range, and it's a lock on the turn. As the straight completes for
the wrong
Leknes.
9 for Leknes, yeah.
Yeah, but the nut flush for the Estonian.
Nice double up and some more.
Absolutely. So nice
600K
to
now.
flop a bit of equity when we do commit most of our stack in these situations. Flush turn, baby, indeed. Here's the last remaining Estonian in the field. It's just a sea of Finland and, of course, other Scandinavian nations that are always so well equipped for the PLO region.
Yeah, so this is the current chip count for our feature table, and with 1.2 million, Kostiander is the chip lead on this table, and at least in the top 3 in the entire field of 13. So nice situation for him right now, but as we've seen a lot of changes during the few last hours, it's just a pot or two and you can be rocketeering up these charts as well with your chip count, and Scan is on 36 bigs. Here he is, Kostiander. Did you have anything on him from previously? Have you seen him before?
Yeah, I've seen him around. Definitely a player that is well versed to the live events here in Tallinn. As to his resume, not sure, but we can have a little look.
Yeah.
Over on the mob.
We can see that Tobias Leknes now with the kings towards the opening of Skanis. We're on 4 cards now, so of course kings are really good to start with.
Yeah, for sure. Just the issue being the side cards, the 7-3 maybe favoring the peel. If you had a hand like King 10-9 single suited or King 8-6 double, these kind of hands might be more incentivized to pot, especially versus the cutoff. But instead he flops top set, and it's a flush for Puya here.
Small flush for Puya, yes. Nothing for Skanis except the 9, but he won't be in this pot for long, whilst these guys might be firing some chips. $260 in the middle. Comes for a smaller bet. 65.
Yeah, makes sense. We both get value from worse sets. We put some of these straight draws like the Queen Jack 10 into a tough spot here on the monotone texture. Going to get a peel from the big blind here with the flush, of course, but is going to be treading carefully, you feel, down the later streets, as possibilities of Senkel having a higher flush are somewhat relevant. Definitely of a concern right now. But there's the 9.
Dream card for Tobias, of course. And might also, of course, or it will slow Puya down. So let's see if just Tobias chooses to go for the trap here and just check this one, or if he's going to try to get some more out of Puya already on the turn. Not going to work to his favor though, unfortunately.
Going for another stab here, as you could hear Henrik say something along the lines of not the turn I was looking for. And he's just going to muck that low flush now. Really going to struggle to find hands that he's ahead of, apart from the lone ace of spades. So Kostiander's biggest score came in 2022 at the Patrick Antonius Poker Challenge here in Tallinn. Won the main event there for 70,000 euros. Has had some success in Helsinki as well, winning the 330 at the Helsinki Freeze Out in 2017 for 21k, and a couple of other scores, but not much on the mob.
Nothing for Hold'em, just Hold'em, or just Hold'em. I mean,
I
nothing.
think
Omaha?
there's 1, 2. Yeah, it's very much dominated by PLO.
Okay, yeah.
A couple of Hold'em scores along the way as well. Quite interesting to find a player on the mob that only has PLO caches. It's going to be quite tough to find, right? Most people end up finding their way into a Hold'em tournament or two over the years.
Yeah, exactly. We were looking at this other Finn before. I'm not remembering the name now, but he has like 25 caches. 6 of them were wins.
Yeah.
And out of the 25, I think 23 was in Hold'em.
Wow, okay.
22, 23. So it was one of the Finns that was. Let's see if I can recall.
Six wins, a prolific run.
Yeah.
So the open from Senkel here, and the 3-bet from Gisele. And they're going to run it here. Basically a straight flip, and equity advantage with Gisele just due to the fact that he's double suited and has Senkel's spades covered. So Senkel looking for a 9 or a 5, and Gisele looking for a 7, hearts or spades, or a 4. Open ender for Senkel now. A king or an 8 would seal the deal. A king would be a chop, sorry. So a 9, 5, or 8. It's a 6. So they're going to chop it up with the ace queen high. That's our guy. Is it Pilonen?
Yeah, exactly. He has 25 caches total, and you can see 6 of them are wins.
Wow,
all
so many
in
big
Hold'em.
scores as well. The 10K at EPT Barcelona.
And all wins in Hold'em, and then most of the other caches are in Omaha as well.
Yeah.
You Hold'em, of course, but
impressive.
mostly PLO. But he's unfortunately out of this tournament. Left us in like 20th place, something. So not adding another win then. Pironen. So just looking at who is actually these 13 players still in. The players except who are on this table. We have Jussi Matilastinen, Finland. Fredrik Lindström, Finland. Alexander Nordén, Sweden. We have Tero Tapio Laurila. Akilu Laitinen. We have Jyri Tapio Merivirta. And also then these guys on the table here. Kostiander, Leknes, Skanis, Olsen.
And another confrontation between the Norwegian and the Dane. Tobias this time with a bit more of an equity advantage. And it's going to be ace king king facing the ace queen 10-9. Two very strong hands in their own right. Queen 8-3. Great flop for Gisele here with the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, taking over the lead in the hand.
There's the 9.
Two pairs.
So it's going to be an 8, a 3, or a king. Not to be.
Yeah, man.
Tobias shouting in Danish.
I called on him. Pay the man.
Pay the man. Yeah.
Pay that man his money. Nice little pickup there for the Dane. What was he shouting in Danish? Something like, hey, come on, or something.
Yeah, some just chant. Like, it sounded like he won the hand, but it was...
They like their chants in Denmark.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Don't they?
525.
Olsen doesn't seem to be the chantist guy on the table, though.
No. Very much a more subdued character, just quietly going about business.
Yep, and now doubling up.
Yeah, I believe he got second to Riku last time around.
Yeah, exactly. We had him on the final table.
That was in the circuit event, right?
Yeah, should have been, right? Was that the 1100 as well then? Yeah,
It was,
so
yeah,
it's
the 4-5.
over 200
Same
runners
tournament.
in that one. So
Nice score for him there as well. And now chance to go even better than 700k in front of him. So absolutely with a shot.
Yeah, he's got 465k in live earnings. And did quite well at the EPT Prague. Had a couple of big scores there in the Omaha High-Low. Got second in the Hyper Turbo, fourth in a 2K Hold'em. Leknes here with the flush draw, facing a bet from Renars with his top pair and Queen of Clubs blocker. And the turn is not so favorable for Renars, but does open some potential straights that could be maybe more aligned to the range of Tobias here.
Yeah, a lot of outs for him.
Going to check it back and take a free river and a favorable one for the Norwegian, having faced, well, losing one and chopping one versus Olsen. And now Renars is going to turn his hand into a bluff here. And snap call from Tobias.
Yep. That queen blocker for the flush doesn't work for Skanis.
No.
High flush for Leknes, of course, calling immediately and getting some chips back. Over 700k now again. Still 13, not losing a player on the outer tables, so have to wait a little bit longer until we get that redraw down to the final two tables. Playing this six-handed, so it's 4 players on the 2 outer tables and 5 on this one. And 1 more out, and we're down to the 2 final 6-handed tables then. Puya now, looking at his cards under the gun. What do you think of the... actually just limping, but it's non-suit.
No suit here. Still 4 players remaining and quite deep in this tournament. I think I might have just mucked this one.
Yeah, one would think, right? Now Tobias, of course, racing it up with the aces, as you can see, 1 suit. Olsen folds quicker than we get to see the cards, and now Puya now. Did he really invest 100k with this hand? He does. Comes for the call.
His hand is connected, so feels that it's worthy of taking a flop here in the limp call line, and flops an absolute monster.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see Tobias just jam it in here. We've got the 10, we've got aces, of course, for the overpair and the backdoor clubs. Although it is a board that is going to hit our opponent quite hard. He's going to have a lot of middling to high connected holdings in this limp call. Also going to have some hands like kings and queens that we could stack off in pretty good
shape. Here we go. We're all in and call. And Tobias will see that he's trailing now with the aces, needing some help.
Yeah, and he's only got 35% equity versus the full wrap here with the pair. So Henrik looking for the king, queen, jack, 8, 7.
Oh,
9 is a great card for Tobias. Adds a flush draw.
10 outs for Puya now. Otherwise, it'll be the 13th place. Oh, there's the ace.
A clean run out for Tobias Leknes.
Wow.
Gets the job done, and a huge pot here with an average stack of 625k. Leknes now almost double average again. He was the crusher
It's
of
on the roller coaster, right?
Yeah, absolutely annihilated the day one. Got through with the clear chip lead and faced a little bit of turbulence there. Saw his stack dwindling somewhat, but now finds his way back into the driving seat with a huge hold there with the aces getting it in versus the wrap, and it's an unfortunate one for the Estonian hitting the rail in 13th place.
All right, so that means that we'll have just a little short break here. We come back into the studio. We're not going to leave you, but the players will have like a 2-minute break, and then we'll be down ready to go with the new tables. And anyone particularly hoping to see on the feature table that we haven't seen?
I'm always enjoying to commentate on Senkel. It's been such a up and down ride. You know, you can see the way that we saw when we were going through the money bubble. We saw this extremely tight brand of poker from just about everyone on the table apart from Siljander. And Senkel had come to the table, and we start to see this, you know, what I'd call it, that kind of high level of poker ways, making the defense, making the leads, finding the aggression in the certain spots. So it's natural that his stack's going to go up and down, but cream rises to the top, and if you can find a way of holding the aces there, then you're doing something right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, mixed games legend, the Norwegian Tobias Leknes, Senkel, and absolutely one of the favorites to take this one down now that he got some chips back as well, right?
I should think so, yeah. With that double average stack with 12 left, that's going to be tough for his opponents. Let's see how he develops on through the field, and
Let's
we do
see
have
who we got here.
a fresh table.
See some recognizable faces here, and Jussi Mattila is on the table, right?
Yeah, and is that
number
Teppi in
4.
seat 1 that everybody's been asking for?
Is it?
Could be.
Has the prayers been asked? Should be, yes. Are you happy now, guys? Hopefully, as Jussi Mattila just talked about, will be the first to act. He's on the short stack, 8 big blinds only.
He's always running deep in these events. We always see Jussi deep in the PLO 1K. I think he must have such a great record in this particular event over the years. Just seems to be omnipresent.
Here we got another Finn, Jyri Merivirta. And here is Tero Laurila. And this is actually Dennis Holst. Holst is probably the middle name, but I know him as Dennis. Swede, plays a lot of Omaha cash game online, mostly live as well. But
I don't know when he gets time to sleep. His nickname is just always online.
Yeah,
the guy's an absolute grinder.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, we talked about another Swede yesterday that we had on the table, Erik Friberg, and that he played long sessions like 10-15 years ago, and this maybe is his counterpart in today's games instead.
Absolutely. Very much a grinder of the mid-stakes online. It's been there for absolutely years.
Yeah.
And putting up some good results as well, and also has started to maybe move into some live tournaments. I met him for the first time in Prague, where we played the PLO 1K together.
Okay, yeah.
Tough player, and very much someone that understands the game to a high level.
Kostiander with the big stack, 1.2 million now to start the final 2 tables. Meri Virta sat on about 500k, and Laurila he folded so quickly, didn't catch exactly how much he had, but Dennis Holst just shy of a 400k, and Skanis on 650. With a nice king-queen, jack-8 double suited here now.
Yeah, gonna see Jussi likely defend this one. Decent connected hand, Queen 10-9 with a suit. Don't see any reason to shove. No fold equity. Got some maneuverability, although small post flop. Ooh. Whoa. Wow, okay, just lets it go. Respect shown to Renas there, as Jussi just gets away from the Queen 10-9-3 Thought we were going to see some fireworks there.
No, wasn't to be.
UC has also a very strong Hendon Mob resume, 834k in live earnings. Recent scores include the PLO4 5 ring event, this very event in the WSOP-C Tallinn edition, 15.4k for fourth there.
Yeah.
What is it, top 9? 9. Yeah. Not bad.
Do you know anything about Yiri here?
I've seen him a lot here before in Tallinn, but not sure about his biggest scores and such like that. But I know he plays a lot, and I think he's a fan of the mixed games. Maybe looking forward to play the soccer tonight as well if he's got time.
What percentage of the field do you think will be finished in that one?
The over-under must be 80.
Yeah, I would say 75,
Yeah.
You got guys like Barry, Scott that are going to be in that.
Yeah. At least they're going to be in for a few hands, right? So, yeah, okay. How many Finns are going to be on the final top
table.
20?
Yeah, I'd
19
say, yeah.
probably. Someone else with a fake passport.
Finnish residency.
Yeah. So you can see in the background and on our ticker as well now that we actually lost one player on the outer table then.
Yeah, so we're going to play down to, I believe, a final table of 7. And when it's going to be 8 remaining, we're going to have 2 tables of 4 with hand-to-hand play.
And our 12th place finisher is Mikael Koistinen, Finland. So those of you rooting for him, unfortunately he's just left the tournament on the outer table on 12th place, good for 3,950 euros. So 11 remaining. And double pair for Tero Laurila. Any chance in the chat?
Yeah,
Tero?
the chat's going wild.
Yeah.
Lots of fans of Tepi. You'll see Mattila here with the ace-8 deuce. Don't think we're going to have too many better opportunities to fire in a pot-sized open than this.
Yeah.
Folds again.
Folding.
What's going on? I remember him as such a loose, aggressive player. So decides to.
And also, he just made the pay jump, so not even that he has to.
Not even the extra little payday. Surprising to see that one. So with 11 left, we are now up to a payout of 5,000 euros. The next pay jump is at 9, which will be to 6.6. And the final tablists will get a minimum of 8.7k. Dennis with the aces.
Yes.
Really doing a good Hollywood job there, selling it. Well, I need to know how much the big blind has got.
Yeah.
And he goes for 85k.
Finnish guys are out of it. What about Merivirta? Oh, he will be stepping away as well. Fan favorite then.
Ooh.
Oh, he won't be going anywhere with this one.
This is a bit of a cooler. Just going to call. Is aware that the end of the gun range is going to be somewhat strong here, and elects not to shove his hand. Feels like he's not going to be pushing all that much equity versus a range that is going to be having a lot of
flop.
wow flops a boat with a royal flush draw.
Hello.
Yeah, couldn't have asked for a better board.
Yeah, the only question he has now is how can I only be 93% equity here?
Yeah, come on, give me a chance. One out for Dennis
Yeah.
here. Queen, Jack, Jack versus the big blind, who's going to be somewhat concentrated around high, middling cards. It's by no means the best flop that Dennis was hoping for. Could see a check back or a small sizing here. I don't think potting would be the way to go. Although maybe if he pots, he could get some weaker flush draws just to fold. He is going to send it in.
Bad news for Dennis then. One out.
Yeah, not what he was hoping for. But he's still going to have chips behind at the very least. Can he find a miracle one-outer here, having been cooled on the flop?
Dennis Hans Holst now risking to get down below the 5 big blind mark.
Well, it's not quite a straight flush, so the ace of spades still alive.
Yeah,
and
not anymore.
It's going to be a huge double for Tepi, with the fans going wild in the chat.
Yeah.
You finally got your guy on the feature table. We had so many requests saying, hey, get this guy on there. Where is he? And a couple of people said that they were going to start a riot, actually, if we didn't get him on there. So I'm sure that the aggression has subsided, having seen him find a huge double.
Yep.
And it's now Dennis, the table short stack, just left with crumbs. A couple of big blinds. He's just paid the big blind ante as well.
I think we're just on a nice new blind level as well. Looked like that in the background. Have it confirmed shortly. And Dennis in the big blind now as well, so he's really committed right away. 30k.
Instantly crippled, essentially.
And 30k big blind ante as well, of course, so
think
he
he's
won't be folding this one.
Yeah, just over 40k behind, and it's going to be hard. Maybe if he gets dealt quads, he could find a way out.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Ganis looking interested, and this is why, but folding the queens. You see, will not be interacting with this pot. Folded to Yuri. Laurida. Will he finish Holst off with the ace-7?
The 1-2 knockout punch.
Here we go, all in and a call. What do we find in Dennis Hans Holst? Tens at least.
Yeah, some hope.
Just a flip, but just ahead for Holst.
Looking to fade the 4 first and foremost, and the ace, of course, and then avoid some spicy heart boards.
Oh, there's the ace.
Got a gut shot though, but unfortunately both of the 4s, or 2 of them, are blocked. 9 on the turn. It's going to be a 10 or a 4 or a 5 is the required outs. Not to be on this occasion, as Tepi finds the knockout blow, crippling Dennis in the previous holding, flopping a boat.
Yep, and that's our 11th place finisher then, Dennis Holst of Sweden. 5k is the cash for him. And I'm sure we're going to see him back in some other mixed games event as well.
Yeah, more than likely. So 10 left now, 2 tables of 5, and we're getting towards the true business end of the 1K. Jussi Mattila has been very patient so far.
Absolutely, yeah, I'm surprised. And rumors has it that he actually got a 3-hand sit out.
Really?
Some hour ago or 2. He wasn't pleased with that decision.
Really? What was that for? He's never known to be too abrasive.
No, apparently he was speaking a bit of his own Finnish language.
Okay.
While there was some action on the table, and yeah, he didn't disagree with that. It was just that he thought that he wasn't given a fair warning. But well,
yeah,
it depends on who you ask. Let's just say he got a warning. And
I think the common denominator with him is that he tends to find himself in trouble quite a lot.
Yeah.
I do remember in some cash games. let's say, causing a bit of a scene on one of the other tables.
Okay. Yeah, but on this feature table, he's surely behaved almost too good since he's not even playing a hand.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been.
What about now?
Maybe he was just waiting for the 5 card. Fancied a spin.
Yeah.
And he's going to go with it now when he had the opportunity with the ace 8-8 deuce double on the button to get one through. Didn't go for it.
Yeah. Kostiander wants to give it a try to eliminate his fellow countryman. Queens folded quickly there by Jussi.
As far as hands go for Jussi to be up against, this isn't a bad one. He does have him dominated, the spades and the ace king jack versus the king queen jack.
Yeah.
Ooh, queen 5-4.
Final queen is there, so
open ender for Jussi.
Yeah. Deuce or 7 would be lovely for him.
Yep, or an ace.
He's just rooting for the ace, not even seen the.
There
There it is. Oh, he knew what was coming. Okay, yeah.
And the 7 as well. He gets the straight and top pair.
Everything.
Clean for Jussi as he finds the double that he was so patiently waiting for.
So, 10 players remaining then. This is the 1100 PLO4 5 cards championship. Big one, 271 runners. What's even bigger is, not you, George, the main event.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And let's see how many still, or not still, but we just have a new flight as well, I think, started in the main event. So it's, it's already a 1 million guarantee. So
they hit it already?
I know, not hit
right.
already, but let's see. It's a total of 822 entries already. So yeah, it's surely going to hit that 1,000 needed.
What a tournament.
Since we do have a few levels of late reg tomorrow as well, you can get straight into the mix in day 2. And my guess is that well over 100 players are going to do that as well. So Tero Laurila now, Teppi getting the aces. Double suit as well, lovely hand. Jussi Mattila just doubling up. He will not be tangling his countryman. And Laurila has to settle with just the blinds and ante.
Just seen that Callum doubled up from Poker News in the main.
Oh, really?
Yeah, got himself 2
back
starting
to starting.
stacks.
Yeah, okay. I was all the way down to 14k, I think.
7,
right?
I think he
7,
said he had.
really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Wow.
he's been grafting away.
Wow. But he predicted it though yesterday.
Yeah, he did. He said he's better when he's up against it.
Yeah.
Making life difficult for himself.
Exactly. Yeah, so the day 1E of the main event just started the evening session with a bit of turbo. It's on level 1 and 56 entrants in that one. So yeah, the total is over 800 in the main event. So it's going to be a huge payday. What do you around 200k for the winner?
In the main event? Yeah, I think north. I think it's going to get about 1.2 million or 1.3.
Yeah.
So yeah, about 200, 225, something like that.
It's an okay payday, right?
Beautiful payday.
For 3 days of beautiful Hold'em poker, but now we're sticking to this one today, the PLO4 5 cards, as you see now with a decision by the looks of it. Yeah, comes with a pot from the small blind. No graphics of the cards just yet, but yeah, seems like we're all in on the call actually. Yeah, can Jussi find another double up?
Big situation, 10 left. Looks like Jussi's got himself an ace with a suit or 2.
Yeah, they just asked to put them back for us to read them. Let's see if we can get the graphics. Otherwise, we'll at least see the cards in the bird view soon. Here we go. Kings for Kostiander. Ace 7755. Mattila.
Complete flip.
Yes, 50-50. Is it gonna be Jussi with another double up? Sure looks good with that 7.
Oh, hello.
There's the ace as well. So
Yeah, not much hope for Kostiander
just
now.
the 2 kings.
A deuce.
And an 8.
Oh no, the deuce is no good, is it?
Well, an 8 would have saved him as well, but not to be. And it's the full double up for Jussi Mattila. It was down to 100 something and now sits on 530.
Yeah.
So
Looks like patience is the way.
it's the virtue, right? It paid off. He knew it. And Finnish live reporter Juhani steps up.
Yeah.
See who's better of the Finns in this pot.
Got his work cut out in this tournament.
Yeah.
He's dominated by the Finns.
Exactly. He's running and soon he has the Sokko as well, right?
Absolutely.
Not a good game.
Gonna be a tough night for him. Everyone back in their seats, and then since Mattila doubled up, we have still 10 players in. And George, you predicted the full tournament to be over in 50 minutes. Still stand by that?
I gave you some action. I didn't want to take the tenor off.
Nah,
of you.
exactly. You know, I've been having a rough time.
Yeah, I'm
with
sure.
slots.
I'm sure. What, downstairs?
No, I haven't touched it.
Good man.
Just kidding.
We haven't had time.
No, exactly. Now then, fan favorite Tero Laurila not entering this one with 4 clubs. Decent hand, but no big suit for Scanis. Jack 10s are suited. With
certainly an open though for sure. He's going to be folding versus a 3-bet if it comes,
And it will.
Here it does come. Aces, not the best combination, but can't be too picky. Button versus small, cutoff. It's just going to rifle it in.
On a heater.
Yeah, this
Mattila.
is all looking good for Jussi so far.
From almost 0 to 800k in just an orbit or so.
Yeah, does find the fault. I like Renard's game so far. He's played really well theoretically. He's found some bets where other people might have been checking. And during this bubble situation, he was certainly finding a bit of play where others were just simply folding into the money.
Yep.
I think he's a strong player. So it looks like that he's an online professional based on the fact that his Hender mob only has 2 live scores alongside a load of online COVID scores during lockdown.
Yeah.
And did come 3rd in the Merit 3.3K in January for $50,500.
Okay, cool.
You see with the bad suits, just going to let that one go.
Yeah.
He's covered.
Christian lets it go as well, whatever it was. Yuri Merivirta hasn't played that many hands on this feature table yet.
Yeah, and potentially unlikely to play this one. Might find a limp, but don't think we're going to be seeing him raise, that's for sure. Ooh.
Huh?
I'm wrong. Goes for a...
And he's like, what? Is there a guy in seat 9?
Yeah, what? Who's that guy? And Pepe's just going to fold with Ace Queen 7-4 deuce there.
Yeah.
Might be giving a lot of credit to his opponent, who makes a move. with pretty speculative holding, and on this occasion it works.
Poor Skanis, trapped in this Finn fest.
Yeah, absolutely. Surrounded by hungry Finns, as is often the case in the deeper stages of the PLO1K.
Mattila now. Nines, but not much else, so this one he will not be entering. What about Christian? Let's this hand go as well, and wasn't much to go, but now Merivirta will go racing again because we have aces.
Yeah, should be going for the full pot. Quick fold from Tepi in the small blind.
Yeah.
And over to Renaz here with the jacks. I think they're deep enough to take a flop here.
Jacks for him.
Yeah, gonna find the defend. Looking for a jack first and foremost, but the clubs wouldn't be a bad fallback plan. Top set though for Yiri.
And absolutely nothing for Skanis.
Just gonna pot it in, not wanting to take any chances with any kind of potential straight draws or flush draws in his opponent's range, and does indeed take it down.
So Skanis now down to 395, 13 bigs.
Yeah, unfortunately not been the best of runs for him in the continuation of coverage here on our feature table. Had a really nice stack earlier, about 1.1 million I think was his peak.
Yeah.
Just hasn't found.
Yeah, the Finns are slowly eating his chips.
Gobbling him up one by one, coming for a big dent.
Just a question of who will take the last bite, maybe. Or, of course, it's easy just a double up and he's well in contention again with this other guys on the table. But for now, goes the under first. Back to the 4-card format. And another nice hand for Merivirta. Oh, let's go. The King Jack, Jack 10. What do you say about that, George?
Interesting. I wouldn't have folded that myself.
Laurila is dead with a worst hand, I'd say.
And Renaz going for the move here with the A7-6-4. Feels like his opponent is going to be wide enough to find some raised folds. And is going to have decent equity versus pretty much everything apart from aces. Let's see if Laurila finds the stack off here. Don't think so for just over 10 bigs.
Yeah.
Ace, King, Queen, 6, button versus small blind. I think we're going to run this one here.
Should be leaning towards the fold, right?
I think it's going to get it in actually for 10 bigs.
You think? Yeah.
Yeah, versus the short stack.
Then I trust you. Some confusion about how much you can hear you see. See then if he does what George coaching said.
Yeah, I just think Ace, King, Queen is going to dominate a lot of the 3 bets.
Are you on your way into the solver now?
Gonna have a little look. It's no chance of RTA. I'm not playing.
Here we go. At least it's an all-in and a call, and Skanis in good shape with the Ace 7-6-4 spade suit against Laurila, but it's Skanis who's risking his seat in the tournament, so he needs to stay ahead, and he does trail now with The ace-king is good for Laurila. There's the check mark.
We'll
so
take it down, and the guys in the chat are going to be delighted.
Yeah, they are. And actually, the Finns got him.
Yep. He was an underdog, surrounded by hungry Finns, and is actually eliminated from the tournament.
But we'll see only Finnish spoken by the table now. I think you still have to keep it in English, guys, right? Not between the hands. That's okay, but it's needed for the dealer to understand what they're talking about during the hands. And here we have it, the all Finnish lineup at the feature table right now. We do have 5 other players on the outer table though. And this is the total remaining payouts. And Scani is just exiting then in 10th place. He will receive 5k. But the next payout will be 6,550. And now we'll continue to play. The final table will consist of 7 players, so take 2 more out before we have a one-table situation only in the tournament. And the Finns, we did it, guys! We eliminated them all. Finland conquered, at least for this feature table. I'm not sure on the outer table how many Finns are in the tournament totally. I'm going to check that. We have 3. We have 1 Swede, 1 Dane, and 1 Norwegian, and 2 Finns then on the outer table. So, yeah, 6 Finns total in this tournament, and 4 of them are on the feature table. And it's Kostiander calling Mattila race.
Yeah, taking a flop with the double-suited 10s in position. Not the best of boards for him. Just the bare overpair now with the backdoor flush draw. UC has the overpair advantage with the nut flush draw. And he's just going to pot it. And the idea is just to put absolute max pressure on these types of holdings, these bare overpairs that may call for the small size.
Yeah. Shows the hand as well.
Yeah, and Kostiander would know that he had the best hand at that point, but equity-wise he was trailing there versus 3 overs in the nut flush draw.
As it so often is, of course.
Yeah,
the
just
PLO format.
One of those scenarios. So yeah, I had a look at a couple of sims, like you've got 10 and 20 big blinds. At 20, you're always calling the 3-bet. And at 10, you also obviously get it in, so folding only the rainbow or the quad suit version of the ace king queen 6. So
all right,
he found the correct play by the looks of things.
Yeah, and got rewarded then.
Absolutely. I think it's just because when you got ace king queen, you just dominate a lot of the ace jack 10, ace queen jack type holdings that will be rifling it in off the short stack.
You play so bad, it's better.
Laurila just almost missed the hand. He ran back to the table and Jussi said, "You play so bad, you can stay, you can have it. We want you to play your hand." So some Finnish banter going on.
Yeah, the kind of semi-confrontational, semi-dry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's very much customary.
Kostiander limping in. And it's him and Merivirta, and Yuri wants to add some juice to this one with the ace jack 10-9.
Certainly does, yeah. Lovely hand here, and we'll be just happy to take it down. Don't think Kostiander is going to continue here. Tri-suit, somewhat disconnected. Ooh, he is going to call.
All right.
Interesting.
Out of position with, as you said. Not
yeah,
much
and essentially they're playing the same stack as well.
Yeah.
I think as far as limp calls go.
And now you might get into some more
Yeah,
trouble.
he's going to get into some trouble here. He's pretty dominated. The jack, the open-ender, and the backdoor flush draw for Yiri. Based on how he's played so far, I think he might just pot it in.
Yes, I think you're correct, right? Or a little, now it was a little bit less.
Yeah, 150.
Yeah. To 210.
Quite a nice size, actually. Kind of a geometric, setting up the 3/4, 3/4. If he calls, it's going to be 360 left into 520.
Yeah. Translator, please. Table number 1.
I don't think we can do much about it, right? Because they're all finished now.
Yeah, I mean, between the hands, they're allowed to do it, definitely. But we want to know what they're saying.
Wanna
That's what I
know.
mean. So we want to translate it for that reason.
There's going to be some dry, witty banter in there that we're missing out on.
Yeah. Comparing saunas and whatnot.
Yep. In Finland, they're doing everything in saunas, right?
Yeah,
Business
absolutely.
meetings.
Definitely.
The lot. You see with the quad suit diamonds here. Just going to let this one go more than likely.
And now, they're even intriguing into this, the Eurovision Song Contest. The Swedish version, the tryouts that we have now. There's a Finnish 3 guys singing only do the sauna is the name translated. So they're singing like a song about sauna, and they're almost the favorite to win as well.
Completely obsessed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so the chat isn't quite hearing the table audio. I'm just going to see if we can get you guys, because we've got so many Finns watching that I'm sure you want to hear what these guys are saying. So leave that one with me.
Yeah, unfortunately we can't, even though if we might hear it a bit louder in our ears, but it's hard for us to translate it or even pick up what they are saying. Where are you on the sauna chart though, George?
Big fan.
Big fan?
Yeah, big fan.
And degrees?
Degrees, 90 to 100.
Oh, you would fit in Finland then.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I thought, are they not the 110 guys? Or?
Yeah, but 100 is fine. I mean, you're welcome. If you go below 90, you can't come into Finland.
Yeah, for sure.
These guys say, I like to take a sauna, 75 degrees. Then you're kicked out. You lose your passport.
That's called a steam room, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. King 10-10-8 for Merivirta goes into the muck.
No, I'm a little bit of a masochist. I enjoy the pain. Just kind of going in there and sweating it out.
Yeah.
There's one at the hotel, but we've been, obviously, with such a busy schedule that it's tough to get back in time. I think we might get a little window today. It's open till midnight.
All right. Yeah, true. But in the UK, it's not so common that you have a sauna back home.
No, I live on the Isle of Wight, and we have one on the island.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
one. And I got access to it. I got like a temporary membership, and then I went traveling, playing poker for a while, came back, and they said that I'm off the list, basically. I was like, oh, shit.
So you're blaming that you were away, but did you misbehave maybe when you were there?
I just forgot to like top up the membership or whatever.
Okay.
Kind of frozen it, and then there wasn't any space left.
All right.
And it's like the world's worst sauna. No, it's okay.
You travel the world and get pipped by every card room,
exactly.
and then you come home, you can't even take a sauna.
Yeah, come home with 50 cents in my pocket, just like, please let me into the sauna. I got a lot of tilt I got to sweat off here.
No, sir. Come back in a year or two. Yeah, but it's funny, Finns normally they do like live in their saunas in 100 degrees, but still when you go vacationing like Thailand or any other hot place, the Finns are like, oh, it's so hot. It's 35 degrees out. I can't be outside.
A different type of heat they're used to, I guess, right?
Much drier heat.
Yeah, it's the wet heat that kills you. The humidity. A couple of people in the chat getting their sauna time in today. Only an electric one, but 75 is okay because it's a small one. Yeah, it's tough in the small ones to really get the heat up.
True. But is that really a Finnish person saying 75 is okay?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
Don't say it out loud, man. You're going to lose your passport.
Merivita here.
But I'm on that side as well. I would prefer 80-ish. I'm not a 90 or to 100, or at least not 110. Then I'm going to be smoked. Matila, Jackson 10s, yeah. Cheeky little limp.
Yep. setting his price here. Quick check back from his opponent. It's going to be quite comfortable with this hand.
Nice deuce to 7 hand for Kostiander.
Yeah. Do you pat that one and just bet, or
yeah, I think so, right?
In the blind versus blind,
absolutely.
Straight for Jussi. He's going to check once again, just to hope to find some kind of no equity bluff from his opponent. And Christian
That's the Finnish word for straight.
Yeah, I guess that.
Start.
Electric 60 to 70 is enough. It's too dry and hot after that. Is that because of the electric one, or?
Oh, I don't know, really.
I don't know, yeah. Surely heat's the same.
But still, like in electric one, you still have those stones that you can throw some water on and stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think that might be the one we've got in the hotel, actually.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Max was throwing on like bucket after bucket on there, and I was like, you're going to pay for that in 2 minutes. And he was like, it's all right.
Back to the 5 cards now then. Almost as painful as taking a hot sauna. 10 high for Laurila. Some suited connectors in there, and he comes racing to 100. Kings now for Mattila. 1 suit for them. What do you think of this then, George? 5 cards, kings, and towards an open race.
Don't want to be 3-betting here with the ICM. 3-bet calling and 3-bet folding is kind of a waste of our hand. I think we just want to continue with a call here, to be honest.
Yeah. And Mattila agrees.
Yeah, especially versus a stack that can really do him a lot of harm here. Laurila is one of the only players on the table, the only player, I should say, that covers him. And also, you know, kings, we don't mind playing multi-way. We've got some connectivity, a good suit. Keeps our options open. We get to play in position post-flop as well.
Yeah.
I think we want to have an ace in our hand to consider 3-betting.
Oh, heads up then. Laurila Mattila. 275 in the middle.
Not the flop he was hoping for, although does have, of course, the nut blockers with the kings and
the flush draw.
Yeah, the flush draw as well. Interesting board. So Laurila has the bottom end of the straight flush draw and a 10 blocker. It's probably quite a nice one to bet. Jussi's range is going to be somewhat condensed around this type of board, though. He's going to have a lot of high connected holdings. He's going to have a lot of queens, jacks, kings, sometimes with the 10, sometimes not. And I like Jussi's decision just to call here. Keep the options open, and again, he can navigate away from the hand on turns like this. Let's see if Laurila is going to find the second bet. It's quite difficult, right? You prefer to have at least a queen or something in his hand, something a bit more board interaction. So he does go for the check. The king on the river is Jin for Jussi, although still perceivable that Laurila has aces here. So do we see a bet? Do we see a hero check? It's not all that clear. You would expect to see hands like ace-jack and queen-jack bet the turn. And the traps can come from quad-jacks and aces full. Still could perceivably play in this fashion. So what are we getting value from? It's going to be straights. And Laurila does have the bottom end of the straight here with the 10-9. Yeah, Jussi's going to go for the small sizing. Don't think we're able to go too big here when we're just going to be stripped of the aces full.
Yep. 150 was the bet, but quick fold from Laurila.
Yeah, he knew his customer there. He knew he was going to be up against a lot of boats and a lot of strong holdings. And also the higher straight from time to time. So all finish final 4 here of the 9 remaining players. Playing down to a final table of 7. Once we get to 8, it's going to be 2 tables of 4.
But we are also going to stream the full final table, so we're not stopping once we get to the final table. We're going to give you all the action until we have the winner. And the new line I would set around maybe 11 local time tonight. Mattila now. Jack high. Surely folding this one shortly. Christian, there comes potting. This is why. Ace, King, Jack, 10-9. Double suit. Merivirta, an ace, but nothing much more. Let's it go. What about big blind?
Kostiander essentially committing himself here. He's not going to be able to get away from this hand. And Laurila has got a good holding to take a flop.
Yeah.
Hand has so much equity, especially versus these top of range hands. You just get all these boards where you hit to yourself, apart from the fact when he's got the bottom end of the straight, but all of the middling boards he's going to be happy with. Interesting board here, the monotone texture. It's going to be middle pair and the wrap for Kostiander. Quick check back. Going to be up against a lot of double suited holdings from Laurila. And diamondless, not even 2 pair. A fair one to just wave the white flag with, I think. King 10, so the straight improves even for Kostiander. And I think as played, we'd like to see a small bet here. He's going to go for pot. Sending it in.
Yeah.
Brave man.
Bit surprised though, only getting called by better.
Yeah, I would think that, you know, some hands Laurila could still have maybe a 5-high flush or something like that from time to time. So maybe a bit greedy, but trying to find a hero call from his fellow countrymen not to be on this occasion. Finnish domination once again.
Absolutely.
Deep stages of the 1K, as we've seen so many times over the years. A country that just seems to live and breathe Pot Limit Omaha.
And Sokko.
And Sokko, which is later on, I believe. Might even have started by now, I guess.
Yeah, I think it started at 7, an hour ago or so. Let's see how many is in there and how many is finished there, if it started right, since we talked about it. Where is the Sokko tournament? There we go. Sokko Nullo. Is that high or low? Nullo.
Nullo?
What's this? It's not started yet, but the only 2 registrants
and none of them are Finnish.
One Norwegian and one Latvian guy.
Wow.
When does it start? Starts in 8 minutes.
8 minutes, okay.
What?
8 o'clock start.
Are they all in the sauna?
Not sure. You see, checking back the Ace King Jack 8-7 here. Interesting decision. Thought we might have seen a raise. Such a strong hand in position, and does flop top 2 versus a bottom pair with the backdoor nut flush draw for Tero. Quick fold, and UC picks up another pot.
On. Ja ihan mahtavaa seurata. Se oli jo viimeksi pelattiin jotain peliä ja sit se oli silleen, kuule Krisu, viimeksi kun sä lähit, niin mä laitoin klinikan päälle. Ja mahtavaa, sillä oli niinku voimakkaat murremit. Sen jälkeen kun sä lähit pois, niin mä laitoin klinikan päälle. Mulla oli kato äsken. Katsotaan me pienemmille, antaa noitten paljon isompi.
Oh, did the dealer stop at 2 cards now?
I think that was one of those like dealer twitches when they're so used to dealing 2, and then they're like, oh yeah, it's the same Omaha tournament I've been dealing for 2 hours now.
Or 12 hours.
Yeah.
All right. Still this deal somehow. All smiles though, the finish. Armada. So back to action now then. 20k, 40k blinds, and Juri Merivirta first out with the 4-card format. Folding. Laurila already gone, so it's down to the blinds, and not much of a hand for Mattila.
He's going to go for the cheeky limp, completing 4 ways with this big effective ante.
Trips.
Oh yeah, not ideal for Kostiander.
Not at all.
Gonna struggle to win this one.
Sweden is tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Wrong game set. And already with the 10-8-5, it's looking dicey for Kostiander. He's got himself the lower end of the gut shot, but with such a poor holding. Expecting to see Jussi drag this one in. Now 4 pair for Jussi. Goes for the 2/3 size, and that should get the job done.
Siellä on mun kortti. Siellä on mun kaikki kortit. Mulla oli sama käsi kuin viimeiskin, tai siis sama tyyli. Mulla oli nyt 7, 4, 4, 4. Mulla oli viimeis J, 2, 2, 2, 2.
4, 4, 4. I think that means 0, 0, 0.
Oh, nulla.
Did we get anything about the sucker Nulu in the chat? No? No comments.
But if you look at the word in other languages, it means like what, 0? So it's probably low.
Must be, right?
Niin.
Nice hand in a 4-card format, 4-handed for Laurila. King, Queen, Queen, 7. Mattila with a double-suited hand. Up to 1.3 now, Mattila. Building and building. This one he's out. Kostiander as well. What about Merivirta? Not a favorite hand, but just costing him 80 more. Keeps it up though.
So Jussi with the 1.3 million. Structure catching up a little bit now.
Yeah,
see what was once a really domineering stack over 1 million is now just over 30 big blinds. And he's not been the type to really take advantage of this sort of pre-final table ICM. We would have seen a player like Siljander be just opening and going ballistic here, but not what we've seen from Jussi so far. And Tero picks up one without any resistance.
New dealer in place. 15 minutes remaining of this level, and then we'll be picking it up a notch to 25-50 blind. So yeah, the structure is catching up a little bit. We're on a 30-minute clock, so
yeah, average stack just 22.5 big blinds right now, and that's because we've got this rather bunching kind of phase where we're approaching the final table and the action's slowing down a little bit. We did see after the post-bubble sort of bonanza, let's call it, where everyone was busting out an average stack of closer to 40 big blinds, but it's been fairly thorny for the last hour or so. Most guys just kind of treading water and not looking to overcommit themselves.
Yeah.
And Tero folds as well, so you see the chip leader picks up one. Again, without any resistance.
all right then. Gonna step out for a little bit, but
no problem, sir.
Back soon.
So still 9 remaining, a little bit of a stubborn phase in the tournament, as is to be expected here. Playing PLO. Lots of maneuvering and tiptoeing around, treading water, trying to stay alive, not looking to commit with dangerous holdings, although Merivete here picking up the aces off of 13 big blinds, likely to see a pot-sized open here to 140k. Taking his time. Kostiander is going to come for a rather sticky defend here with the Queen 9-7-4-4. Double try suit. And not flopping an awful lot, although Jiri with his aces has got a pretty poor flop himself. So yeah, it's going to go check, check. 3 on the turn. Doesn't change anything apart from the prominence now of backdoor clubs. And Christian Kostiander is going to go for the no equity stab here, taking advantage of what he feels to be a range that isn't going to include too many flushes at that low stack to pot ratio, recognizing that Jiri is going to commit himself. And if he's been observant of Jiri or watched some of the hands back when he's had the time outside of his duties on the feature table, we have seen kind of a pot or check strategy from Jiri in those situations, so I think identifying quite well that his opponent was rather weak in that specific scenario. You see on the button Queen 9985 now starting to open up and identify that he is able to put a lot of pressure on these shorter stacks, especially in 5 card, targeting the big blind of Merivete, who has the tri-suit. Jack 9, Queen Jack 8, 5, 4. Just going to let that one go. Nice pickup for Mattila.
Just ehkä semmonen, mä just mietin, että firmatyyppien kanssa menee sinne vähän niinku dokaan, niin semmosen niinku tosi hyvä. Et siinä voi jättää vähän niinku silleen niinku, ei nyt voi sanoa sikalla, mutta kuitenkin, että sä voit siinä niinku sitä vetää. Ja se on meininki, että sä voi vähän niinku pitää äästä. No vähän voi, et se ei oo semmonen niin hieno kuitenkaan.
Yeah, big comeback for UC. His patience paid off in the end. Saw a couple of spots where thought he might have committed himself. He decided to wait when we were five-handed, and he got super short and has just come back to some fortune in terms of the card distribution. Won a couple of all-ins. Kostiander getting out the way, and Medevita with the kings. Don't think we're going to be able to wait too much longer. Likely to see him try and commit his stack here. Let's see what Tero has in the big blind. A playable holding, Queen Jack 7, 6, 5, double suited. So off to a flop. And the effective stack is about 2/3 pot remaining. So a key situation now for Medevita's chances. And he does flop top set.
Eikä vähän tuntuu niinku semmonen, että se vähän niinku hakee paikkansa vielä, että se ei oo semmonen niin, se on just uusi ravinto.
He's going to commit the rest of it, and a complete miss from Laurila. So those cards hit the muck. And another nice pickup there for Jiri, who's been quite patient off of the short stack. Is rewarded with a decent spot there, flopping top set at the low stack to pot ratio and picking up a vital pot. Tero got a call here with the kings, double suited, but weaker side cards, and you see with a very connected playable holding, the full 10-6. Wow, what a flop for Laurila here, just when he needed it the most. Even these small 3 big blind pots are crucial at this stage. You see checking back his straight draw. Turns a 6, so 2 pair now, and I think it's probably time for, no, another check for Laurila. Identifying his opponent to be potentially stripped of Jack X, giving him the opportunity to stab, and look at this, it's working out perfectly for Laurila. Check raise from Tepi. Looks like it's going to get the job done. You see, not with an awful lot of board interaction here, unless he's going to go super crazy and find some sort of click. But those cards do hit the muck. Chanced his arm at it with the 6 and the gut shot. And not to be on this occasion.
Niin se se voi, se mikä se on vaikea. Joo. Jos sä tiedät, jos tiedät. Ootko käynyt siinä? Niin, minkälainen oli? Mun mielestä oli ihan hyvä.
So still 9 remaining, but the stacks and the effective stacks are getting awfully short here, especially on our feature table. We've only got one player at around about the 30 big blind mark, with the other 3 hopefuls somewhere between 10 and 20 big blinds.
Siis ei nyt mitään misupätähteä, mutta niin kuin sanoin, niin ihan
Medvita, as we do change it up to 4 card with a huge holding here. Ace, King, Queen, Jack with 12 big blinds. Gonna go for the pot-sized open. Laurela's cards hit the muck. Over to Kostiander again. He mucks it.
Thank you. Se on semmoinen ehkä lihansyöjä, vaikka siellä on yhä taakkarit pöydässä ja siellä on monenlaisia piivejä, joilla se olisi tavallista. Nyt puhut mun kieltä. Niin, on kiva mun mielestä tehdään siinä vähän niin. Ja ne liekittää, jos valitsee sellaisen piirin siellä pöydän vieressä. Me ollaan Akin kanssa käyty aika paljon vihreillä eri paikoissa Helsingissä. Vodkanin. Ja se välillä aina... Mikä se olisi lihamia? Ei, se ei oikeastaan dikkaa. Mä aina vaadin, että mennään johonkin.
You see with the Jack 7-7-3, commanding lead, certainly incentivized to attack, and that's what he's going to do. Starting to move through the gears is Matilda now, understanding the position that he's in. Quick fold there from the Ace, Queen, Jack. Didn't see the 4th card. I'm imagining he had some kind of rainbow holding, and Medvita lets that one go, so you see just continuing to accumulate here on the final table bubble. 9 left. And the current payout is 6,600 euros for 8th and 9th, and then we move up to the 8.7k range for 7 left, all the way up to 52,300 for first.
Se on vissiin niinku aika standardi homma, mutta se oli vaan hauska, kun kävisi just viihdyllä, niin sit se oli silleen, että se ei oikein ollut mun mieleen kyllä. Ensi viikolla me tuodaan niinku kunnon lihan, niin katsotaan.
Let's see once again. Could open here with the Queen 8-7-4, considering the leverage he has over his opponents. Kostiander folding Ace, King, 5 deuce on the button. It's all getting a little bit tight. Everybody tiptoeing around, not looking to bust and not looking to make a mistake, as Yuri folding Ace, 10, 7 deuce double in the small blind. Wake up, guys. Sort of a battle of who wants it the least at this stage. And this is going to play into the hands of Jussi. I'm sure his intuition is telling him, watching all of these tiny pots and snap folds going on, that it's there for the taking. And he's certainly in the position to take advantage of a rather timid population tendency at the table. Ace, King, 5 deuce there on the button. Looking at some 6 max MTT ICM would just be an open even with the rainbow form. So to fold with the King high suit is quite the adjustment. Wow, look at this. Action galore as Medvita has potted with the Queen 10 9-8 and faced 2 repots. And his hand doesn't perform that poorly multi-way. If he's up against aces and aces, he's going to have a boatload of equity. In this instance, he is up against King, King, Jack and Ace, Ace, Jack. And the Jack is kind of a key card here, the little gap in between the Queen and the 10, but he's not to know that. As far as gambles go, if he were to win this stack off, he'd be up to a chip lead on the table. So the future game is brilliant, and it's quite unlikely, based on what we've seen, that his opponents are going to have him super crushed here. But at this late stage, when he knows he's going to be getting in behind, still has 335 back, so that's going to be good for about 8 bigs. By no means an easy spot. Might stack off with the double suited, does elect to fold. Don't think there's anything wrong with that. Just a stylistic choice. Some players like to go for the win there. They know they're going to have decent equity. All the money's up top, taking a gamble when they're going to have sort of between 25 to 40% multi-way. Can't be too bad, but also folding and allowing the 2 stacks to collide, also favorable. Oh, king high, and Laurila has found Jin, but it's the ace on the turn. Fireworks here. Can the 10 arrive for the chop? Oh my word! A roller coaster of emotions.
Justice. Eikö tää nyt käy jo?
What on earth did we just witness there? A set for Laurila on the flop. The rebink for Jussi with the ace on the turn, and the 10 for both players to chop it up. Never seen anything like it as the table springs to life. We've been through a couple of passive orbits and not much going on. Jussi coming in for a few opens, lots of folding, lots of limping, lots of tight folds as well. But now we see the atmosphere completely skyrocket here at these deep stages in the 2-day 1K PLO4 5 championship. Jussi Marttila can't find the hold he was looking for, having found the ace from space on the turn. Sorry for everybody's eardrums there. That was quite a lot of noise from myself and basically everyone on the table with a run out like that. Feels like a scene from a James Bond movie. So back over to Laurila. I guess the good thing is that they do chop up the pot-sized open and the ante as well, so a profit for both players at least. Marttila limping with the 10-7-6-5-4 quad suit and flops decently in the form of 2-pair and the wrap. It is a limp pot though. His opponent is going to have a lot of 3x in his range, of course, checking back. And Kostiander is going to pounce on that. With the jack of clubs, with some backdoor diamonds, some interaction. Jussi just out the way straight away. And that just shows you anyone willing to take the bull by the horns, considering the passivity on the table, is going to come up trumps. And starting to see Kostiander in these post-flop scenarios find some metal. It was a nice bet versus Jiri, I should say. Can't even get my words out, but where he went for the blockless bluff on the flush completer, having seen the check back, and now also pouncing on some perceived weakness there on the 7-3-3 and getting a pretty reasonable hand to fold.
Niin. Tavallaan se on niinku pointtina siinä.
Silloin ei ollut naulaa.
Joo. Mut sit se kyllä muuttaa sitä kanssa, niinku Terolla on just tosi paljon niin dominoivia rämpöjä. Niin, kyllä. Terolla on sen verran tuona pelaaja, että siellä on niin paljon niitä dominoivia.
Ja kongejakin.
Niin, ja kurveja. Kurveillakin se on valmis tekemään mitä vaan. Totta. Annos? 50 minutes.
Vai 7. Niin. 1,4 plus. 1,6 oikein. Niin nyt on. Joo, 1,6 miljoonaa.
We're just taking a couple of moments to let it all sink in. What a run out that was at the business end. And Mattila now with the ace-jack 8-5-3. Still retains a fairly healthy chip lead at the table. Are we going to see him utilize that in the 5-card round? No. He folds. Kostiander holding as well, and it's over to Medevita, who's extremely short here. 4 and a bit big blinds, but he's going to live to fight another day.
Ja tuossa oli kyllästy jo vähän tuolla. Eikö tää ikinä loppu?
Joo, ei sitä enää. Se vituttaa kerran, että sä näet sen kongin siinä ja sitten eihän sille enää mitään.
Kostiander finding the aces with good side cards as well, and a nut suit. Happy days at this late stage. Mattila with the double pair, Jack 9-6-6. You feel somewhat likely to take a flop here, but has been erring on the side of caution in a lot of spots, especially facing aggression. Let's see what he goes with this time. The hand is more than connected enough, and he's just going to let it go once again. So a continuance of some razor-tight play here, deep into PLO1K. We've got 8 players remaining, and we're going to play down to 7 before we're going to take a half-an-hour break for the final table.
Niin sä näet 3-7 ekana ja sit sä näet 1-8.
Sit se oli kyllä, sit se tuli vielä se parikko siihen.
Laurila folding. A decent starting hand there. Ace-Jack 8-6. Possibly due to the fact that we've got a couple of shorter stacks in the mix. Yuri in particular, who's only got about 3 big blinds, and he's going to pay the big blind next hand. So could be actually quite a shrewd fold, although based on what we're seeing from you see as the table chip leader, I think an open would have been quite effective. Doesn't seem to be the type of guy that's going to be going after us with relentless 3-betting, really leveraging the big stack advantage. Kostiander once again going for a stab. And you see this time with absolutely no board interaction whatsoever, you feel will find the fold.
Paljon sillä kaverilla nyt pikkumato 8. Se on hyvä tekoseura.
Tuo on näin päin.
Tämä on huono, mutta mä rullun tästä penkistä.
Laurila now opening into the small stack and trying to do the job himself. Opens to 2.5x. Should see Mattila fold. Kostiander, does he have any designs on applying pressure to Laurila here? Single suited, but Laurila's made it short enough. I believe that the short stack and the big blind will still be able to reopen the action, so by no means an easy spot here with the ace 10 5 4. The baller play is to find the 3-bet, with some assumptions that potentially Laurila could have been pot-sized opening with some of the stronger holdings. Wasn't quite enough room to reopen the action, so we could have actually just called there with the ace 10 5 4 and gone multi-way, and despite being out of position, he would have had the benefit of them having a rather small dry side pot, so would have been able to realize his equity quite well. Instead, we go heads up, and it's going to be 12% equity on the turn for Jiri. Can he find an 8 or a 3? Not to be on this occasion, as Tepi, the popular player in the chat, Tero Laurila, is going to get the elimination, and we are going to be down to the final 7, joined once again by Andreas. Coming in at the right time, sir.
Yeah, just for the break, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Work shy.
Yeah, you know it. Yeah, so we lose one fin, but there will be plenty of them on the final table, as you know. And I think they're off to a 30-minute break now before we will present our final table.
And we're going to get the final table announcement that's going to be made by Teresa, of course. And we're going to get the players coming out one by one after a medium-sized break. So we're going to see you in around about 25 to 30 minutes.
See you soon.
Hello, I have John Kite here, who won the PLO4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair, as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands, which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to... And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
is it like 1 round with 4 cards and then 5 or...?
Yeah, 1 round of each. So we're 8-handed. So first we have 1 round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So You like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something, against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game, you still have like the flop and turn and river the same way. In that,
you just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
These are the cards that play with the table, right?
So normally, if there's 4 5s in Hold'em, you both split, right?
Yeah, pods.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards. So
if
you have
four
a full
quad-
house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here and the ace is full, or 5's full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Jack, yep. Oh, this is this.
Yeah, that's fine. But here, we need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight, right? So
Nice.
that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
Yeah. Every player gets 4
the button
cards.
moves like the whole, what do I say, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card. So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5 and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5, you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace king 9 8 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally it's not respecting your opponent or the board. Like if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. Like people overplay overpairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, overpair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
Oh, wow. So you have that lucky
I'm lucky.
charm.
I'm lucky
Yeah.
today. Even though I just doubled up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top 1 game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop, we want like big draws. If the flop come queen 10-6, even though the guy have aces with a queen, it's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah,
So
and
that would be a nice.
and a 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from Hold'em.
We have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO 4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in. You know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should be a little bit smart and you should have luck as well,
Yeah,
like in every poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and
Yeah.
explaining the PLO4 and 5 to me.
Welcome, guys, back to Tallinn. It's the 10-year anniversary of the Kings of Tallinn, the beautiful event we all love. And we are so happy to welcome you to this edition. Right now, behind me, playing at the TV table, some familiar faces. They have all won a Queen or Kings of Tallinn edition during the years. Among these guys playing this sit and go is Rano Sotla, who took down the first event in 2015. We also have Juha Helppi amongst the winners, Sarah Benjamin, who won the ladies edition last year. And all of these are battling it out for a VIP trip to Fiorentina game. They will be able to go and see the game and enjoy some nice VIP treatment. But let's go and meet a few of the players as well, look at how the game went down and see what they have to say about this. They started on 7 players. I can see there's been 2 re-entries made. Rano Sotla, winner 2015. Who made these 3 entries?
Well, I guess it was me. Yeah.
It was you?
Yeah, it was me.
What happened?
Well, I just decided, that today it's gonna be on me. Matias Siljander even said that they should change the name, that Royal Showdown sponsored by Ranno. Today is giving show for the fans and a little bit punting here and there.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Like, I was very nervous coming here, especially because Martha was supposed to come, so I would have had some female support, but she unfortunately couldn't make it. But the guys have made it very welcoming, and we're having fun. It's not too serious, but at the same time it's serious, but it's like also having fun and chit-chatting and stuff. So
joined by Matias Siljander, the most recent winner of them all. Is that to your favor?
Yes, I suppose so, yeah.
You have old players like Juha and the guys, right?
Yeah, and Ranno, he won in 2015, I think, and he hasn't updated his playbook since, so yeah. He's not doing great.
No, of course.
It's a really fun table to play. Aggressive playing.
Who's the strongest one?
Strongest. I like the way Matias Siljander plays, and Rano as well. And unfortunately, I have both of them to my left.
You do, yeah.
So, yeah, I have to be cautious.
Have you adjusted your tactics now?
Yes, I have to.
I think Deuces is just going to jam. Yep. And are we going to see a call? Yes.
Oh.
The ace-9. He's seen one.
That's pretty good. If this one is... I don't want to expose my range.
It's amazing.
Yeah, ace-9, a clear call here.
Yeah,
Heads up,
absolutely.
and you do feel as though...
And this is for the title for Johan Karlsson, but as you can see, it's a flip, so...
Yeah, it does say
help you find the double
47%,
up.
but you do feel like the luck is in the side of the Swede here.
Yeah.
Going for the Phil Helmuth prey at the table.
Oh, there's the ace.
Maybe a backdoor diamond draw for Helpy? No,
Will
the
he
5.
find one of the 2 remaining ducks? No deuce.
And that's going to be the end of it for Juha Helppi. A spirited fight, but just couldn't get the job done versus Johan Karlsson, who it was his day.
Juha Helppi, one of my idols from when I started playing, even though I started playing it's close to 20 years ago. Like, Juha Helppi was already around and a famous name around the poker community. I told him a couple of times, it's a pleasure to be here playing with you.
Yeah.
Heads up. Then eventually I got out of it with a win. I can't feel more happy than I do right now.
And part of this winning this tournament is having the possibility to bring a friend, going on a VIP trip.
If my girlfriend would like to, I would love to bring her with me on this event.
Of course you should.
She's supporting me, and I love what she do for me, being here, supporting me all the time.
Huge congratulations, Johan Karlsson. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you very much. Yes!
That's it for the coverage of the Royal Showdown. I hope you enjoyed, but of course a lot of more events to come during the week. So make sure you check us out on our socials, and on olibetevents.com you can see the full schedule and see whatever event suits you the best to come join us here at the Hilton and the Olympic Casino. Bye for now and see you soon.
Hey everybody, it is Jason Glatzer, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here at the Kings of Tallinn. It is the 10th anniversary of this iconic event here at the Hilton Tallinn Park and Olibet's flagship home, Olympic Park Casino. Behind us, we have the lovely Kings of Tallinn merch shop. That will be open starting tomorrow, where you can get your Kings of Tallinn gear. As you head up the stairs, you will notice that there is something special. Each previous Kings of Tallinn and Queens of Tallinn winner is honored with their name on the stairs, so you can walk through history as you enter into the tournament arena. And behind us, you'll see that we have the fantastic TV table at the Kings of Tallinn. There'll be 4 full days of streaming, along with some bonus coverage of the Royal Showdown. The Royal Showdown is a nice addition for the 10th anniversary. All the previous Kings and Queens of Tallinn winners were invited to battle it out for ultimate supremacy, so you'll be able to check that out on Tuesday, February 25th, but they'll be streaming on the 26th, the 27th, and of course on March 2nd will be the final table of the 1 million guaranteed main event. We are entering the main ballroom here at the Kings of Tallinn, where in just a few days' time, the main event will take place. How excited are you about the 10th anniversary of this iconic event?
Oh, it's so super exciting. It's a great fun, and also to already see so many players coming in there. So we're looking at records in most of the big tournaments. We also have a 1 million guarantee in the main event this year. So good times, Jason.
I might not be a poker king, but you certainly can be at the Kings of Tallinn and earn your rightful seat into this throne with 64 numbered events for the 10th anniversary at the 2025 Kings of Tallinn. The main event, €1 million guaranteed prize pool, will be following that throughout the week. All the side events, results, news, and more. Check it out at olibetevents.com, along with our media partner, poker.pro.
Teresa, we have a new game this time in the festival, and it's called 5-card stud. And in Finnish, I also learned it. It's sökö or sökö nullo.
Yeah.
Getting good at Finnish with the new games. But can you tell us about the game?
Yeah, so this is a 5-card stud game. It's a traditional Finnish game, but it's actually originated from Canada, I think, North America. So some people call it Canadian stud,
yeah.
But in Finland, it's called sökö. And we've had the sökö before in the schedule, but now we have also introduced sökö nullo. And for the very first time, we have sökö nullo also in the Kings of Tallinn schedule included. And it's sökö low. So basically what we're doing is we have a tournament that has 1 round of each, sökö high and sökö low.
Can you maybe show us how the game works, how it goes?
Yeah. So first of all, people usually ask like, what's the nuts? What's the best hand? So the nuts in sökö nullo, which is the low version of sökö, that would be, there you go, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
So it can't be a straight.
Yeah. So in sökö, in the traditional sökö, you have also a 4-card straight and 4-card flush. In this low version, you got to watch out for any straights, any flushes, any pairs, or anything. So basically, you're looking for the lowest possible hand. Ace is considered a bad card, a high card. So you're looking for the lowest possible hand, but you can't make even a 4-card straight. So therefore, the nuts would be 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah. And because it's a 5-card stud game, the initial deal is 1 card down and 1 up. And eventually, the players would get this. So this is the final sökö. It's 1 card down and 4 up. And that goes for both high and low.
Okay. And how many draws then? How many times? Or can you see that one as well?
Yeah, I mean, the initial deal is would be So this would be the initial deal, and after that, the dealer would place one more. You got a betting round, one more betting round, and then one final betting round, and then that's it. And so it's a very straightforward game because you have quite a lot of information there, but still. It seems to be quite tricky with this low version, so it's going to be interesting to see how players do on this one.
I have one question. You said it's a traditional Finnish game, but is it popular as well?
It used to be back in the days before Texas Hold'em was introduced and came more into Europe overall. So, let's say 70 to 100 years ago, Soccer was the game that they played in Finland a lot. But nowadays, it's not so played anymore because Texas Hold'em is the most popular.
Yeah, but we are bringing Soccer back.
We're bringing, yes.
Yeah, we're bringing it back.
Definitely bringing Soccer back.
Scott, I'm so happy that I met you the last time you were here in Tallinn as well, so I can make you teach me how to play open-faced Chinese pineapple now.
And the good thing is, the last tournament I played live was an open-faced Chinese tournament, and I won it. So I'm in good shape to teach you today.
Perfect. Yeah. So can you just show me how it goes?
Okay. So first and foremost, you know the hand rankings for poker, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna make 13 cards. We're going to have 5-card hand, 5-card hand, 3-card hand.
Mm-hmm.
The backhand has to be the strongest. The middle has to be the next strongest. The top has to be the weakest. That's all we're looking for. But it's normal hand rankings for poker.
Mm-hmm.
So we start with 5 cards. We have to use all 5 cards to start with. And we can do this face up just so that we can show everyone sort of how it works.
Ooh, I like to see red.
Yeah, so you have a lot of hearts there. So what are you thinking when you see this?
Can I use all of them?
You have to use all of them.
So I would do like this to make it like flush.
Exactly. You have a really strong start with 4 to a flush. Have a weak card in the middle, and then maybe we get some queens or aces up top.
What about you?
For mine, I have a lot of diamonds. It's not great starting hand, actually, especially because I see you have a lot of hearts here, but I think I have to go like this.
So it's important always to check out what the other players have.
It's very important not only to check what your cards are, but also to check your opponents, because let's say further down the line, it might be that you're going for some pairs or something, but if you see that a lot of the other cards have gone, you want to make sure that you avoid those. So now we're going to get 3 cards next. You have to use 2 of these 3. You're going to throw one away. Okay. Normally they would be dealt face down, but I'm going to deal them face up just so that we can show everybody what the cards are.
Come on.
So we have to use 2 of these. This is very good for me, by the way, because that completes my flush.
Okay.
So what are you thinking when you look at these? King up top, obviously, yes. And we always put it to the side.
Probably I would use the deuce.
So again, look at my cards for what you have here. So you have a choice between a 2 and an 8, and indeed I have an 8. So yes, throw the 8 is a very good choice. And for me, I'm just completing my flush. I'm very happy with that. So we get another 3.
So this is how it goes.
Yeah.
You make the first hand that you get dealt is 5 cards.
Yeah.
You use 5, then you get 3. You have to burn 1.
Yeah. It's always going to be that after the first 5, you're going to get dealt 3 every time. You have to use 2. You have to throw 1. Now you have an interesting choice because yes, this is actually perfect. Yes, yeah, I really like this. There are a couple of hearts gone, but still the hearts are very live. We are going to need to make 2 pair in order to make the kings valid. The interesting point with this, by the way, when we play progressive pineapple like we are playing, if you get queens up top or better, you get into fantasy land. Fantasy land is where you get all of your cards in your hand, and that's really, really powerful. So it's important that you do try and get a strong hand up at the top so that you can get all those cards in your hand. Because the last tournament that I won, I got 13 cards in my hand. I made a royal flush out of 13 cards. I got 14 cards in my hand. I made trips up top, and trips up top is a lot of points. Worth noting, by the way, that the way the game works, it's based on royalties. You have points. So the stronger your hand is, the more points you're going to make. So kings up top is really good. If you can make this, this would be super nice.
I can.
So you're throwing the 9.
Do we have one more round to go?
We're gonna have a couple more rounds to go. Mine is not the greatest because in the middle I'm struggling, and the flush would be no good in the middle anyway. So I'm actually gonna have to keep the 4 even. Oh no, but all the 4s are gone actually. I think then I'm just gonna burn this up at the top, try and leave as much space in the middle. So 3 more cards.
Come on. Yay! You got my heart.
Oh, very
This is what I
strong.
need.
So all you're
like
gonna
in the
need,
middle?
you're just gonna need to make 2 pair in the middle or trips to make your hand live.
Okay.
So what are you thinking?
There's a 3.
There is a
not
3.
9, so I would probably do it like
I like
this.
that choice. That's a really good choice.
Yay!
And then for me, this is pretty good because I can put aces in the middle, which means if I get a queen now, I would get into fantasy land. So that's pretty decent. So final draw. I'm gonna do these down actually so that you can sweat them.
Yeah, the sound of Fantasyland is like so luring.
Fantasyland would be lovely. If we can get you a Fantasyland and show the Fantasyland as well. Oh, you've got it as well.
Yay!
Very nice.
And I
Very
still need
nice.
to use
And just
one
put
of
anything
this,
up top, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you go for the higher one because why
Ah,
not?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
And then I need a queen to get into my Fantasyland.
Do we have it there?
No fantasy for me. So you are now going to get 14 cards in your hand, and then you get to make the hands from that. So we'll do one fantasy. I'm going to sort of ignore what my hand is. We just want
I made it to
we wanna see what your
Fantasyland.
Fantasyland is. That was so amazing.
So
2,
this is the
3,
Fantasy Land round.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So this is what I have, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't have a flush.
No flush there.
Do I have a straight?
You do have a straight. You have a few straights actually. It's a shame that you're short of 1 diamond. 1 diamond would have been nice because then you could have made flush and straights. You got an extra diamond.
Yeah, but I can just make the flush
You got the
down.
straight there.
The straight down here.
Yeah.
Then make it.
It's not the best fantasy,
It's
unfortunately.
not.
I've seen a lot better. You've just got a pair of queens, pair
Yeah.
of 6s.
Yeah, you can help me
It's
with
probably
that.
only
You're
this.
the pro here.
You get points for it, so the straight's worth 2 points at the back. The 6s is worth 1 point. Unfortunately, it's really not much points at all. I'm wondering, is there anything better we can do? But you're missing 1 diamond. If you had 1 diamond, you could
They
make
can-
flush straights, then you're getting a lot more points.
I have one question.
Yeah.
During the tournament, do I have to keep my own score, or the dealer helps me?
The dealer
or
does
how?
it for you. I mean, as always, the dealer is there to help you out. So the
Mm.
dealer does everything for you. They'll calculate the scores. Obviously, it's good to check it just in case you're not sure. But yeah, the dealers are really helpful.
Well-
And I have to say, so I played this in February here,
Yeah.
and the dealers are very, very good. They know what they're doing.
And they
So
support
anyone,
you.
anyone that's not sure what they're doing, you can always trust in the dealer to look after you.
And if you need help, then you can always call Scott.
Yeah.
Peter, I remember when I met you the last time, and I know you're the Sweden master in Sweden. And now I would like you to teach me how to play.
Well, Sweden is a game where you play 5-card Omaha on the board and 5-card draw in the hand. So if you focus on the 5-card draw hand, you will be successful.
That's it. Now I know how to play.
Pretty much. But I said there are a lot of numbers to consider and a lot of cards to consider. And of course, you have to be Franke lucky.
Oh, that's a good way to be lucky.
Yeah.
Can you show me like one example or something?
We get 5 cards
Yeah.
each. 5 cards each, like this. And of course, when you have chips, you decide if you want to play this hand or not. And let's say everybody plays the hand. So we have a flop.
Let's do it openly, right?
Okay.
So we can, because I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
And
to do.
usually you want to have like pair, 2 pair, flush draw,
I have one.
straight draw. You have a pair and you're in the lead. I will still pot you here because I want you out of the hand.
Yeah, surely.
Okay, but you are going to be in. So now you see a pair
Yeah.
and you have a straight draw. Could be okay, unless I have like a full, but I don't. So you want to change like the 10. You take it away.
You just like burn it.
Yeah. And I'm gonna change 2 cards because
So how many can I change?
you can change from 0 to 5.
Ah, okay.
And if you change 1 card, you get 1 open. Do you like it? Does it fit your hand or does it fit the board? No.
Nope.
Away, and you get a new one. the same. And I get 2 cards, so I don't get the face up.
How do you like it?
No, but still, here's the turn.
Yeah.
And you're probably gonna check, I'm gonna check. And then the river. And that's a split pot, because you see, I got the straight.
Yeah.
And you have the best hand.
So I win this time?
8s, yeah. No, you win half the pot and I win half the pot here.
Okay, we split, yeah.
Quite easy, guys.
Seems really easy.
Quite easy.
No,
Come and play. And I will show you, not that easy.
So hello and welcome back for the final table of the 1.1k PLO 4/5 card Bonanza. We've got over 270 runners playing down to the final 7 right now, looking to crown our champion. Top prize of over 52,000 euros.
Huge in a PLO event, right?
Absolutely unreal. Been such a pleasure to commentate so far. And we've got a star-studded final table for you guys. So let's jump into the action, shall we?
Absolutely. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Pot Limit Omaha Championship, event number 36. 1,100 euro Pot Limit Omaha 4 and 5 Championship. We started with 271 entries and we are now down to our final table. Let me introduce you to our final 7 players. From Finland with 1,040,000 in chips, taking seat number 1, Tero Laurila. From Finland with 1,180,000 in chips, welcome Jussi Mattila. And from Finland with 2,120,000 in chips, welcome Fredrik Lindström. Seat number 4 with 435,000 in chips, from Norway, welcome Tobias Leknes. Seat number 5, from Sweden, with 1,250,000 in chips, Alexander Holmberg. Taking seat 6 with 875,000 in chips, from Finland, welcome Christian Kostiander. And seat 7 from Denmark with 1,230,000 in chips, Gisle Olsen. We're currently on level 26 with 19 minutes to go, 25,000, 50,000 blinds, and we're going to shuffle up and deal for the button. No, button starts on 1. And we're starting with 4-card Omaha. 7 players remaining.
So here we go.
This is it for the PLO fans out there. It's time to crown the 4 and 5 card master, the champion of Kings of Tallinn. And as you can hear from Teresa's introductions, a lot of Finns on the table. Here we go. We're missing a Swedish flag for Alexander and a Norwegian for Tobias, but there were 4 Finns and then Norway, Sweden, Denmark. So Battle of the Nordics surely
As
happening.
is customary here in Tallinn. Lots of Finnish presence, of course. Holmberg. I'm sure even without the flag, the viewers could have guessed that one, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Likely to be a Swede. And Leknes starting
Oh.
things off here with the kings. Under the gun 7. Likely to just see a pot.
Rather short, 9 bigs.
Yeah, he's going to make it 175 to go. So we've got the new green chips in play for the final table. They are 100k each. The greys are 25 and the 5s are red. Jussi Mattila in the small blind with the ace 10, 10, 8. Certainly a formidable hand, but facing a pot-sized raise from under the gun. Given the way we've seen him approach the final 2 tables, likely just to muck it. And that's what he does.
Yep.
Ooh, Lidstrom here with the King Jack 10-9. Very connected. And knows that he's up against a player that's capable of taking this spot with not just hands like aces and kings. So I think definitely justified.
Heads up then to the flop. Lindström and Leknes. And Tobias not much behind, but the 3 hearts is actually good for him, even though he also only had one himself. But Fredrik Lindström just with the king of hearts. And he's checked it over to Tobias and he's all in. Fredrik with jack only.
Got a pair, a gut shot. Facing just north of half pot here. Might see from time to time the flop flush go for the super small sizing. So it does feel silly, but having the king of hearts, we're going to block a lot of the flushes from under the gun, and that's going to be the primary concern, right? Are we dead? And you know, with that king of hearts, got the pair, got the gut shot. Could be
Comes
in
with a
half
call.
decent shape.
So
Yeah, just making sure he doesn't have the flush, and that's that concern out of the way. Knows he's going to be behind a lot of the time versus over pairs. But a fighting chance here with the pair and the gutter. And so he's going to need a jack, a 10, or a 9, or an 8. And apparently only 2 outs.
wow.
Jussi had an
Can
ace,
really
10,
be
10, 8.
that many folded already?
Yeah, pretty brutal, right?
Yeah.
On a table of 7.
So the 78-22 is actually worse than that for Lindström. And this, I'm sure what the graphics are correct right now. Else for Leknes is not correct because he will be winning this one.
Absolutely, yeah. He was still ahead on the turn and does the job nicely on the river with the 3 of spades. Lovely little hold for Leknes to get things underway.
Yeah, almost back up to the million.
Come in very skillfully and I get it back. I take it back very unskillfully. Det var Novans fra 14. Of course. Hvad tror du?
Nice Norwegian, Danish, Swedish, Finnish being talked at the table right now.
Nordic-ish.
Yeah.
We need more Brazilians on the rail.
And Alexander, nicknamed Nodde, first to act with the Queen 7-6, double suited. Not the perfect position to play them, and lets the Queen go into the muck. Because the unders folded already. This is our Danish friend Gisle Olsen, folding the jacks and 5s. A lot of pairs out there now. See Mattila with the ace queen 8-3.
On the button with the ace, we're going to be expecting to see an open there, but he does have Lindstrom to his left in the small blind that does have him out chipped, so maybe some cause for concern.
No, and he'll come for the limp now. Lickness in the big blind. 9, 8, and 3s. Comes with the raise. Trying to get Lindstrom off his hand. Doesn't work. So we're off to a new flop between these guys then. Six, deuce, ace. 6 for Lindstrom. Lickness though to continue. Of course, racing from the big blind pre. Gives a lot of aces in his range, and Lindstrom believes him.
Gets the job done. Nicely executed there from Leknes. Similar kind of concept that correlates with Hold'em, where you're going to ISO the small blind limp. Especially when you feel like the chip leader in the small blind is going to be quite aggressive himself. Lots of opens, lots of putting the medium stack to the test. So felt that the limp was going to be a little bit weaker than average, and took the chance to pounce there with a rather hand that plays quite poorly as a check back.
Yep.
So finding a way to get the bluff value in a way, you know, raise it up and take it down on a nice dry board such as that. Excellently done from Senkel.
Laurila also folding. I think Matila is going to do the same very shortly.
Did you play how was it?
Our chip leader then losing 2 pots in a row, down to 1.5 now, but still biggest stack on the table. King, Queen, 10-5 double suited.
I was surprised how many familiar faces there were.
Falling from the button. Alexander checking it down from the big blind. Ace 5 4 deuce. Good flop for him.
Yeah, advantage Alexander here with top and bottom, and wheel gut shot. And Lindstrom has middle pair with double backdoor flush draw and a gut shot of his own. So pretty neutral board as far as things go. Lindstrom with the positional advantage.
He was so humble and then okay, I will.
I would like that move.
Let's tell that there was a good players and then I will.
Yeah, really high quality players.
Oh, be a battle for the chip lead here now then as Alexander
For
comes
most
along.
people it would be really hard to make it.
Lindstrom finds another queen, takes over the lead.
But for me it was pretty easy.
And no help for Alexander. Check mark is with Lindstrom. It's the question of whether he's to get something more out of this pot.
Check.
I think the green light now to go for a sizable bet, targeting these ace-x holdings.
Yep.
We don't have an ace in hand, so much more likely that our opponent is going to be having one himself. What's he gone for here? North of 200? Yeah, 250 seems like a good size. Nice chunky bet here. We're going to have some limps that stab the flop, check back turn, some jack 10 type holdings, some king jacks. Certainly in that limping range as well. Giving Holmberg a bit of a headache here already as we delve into the waters of the final table.
Yeah.
And he does find the fold.
Yeah.
Discipline there, and also having been in that limped pot pre-flop, going to be struggling to represent too many full houses such as ace queen and aces. Just going to be stripped of those a lot of the time with the passive action pre-flop, so might have been considering taking it upstairs, but would have likely have seen a call there from the queen.
Yeah.
Ja Filippiineissäkin vaan tehdään Lapierista rahaa, niin voittaa paljon, niin se on niin Vietnamissa tuli 2 finaalipöytää ja rahasta.
Next hand then, and for those of you just joining us, George, we are playing 4 and 5 cards.
That's right, one round of each.
One round of each. And the difference, the basics between those two.
Yeah, so in 5 cards you're just going to have a lot more connectivity, and there's a bit more of a premium on what would be considered the top hands in 4 cards. So in 4 card, these hands, like the king here, are heavily devalued in 5 card just because there's so many more combinations, which means that when we do have kings, we're going to be looking to have strong side card components. So we want to be a little bit more aware of that 5th card and make sure that we're going to be playing some more connected holdings, looking for nut suits, looking for that extra little bit of nuttiness, which can come in the form of high pairs, connectivity, and nut suits. The 4 card allows itself for a little bit more maneuverability. The ranges of hands can often be quite wide, but in 5 card you're going to be playing multi-way a little bit more. It's going to be facing stronger hands on average when you open from early position. So whilst the percentages of like what you open and kind of how your range looks like are quite similar, it's very important to select your combinations wisely, as there are hands that look good if you come from a 4 card background that actually don't play so well in 5 card, and a typical example of that is double suited kings with 4 side cards. So in 4 card that still remains a very strong holding. A hand like king 7-3 double suited, strong hand, but in 5 card king 7-3 deuce with 1 king high, 1 7 high suit is actually quite a poor hand, just because of the fact that when the chips go in post flop you're going to be up against the nut flush so much more often, with more combinations of flushes available for your opponent with that extra 5th card, another chance to find the spade or whatever the suit is, for example.
Yeah. Laurila under the gun, letting it go, as will Mattila shortly.
Over to Tobias, who we know is not scared of getting in the mix. Always got a bit of pep in his step in his game. He's always looking to drive the action, find creative ways to win pots, as we saw with the 9-8-3-3. Not a type of strategy that we've seen present in the other types of feature tables that we commentated on earlier on in the day. So king 10-9-7 facing ace jack 9-5, but with the positional advantage you always feel like Gisle is going to have to hit something to hang on in there, and he does. Top pair, although no additional equity. And look at this for Leknes, he's got himself the wrap, so we can see he's got 69%. Obviously those percentages will be slightly manipulated by the folded cards, but a very strong hand to continue with nonetheless, and does have backdoor spades as additional equity. A quick call from Olsen and an ace on the turn which is going to give the rat plus the flush draw and then 2 pair for Olsen. And this is a sickening spot for Tobias already. Just because he knows his opponent is going to be so value heavy here, it's so counterintuitive to lead for the pot size on an ace turn versus the opener. So, you know, the issue is if he is semi-bluffing and he's got a hand like King 10-9 with spades, that dominates us. And then also the hands like Ace-Jack, Aces, if he did have a weak Aces combination that didn't 3-bet pre, may also play in this line. Very under-bluff spot.
Yeah, tricky spot, and this is for almost the entire stack as well. For Tobias, 500 out of the 800 to call. Oh, comes with the call here now, building one of the biggest pots in the tournament.
Absolutely right, wise guy. He's going to need a spade, a 10-9-7.
Oh,
3 is a brutal
card.
And Olsen will be happy to put the rest in here, and Tobias just has to fold.
Absolutely nothing. He had so many draws, and yeah, not to be for the Norwegian mixed games legend, Leknes.
Yeah.
Now he has a lot of fans in the Norwegian community, and also he's a guy who always helping people out, and you know, people wants to get as many people as possible getting in the mixed games, not only the PLO but the other rather more quirky mixed games as well. I know he plays them all. So maybe if he exits now, he's run towards the ballroom and just go into the Sokonullu.
Yeah, let's hope for his sake that he remains with us for a while. It's always nice to see him play on the feature table.
Yeah.
Always bringing that creative style I mentioned, finding ways to win pots, plays loose aggressive, and yeah, just finding the defend there. He's getting a price of 33% equity required, and also some implied odds of when he does hit, he's going to get the rest of the stack in as well. I think Tobias would have known exactly what his opponent has, but he just had enough where he felt like he was justified in coming along.
Yeah.
Frustrating when you don't get there, of course, but still left with the spinnable stack, 6 big blinds. Got a couple more hands until he goes through the blinds, so looking to find something in the near future. Yeah. Laurila in the big blind, facing the 2.5x. Just going to let it go.
Saving money.
And Lindstrom gets through a nice little raise and take.
Yeah.
Se on ainakin, jos haluat ruuhkasta, niin se on niin silleen, ei halua noista jostain isoista maksaa, niin se on niin järkevä perehtyä hieman. Käydä tsekkien kautta aina paluureissuun.
Leknes with the ace-jack 6-6 in the +1. One more hand before he does go through the blinds, and I think fold seems to be the reasonable option. And Gisle here on the button with the king, jack, deuce. Nice hand to open things up. He's going to go for the full pot, 175k. Laurila should be getting out the way, and it's over to Jussi, who hasn't been much of a defender so far. Been happy to allow players to steal his blinds and kind of not looking to take it to the streets out of position is what we've seen from him. It's always fascinating to commentate on a final table where you've got such a differing styles across the board. The likes of Leknes finding the annoying continue there on the turn with all of the straight draws and his flush draw. as we've seen other players in somewhat similar spots just snap fold and look to play pots where they've got the initiative a little bit more often. Electus finds a hand here to go with, the ace, king, queen, 3 deuce, double try. Good news for him in this perilous situation. And the blinds are up as well, so he's going to be able to make it 210k. Mattila should get out the way. It's over to Lindstrom. And he's got a pretty weak holding here. Ace 10, 8, 5, 4. Try suit to the ace. We are up against a super short stack, and we don't need too much equity to consider calling here, especially with our stack. Not going to put us into a compromised situation. He does defend. And yeah, in 5 card versus this kind of stack size, you just do want to be continuing with a pretty wide range, even though you're going to be somewhat dominated by the top of the range. Oh no. Bad news for Leknes as Lindstrom finds a flush with the 8-5-4. And Leknes has top 2 here at the super shallow stack to pot ratio. The money goes in, and yeah, he knows even when he does get called, he's going to be up against a straight or a flush the most of the time. Going to need to find some magic. We can see, unfortunately, as a spoiler, that there aren't any kings or queens remaining in the deck. So it's actually the check mark for Lindstrom here, but Tobias feels like he's going to have a fighting chance, because he can't see that himself, and the board just runs out all diamonds. How many are in this deck, he's thinking, as he hits the rail in 7th place for 8,650 euros. A spirited effort, as is customary from Senkel. And GG indeed. Good news for the rest of the table as a very strong player hits the rail there.
Tonni ja siis sehän tulee 2 miljoonaa niin vittu sitä 200 on siitä vuonna. Paljon 200. Ei niin se voitti sen. Riilin jälkeen 2. Miljoona. Kuinka kaikkialle nyt on pettynyt? Ei paineita.
So Olsen, having won the big pot versus Senkel, is actually the current chip leader with just 37 big blinds. We have slightly lost the structure due to how slow it was in between the final 13 down to the final 7, and we do have 6 remaining now, with an average stack of around about 25 big blinds by the looks of it. Olsen going to get out the way, Laurila. Not going to open the ace.
I don't remember, but in history it was the biggest.
10, 8, 7, 7 double. Interesting. Mattila with the double paired hand. That's the chip leader in the small blind. Did see him open buttons quite liberally with 2 tables remaining. Goes for 165. Ooh, big hand here for Alexander Holmberg. Likely to be seeing the 3-bet. Gonna check his stack. He's covered by Mattila. There are a fair few shorter stacks than him at the table. He's currently on around about 15 blinds. But as far as spots go, ace, queen, 10, 8, 7, double, pure. is going to be a beautiful hand to pump it up here, and that's what he does. The Swede not missing the spot there, and likely to take this one down, I think, versus Mattila. Yeah, so it's 535, I think, is the pot.
525.
No, yes, that's right. 65, yeah, 525. Mattila in the tank here. And the beauty of these spots is that when you've got a lot of ICM considerations, is that the 3-bets have so much more fold equity than you'd see in a regular cash game, where you'd find it difficult to get a 3-bet through big blind versus button. 100 big blinds effective, they're playing 15 effective, so the risk premium goes up, and also the out of position player has a huge advantage in being first into the pot post flop to generate some fold equity. He does muck it. And a nice pickup there for the Swede. Just what the doctor ordered with 6 remaining, picking up some chips uncontested. Pre-flop in 5-card Omaha. Even with some of the stronger hands here, just not particularly concerned about seeing a fold from your opponent. Obviously, if you do go to a flop or get shoved on, going to be running with it, but very much happy just to take it down uncontested and move on to the next one, picking up a nice couple of chips there.
Also, when the start stack is 30 and you have 2 million, then you have hard or 2.3. Yes. I have to pay like everybody else more than 50
Yeah, it's semantics over the 10K and the incorrect pot size. Not going to change the decision too much for Mattila. I don't think that he's going to call the 525 and fold to the 535. Olsen here with a beautiful hand. King, Queen, Queen, 9-9. With the chip lead. Let's go for the limp. Mattila going to come along with his double-suited kings. Holmberg and the small blind also double-suited. Connected enough, I think, to complete. A little bit more disconnection, because we know that we're not going to be playing too heavily on the suits. As multi-way, very often the suits will be dominated in 5-card. So what have we got here? We got 2 clubs. That's Holmberg's flush draw. Also one for Mattila. Don't see a 4-3 out there, so no immediate huge equity advantage for anyone. It's going to be Kostiander that takes the stab at it, though, with the open ender and top 2. Goes for the full pot, looking to maximize fold equity versus non-nutted flush draws, essentially, and there's 2 players holding exactly that are going to struggle to connect with this board. Olsen with the double overpair, he's out. Mattila is going to be somewhat concerned about the big blind range as well. So it's over to Mattila. We can see that Olsen's folded, as he should. The fold from Jussi, and Holmberg now has a wrap with a 10 high flush draw. Could be giving a spin to Kostiander here. If he's up against bear 4-3, he's actually going to be a favorite here, which is what he's considering right now. Yeah, he does go with it.
Here we go.
And it's going to be another huge all-in confrontation between Finland and Norway. Finland and Sweden.
1.6 million in the pot, so
Yeah,
big one now.
Massive one, average stack of 1.355. So another.
As you can see, despite Kostiander having the top two, Holmberg is slight favorite.
It's a straight.
And this is the 8 for Holmberg.
The 8 of clubs arriving on the river, giving
the
Holmberg
flush. Or
the
full
flush.
Yeah, no, not the full house, just he had an 8, but yeah.
Yeah, he had the wrap with the 10 high flush draw versus top two with one of the same straight draws, which they both hit on the turn. But not to be, as the club arrives to send Christian Kostiander. He battled well, found a couple of really nice plays. Bits of post-flop aggression that really put him in good stead and were the main reasons for him featuring at this final table. Didn't exactly get the best of the card distribution, but battled hard and will be, or should be, proud of his performance.
Absolutely
Spirited
so.
effort.
Down to 5 now then. 1 Finn eliminated. 3 still standing though. All of them to your left from this bird view. And on our right was Holmberg and Gisle, the Dane. But these are the 3 Finns. And it will be seat number 1, Tero Laurila, also called
Teppi.
Teppi. He's folded though, over to Jussi Mattila with the jacks.
Chat's gone a bit quiet. Is there anyone still in there from Finland? Railing your guy to a potential victory here? Let us know.
So, Finns are out of this pot.
So over to Holmberg on the button. Does have the chip lead.
The big blind only for Olsen, but he gets to keep it.
Yeah, and Holmberg there not going to go for the loose open, just respecting the fact that they are 1 and 2. Any kind of post-flop collision would be somewhat chaotic when they can just both kind of have that unspoken agreement of maneuvering through the other 3 guys.
Here we have the updated chip count. You can see top 3 almost equal in chips. Olsen, Lindström, Holmberg.
Here we go. We do have the Teppi fans summoned.
They're still awake.
Yes.
Laurila and Mattila trailing a bit with just under the million. But still 13 and 15 bigs, and this is the payouts. You can see that Kostiander receives 11,250 for his 6th place. Next payout is 14,000 and change. And Mattila looking not to be the next one out, of course, and at least might be opening with this hand though. Queen Jack 9 5s. Now there we're down to 5-handed as well.
Yeah, potentially could just find the fold based on what we've seen from him. Doesn't look to be getting in there too loose at this stage.
Yeah, it does not.
And that's dented his stack somewhat. Definitely had a couple of chances to open it up a bit. Holmberg, however, very strong holding here in the cutoff. Looking to ascertain what the stack sizes are behind. Always a good decision.
Yeah. He's got Olsen on 2 millions and Laurila on 1 million, little less than million in the big blind.
Go for the full pot open sizing. And Gisle is out the way. Didn't quite see what he's up to. Laurila in the big blind with the double suited ace 9, 8, 7 deuce. Certainly playable. Looking over at the stack of Mattila here, those two are neck and neck for 4th and 5th right now. And the pay jump certainly of relevance. 5th is guaranteed 14.4k and the pay jump is going to be 4.2k. But with this much hand, double suited, very connected apart from the deuce dangler, certainly do want to be seeing a flop here. Ooh, okay, so we've got Laurila has the top pair with the gut shot and the backdoor hearts, and it's a bit of a swing and a miss for Holmberg. He does have a gut shot with the 9-7 though. 10 of clubs in hand. Quite a precarious board versus the big blind. Just about high enough where the big blind is still going to have some 8s, 5, 7, 6, 8, 5 type holdings. I was going to find a bet here. Goes for 100 into 5-10. Yeah. And this is designed to put max pressure on hands like over pairs, like jacks, 10s, queens, without clubs. Does have the 10 of clubs interacting with that as well. And also the benefit is to somewhat cap your opponent's range, where when they don't check raise, you're going to know that they're going to be slightly towards the weaker end of things, likely to see raises from sets, from straights, from strong flush draws and combo draws.
Yeah, straight now for Laurila.
And Laurila comes out firing with the pot-sized donk shove on the turn. What a move. Very well played. Fearless. Oh, he did turn the straight. Sorry,
yeah,
I just saw that. Yeah. I thought he just was rifling it in with the pair gut shot, but
you can still call him gutsy, but at least.
But a great move nonetheless. Not scared of the 7-6.
No.
And firing it in here with 5 left, and every chance for the people's favorite Tepi.
Yeah. Here we are in the studio as well. We are awake. Just barely, by the way, we're fighting.
Yeah, I can't even read the board anymore. Zombified, hanging on in there.
Yeah, so still now 5 remaining. 3 Finns, as we said, and Sweden and Denmark. So it's all a Nordic battle still. If you had to pick one, who's your favorite?
So we've seen these two guys that have just joined, so it's Lindstrom and Holmberg, and I'm already just liking the vibe that I'm seeing from these guys, the hand selection, the sizings, so it's going to be one of those two, I think, and then Laurila also, I think, is a strong player too, so between those 3, I would say.
All right.
And I'm not going to...
Jussi will be mad at you now.
Maybe, but... yeah. Jussi's got a great record in this tournament, but judging by his style, very much aware of ICM and potentially even overfolding in some spots. Playing quite a conservative style so far, but I think the other 3 all have moves in their arsenal. Gisle's starting to open up now as well. Speak of the devil on the button here with the ace, king, queen, 4-4, double suited. And we'll get the job done, I think, versus Jussi here with the ace, king, 6-6-3, tri-suit. Not ideal. Like the guy says, you commentators rock. It's almost like you can see their cards. You got us there.
Yeah. Almost.
Yeah, 2 pale ghosts in the studio. We're hanging on in there for dear life, buddy. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Thanks very much to all of you guys tuning in, especially all of the Finnish support. It's been a good energy boost for us here on another late night, as we did finish around about 4 a.m. local time. Straight back in the thick of things. And, of course, with you the whole way until we crown a winner here in the PLO4 51K.
Hopefully before 4 a.m. though.
That would be ideal. Yeah.
And then we're having a little break in the streams the upcoming days, but we'll be back Sunday to stream the full final day of the big main event, a million guarantee, and still hasn't reached that guarantee. So if you're nearby and want to get in the mix, you still have a chance either tonight. There's still a day 1E going on, and tomorrow for the first 4 levels, I think you're still able to get in the main event, the 1100 euro buy-in. So all the information is on olibetevents.com if you want to see maybe the structure before you take your decision or something like that. Right now we see Laurila only calling with the aces, no suit. So 4 ways to the flop then.
Wow, and look at that, just flopping quads out of the gate.
So how do I get 1 penny more out of this hand now?
Snap check back the flop.
Alexander actually looked a little bit interesting to do something. Laurila, of course, trying to look as uninterested as possible.
Of course, nothing to see here. Just completely missed the board. Another one for the Tepi fans here. No one with really that much interaction. Holmberg
zero
just with the 2 pair. Yeah, there's not really an awful lot out there for the field, as is quite customary when you flop quads on a dry board.
Yeah. No, Alexander though, reaching for some chips.
Looks like he's going to go for the small sizing here.
Believe it or not, Laurila is calling. Hoping for another bet, of course, from Alexander on the 10 river. And now he also has a lot of blockers for the straight with the jacks. But this time takes the check, and Laurila, of course, trying to get some more out of him.
Yeah.
220, was it?
And Holmberg doing a good job of defining his opponent's ranges on the turn there with the small sizing there. It can work, but also, you know, when you're going to get called on a board like that, there's not going to be many floats, especially holding Jack-Jack.
Yeah.
Some of the straight draws that could be available, less likely. It's going to be much more likely that you're getting trapped by some kind of ace-9. I don't think he would have expected to see aces there, as Laurila decided not to pot over his limp.
Gisle, quiet type, both at the table, table talk and in the game, but still has 2.3 million. I'm not sure how he gets those chips. I never see him involved in pots, but
just a silent assassin.
Yeah, or just getting side-fed from the dealer with some extra chips.
Yeah, he took down Senkel earlier on, so that was a big scalp for him.
Yeah, sure.
Lindstrom out of position to another big stack. We've got 3 big stacks and 2 shorties right now. Holmberg here with the double-suited King 977. Looks interested in taking this one upstairs. Does check back. It's a hand that does suffer versus a limp 3-bet if it would be in the strategy of Lindstrom.
Nine for Holmberg. Not much at all for Lindstrom.
It's a good board for us in the limp pot as well. The deuce-deuce in particular, it's going to really hit our any 4 card range. The opponent, having limped the small blind, is going to be stripped of some of the trips, as a deuce in the hand is likely to lean towards a fold for the most part.
Yeah.
And Holmberg just doing a good job of clearing out some equity there. Gets rid of the 3s with the backdoor flush draw and the overcard. And just quietly going about business for the Swede. Really enjoying his performance so far. I think it's been a really strong player.
Yeah,
Had a little look at his hand and mob, and not many live caches, but as you scroll down, you can see that he's playing 1Ks and 500s PLO online. So
yeah, I think
no
at
surprise
least now he's a father since a couple of years, but before that, I think he played 9 days a week in live
guys.
cash games in like a 20-40 game in Sweden.
Yep.
So he's been playing a lot of hours of PLO only for many years.
Yeah, not surprised to hear that.
Him and Holst that we had on the table earlier, playing together for a couple of thousand hours, I would say.
In the live streets?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a Euro or a Krona game?
Euro.
Yeah.
Lindström now. Coming with the limp and named Alexander. King 10, Queen 10-8, double suited. Nice hand from small blind though.
Good hand, great equity on a lot of boards here. Is in this kind of three-way sandwich with the two bigger stacks, but going to be taking it upstairs. Nice to see.
Yeah.
Gisle,
Probably
obviously.
know that Gisle will not be fighting back unless he would have had a really nice hand. What about the limper from the bottom, Lindström?
Yeah, in position with the nut suit and the pair. I think we might see him come along, but looks like he's kind of in a more of a folding mood with this table energy and does just let it go. Quite an easy hand to play because if you hit the 6 or the nut flush draw, of course, then that's kind of what you're looking for. Got position though, but not looking to tangle with Holmberg at this point.
Yeah.
And again, a theme of what we're seeing in these PLO tournaments is the first person that really finds the aggression is tending to take down a lot of the pots. Some of these remain uncontested with the two other short stacks there as well. Potential collision could be costly. So Mattila under the gun. Likely to just surrender this one. Still has 10 bigs in play going through the blinds in the next holding.
Back over to Alexander. 3 diamonds this time. Ace Jack 5-4. Looking at the stacks of the guys in the blinds. Decides to raise it up.
Yeah, goes for the 150 sizing. 2.5x.
Gisle not insta-folding this time, but probably will at least fold it.
Yeah, taking his time is Gisle.
Yeah.
And Laurila gets out the way with low tri-suit, trashy kind of holding. Not the sort of hand that you're going to see VPIP too much on the final table. But the momentum with Holmberg at the moment, just finding a nice little nifty way of winning these pots and kind of boosting his stack. And as the structure has caught up with us, all of these raise and takes and these little ISOs taking it down, just bolstering his stack nicely and building some momentum heading in towards a potential heads-up bout. So Lindström gets out the way. Holmberg once again, Jack 10, 7, 5, but he's got Mattila to contend with in the big blind, so might want to tighten up ever so slightly. Doesn't elect to open.
Gisle woke up. Makes it 200 by the looks of it.
Yep. Ace Queen Jack 8 Rainbow is going to fold from the small blind.
Oh, Mattila shoves it in.
Make a move here.
Yeah, all in. And Gisle has to call this one, of course. It's just 340 more. And heads up to the flop with Mattila being all in.
Yep. No fold equity.
As
So
you can
I'm
see.
surprised to see him just take it pre. Can definitely defend and you know, generate some
Well,
fold equity post flop.
I mean,
Got queen high, right?
Yeah, Gisle knows. He knows that Gisle has to call, so yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And this is trouble for Mattila now, as
lots of backdoors though. Club only.
Club only.
Not to be on this occasion, as we see Jussi Mattila hit the rail in 5th. Not quite an improvement on the 4th place in the last edition of this tournament at the WSOP circuit here in Tallinn. Last time cashing for 14.4. This time he's going to hit the rail in 5th, but actually, funnily enough, goes home with exactly the same amount of money as last time, 14.4.
Well, decent payday, of course. Here have confirmation as well. 5th place is 14.4 and 4 remaining players. Now only 2 Finns. The odds have evened out between the countries, at least somewhat. Still 2 Finns versus 1 Swede and 1 Dane, but the Finns are 3 and 4. So right now, Danish ship leader Gisle Olsen.
Yeah, it's tight at the top. 35, 25, 23 and 17. Fairly bunched, so we're going to see a bit more play now.
Yeah. And blinds are 40, 80K. Now on the 5 card format. Alexander is out of the way. Gisle having a lot of these. 9, 8, 7, 6-ish. Nauri now not really happy with his hand either. And it's a walk.
Yep. Starting to see the field whittle down, the remaining 4 players playing for that top prize of 52,000 euros and change. One of the biggest, and I think the biggest ever PLO top prize here in the Kings of Tallinn. We'll have a look at some of the field sizes for the outer tournaments. We've got the main event running, of course. Day 1D has currently 351 entrants, so that's over a third of the guarantee. And overall entries of 905. With 1 flight to go, very likely, of course, to now breach the 1 million. A set for Holmberg here, 48% equity 3 ways. Gisle coming in for a limp with the ace-king 10-9-3. An interesting strategy considering he's got the table chip lead and would be looking to rifle through some of these guys. Picking up the blinds, putting some pressure on the shorter stacks that are fighting for 2nd and 3rd and 4th. Lindström's going to make a move though with the pocket 9s, blocking the nuts straight, but it's Gisle that's lurking with the nuts right now. Holmberg with just bottom set, no additional equity, has to muck it. Gisle finds a happy little call here on the turn, allowing his opponent to potentially bluff some 10-10, 9-9 type combinations, and the 4 arrives on the river, which is a complete brick, and the likelihood is we're going to see Lindström fire out another bet here. May have perceived his opponent to be raising some 10-9 on the turn. So could see a pot size bet here, targeting hands like pocket sevens, jack eights, miss spades. Gets snap jammed on, and unfortunately the timing off, but the move very much justified there with the nines. So many hands that he could have gotten folds from. So some question in the chat, which ones do you like more, PLO4 or PLO5? Personally, I'm a purist, I prefer the 4 card, a lot more maneuverability, room for bluffing, room for creativity. 5 cards sometimes, especially in live cash games, do tend to see a lot of pots go multi-way. It certainly can decrease the opportunities available for red line. Holmberg here in the small blind with a double suited hand. Quite likely to just complete. Jack 6-3. Bit of a swing and a miss for both players. No front door flush draw for either. So it does go check king on the turn. Again, not changing an awful lot, although Holmberg does pick up the Broadway gutter with the ace-10. Gonna check once more, snap check back from Gisle. And a jack on the river means that the nines are holding up for the Dane. Holmberg, though, just going to take his 6 to showdown, and Gisle is actually going to go for a thin value bet here with the full size of the pot almost. And does get the job done. So after the failed move from Lindstrom, Olsen very much in the driving seat with the majority of the chips in play at this point. 2.7 million, I think he said. Maybe a bit more. That's a stack of 100, so 2 million. Surely north of 3 at this point. Lindstrom now the shortest stack remaining here at the PLO Championships event in Tallinn. And look at this, Holmberg finding the aces on the button. Quite likely to see the 280k pot size being used. That's what he goes for. He's out the way. He's got 3.9. Wow. And Laurila in the big blind. Ace, king, 6-5 deuce, but no nut suit. 3 low connected cards, although double suited. Let's see what he arrives at here. Does fold, considering that the shorter stack is going to be going through the blinds in the next hand, just looking to outmaneuver his opponent, try and get that ladder up to third. And the ladder from 4th to 3rd, quite significant, 5.9 thousand euros with the buy-in of 1.1k. Well over 5 buy-ins, so very much worthwhile for Laurila to wait it out and to try and induce his opponent, the shorter stack, to be forced all in first. Try and secure that pay jump and go from there into the final 3. Holmberg, however, picks up a not such a playable holding. He's going to be out of position to the chip leader on the button. And Gisle with the ace, queen, queen, 9-3. Going to continue to drive the action and put pressure on these 2 shorter stacks. Tough spot here for Laurila. Does he perceive himself to have any fold equity versus this pot-sized open? That's got to be the main question here. Equities are going to run close in 5 card. So the key thing is to ascertain whether we're going to be able to get this one through or not. With, of course, that 5.5 buy-in pay jump looming between 4th and 3rd. Let's find the conservative laydown, potentially allowing Lindstrom to be the one to collide with the chip leader, but he does get it through. Gisle now up to over 4 million and very much in the driving seat here at the closing stages of the PLO Championship. Average stack of 2.032 million, and you can see Gisle's aggression has put him in the hot spot. 51 big blinds, and he has more than the rest of the table combined at this point, so over half the chips in play. A lovely situation to be in. There are the payouts. Just saw a couple of people asking in the chat. So 52.3k up top, 18.6 guaranteed for all 4 remaining players. But the severity of the jumps now increasing at a rapid rate.
Now they're giving him kings as well.
He's getting a lot of decent hands, but he's certainly maneuvering through the field nicely.
Yeah, coming second last year, right? Not a fluke, this guy.
I think it was 8th. I got him mistaken for the other Danish guy.
Okay. Yeah, I just knew we had him on the final table.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
And then I trusted you. And then,
I know, it was my bad. Hands up. But yeah, 8th was a decent run now, back to back.
This can be trouble for Lindstrom, right? I mean, he's just on 10 bigs and rather nice hand, but heavily dominated by the kings and the clubs.
It's awkward. He knows that he's got to make a move at some stage, because otherwise he's just going to get blinded out and be the first one at risk. So do we take the chance here? The possibility of being ahead of our opponent is fairly reasonable, as he has started to see. He can't see the whole cards. We've seen that Gisle has been getting some decent starting opportunities. But King, Queen, 10, 9. Do we go with it here, is the question.
At least
let's go for the peel.
There's the final king, folded by Alexander. So, will not flop a set, Gisle, but...
No.
Of course, still ahead. And Lindstrom needs to find something here. Does not want to find the clubs, because then it's in trouble. Ace, Queen, 9. 2 pair for Lindstrom, taking over the lead in the hand. Flush draw though for Gisle. So this might be some firework.
Yeah, bottom 2 facing
hard to fold this one, right?
The flush draw.
585.
Yeah, with the gut shot as well.
Of course, there's a lot of ace X's in Gisle's holdings here. Maybe we block everything else of the high cards with Lindstrom, but
also the possibility he could have a hand like Jack, Jack 8.
Yeah.
The bare straight draws. So 2 pair here with the gut shot. Going to be a tough one to lay down. Let's see what the Finn arrives at. Got 585 behind, so around about 80% pot remaining. Does flop the bottom 2. Certainly by no means an easy situation to navigate.
Really giving some thought, Mr. Lindström. Taking another look at that King Queen 10-9. Bottom 2. Oh, actually gets to the fold.
Lives to fight another day.
Yeah.
And put to the test, and wasn't able to find the call here.
If he looks back at the stream, he'll wish he went with that one. But
yeah, but still, he's going to be up against a lot of equity. For the most part, there is dead-ish versus 2-pair. The top set obviously has him completely cooked. So yeah, by no means an easy decision. Did side with fold on this occasion, and that's good news for Laurila in third place right now.
Yeah.
Seeing his opponent stripped down to just 7 or 8 big blinds.
Yeah, now Lindström really needs to find something quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Double up to stay in. As we can see, 11 minutes plus remaining of this level, so not too long either before we get another little jump in the structure. 5100 coming.
Expecting an extremely tight strategy from Laurila, who does fold, and Lindström is probably going to be going with this hand here.
Yeah.
King Queen 10-6, not going to get many opportunities. Will go through the blinds in 2 hands and is clear short right now. Clear shorty, I should say. With the 7 bigs.
Here we go. So half the stack is in already for Lindström. Alexander is out. What about chip leader Gisle?
Yeah, he's going to let the short stack live to fight another day. So a nice little pick up there. Back to 10 bigs for Lindström.
Yeah.
These steals matter so much off of that short stack. Just getting it through. Chipping up a little bit. Making sure that the blind and ante coming round doesn't cripple him all that much. So 4 remain.
Yeah.
Stack distribution favoring Gisle at the moment. Doing his best to run over the remaining 3 and get one hand on that trophy.
We're talking about another tournament earlier, the Sökönulu. I walked by those tables when I was out there now.
How many runners?
60.
Wow, really?
Yeah. And half of the field doesn't know what they're doing.
Yep.
Poker Bros was in that one. He was like this. Oh, what? Right.
So we got a little treat for you coming in here, fashionably late as always. Holmberg just going to muck the Queen 9-7-7. Joined by Jesper. How you doing? Got the Poker Pro patch on. That's what we like to see. Good man. You too, buddy. So, what are you up to this week? Playing?
No playing yet here, this one, but I was here playing a bit earlier at Monday.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
How did that go?
Lost a little bit.
So.
But was mainly having a good time.
Nice. As is customary over there, it's a bit of a boys' club, isn't it?
Here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just everywhere you go in
This
Tallinn.
is a bit more Nordic if you look at clientele, but yes, also.
Yeah. All kind of antics.
Yeah.
And so what's your online schedule like these days? Still playing?
Not really. I actually, a few days before we started talking about the new changes at GG. Before I talked about it, I played a session and I was.
The games were ring fenced for high stakes, or?
Oh, this is before that.
Yeah.
So, after a session, I feel like, like I don't really feel like playing online poker right now. I want to do other stuff. I open live, more nature, less screens, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I played a little bit briefly, but no. Then I haven't been. It was crazy timing because I've been playing for so many years, like 15, 16 years full time, and I just I enjoy.
Just moving out into.
I'm open to it. I enjoy making good decisions and so on. So like, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Let's just jump back in here as we've got aces versus kings. Are you familiar with Tero Laurila?
Not sure.
Tournament
yet.
player?
I will see his face. But yeah, I've certainly probably seen his name as well.
So aces versus kings, double suited aces, and it's a king high board, spelling disaster for Lindstrom here. As the quads arrive on the turn and Laurila finds another king from heaven, sending Lindstrom to the rail. So you're in a bit more of a health kick and kind of making up for lost time of all those years and hours in front of the screens.
Yeah, it was good still, but like I just felt like doing a lot of stuff, cook, and yeah, I've been just enjoying ridiculously much this last half a year and even this last 2 years, but even more so this last half a year.
Absolutely. Yeah. You didn't feel like playing a couple of tournaments this week? Some decent action available?
No, I don't want to get stuck in that. Like, I like a good tournament, but I'm more. Yeah, I'm not leaning. That's the same. I'm not leaning into playing so much cash here. I would like to maybe, but it's not on my priority list.
Not attractive for you at this stage.
No, we have a lot of fun socializing to do here.
Absolutely right. Laurila now with the newly acquired 25 big blind stack.
I actually don't think I recognize Laurila, and I usually remember.
Yeah, Finnish players had some big scores.
Alexander Holberg, Node.
Yeah,
I know.
His game to me has looked pretty strong so far. He's played really well. Coming with a bit more gusto, we've seen a lot of passivity, I would say, especially around the bubble. And Alex has come in with some ideas of his own. He's been a little bit more of a player that's been driving the action.
Nice. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, no,
good
that's
for
right
Alex.
up your street, right?
Yeah. Happy to hear.
What do you think about this small blind scenario here with the ace, king, queen, 9-5? Do we go for the 3-bet here? What is your sort of take on the situation? He's clear third.
Yeah, I would probably call this one.
Call?
I think it's totally fine.
And would you pot with the double suited pure? So if you don't have the tri-suit, or just still?
Depends on situation.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure. Depends also. I don't even know the prize pool, but
yeah. So it's 52k up top, and then second place. I'm going to get that for you now.
52k up top. I should have played.
That's a good start. Yeah.
What
exactly.
the fuck? I should have played.
34.3 and then 24.5.
Oh, how fun!
Yeah.
How happy to hear you got that much action in this one.
271 runners.
Yeah, it's a overly full hotel. Like even needed to sleep in Teddy's room tonight. Like. And that was not even here.
No? Oh, he's got multiple rooms going.
No, nothing here.
Nothing here. Oh, it's just full up.
Yep. No, it's very nice here. Like, it's so nice when it's full with people.
Yeah.
Like EPT Prague, it's nice to hear they are coming back because that would be such a waste of interest.
That's a great stop.
Yeah, it is. I've been a lot in Prague. I look forward to going.
Yeah, it's always good festivities and.
Yeah, I'm going even in April, so it's.
Hey, making your own EPT Prague.
No, it's a Diamond Poke series.
Okay, yeah.
PLO high stakes action.
The very aggressive bet multi-way here with the King, Queen, Jack 10, 3. Gets it done.
I wish I had seen all of that.
Yeah, that was a spicy one. The 3 pair to fold. I think he had the bottom straight.
Yeah,
as well with 3 pair.
he had 3-4.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't see the but it seems like it might. Very effective, however it turned out.
Yeah, he got the job done.
Yeah.
Got the nut flush draw and 3 pair and a straight to fold.
Yeah. Who knows what he sees there?
Over to Holmberg here with 1.5 million, so just south of 20 big blinds. Single suited kings, a hand that is easy to overplay in 5 card. He does just muck it. 3-handed with a big ante in play.
That's interesting.
I think it's because...
I will see the stack now.
Yeah, so the other guy's got about over 2 million.
Okay, seems like...
we could have got in there with the kings, maybe.
I would probably have limped it.
Yeah, I think
limping is nice.
Makes sense. You don't want to overcommit with this kind of weaker
no,
kings combo.
like you don't want them to be able to... get them.
And big blind ante as well. It's going to be you got to fight for it. Right?
You're in position in a 5-card game. It makes sense.
Yeah.
And it is stacked up as well because there's so much like different scenarios and very effective plays to be made. So actually quite a good form of 5-card OMA in that sense, but
yeah,
I prefer 4.
Yeah, 4's more maneuverability.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to phrase it because it less often, at least, seems to favor the
more creative players.
No,
5 card is like a multi-way shenanigans a lot of the time.
Yeah, right? But also like if you are in a situation, it's a lot of like tighter guys that don't maybe bring super much value in term of play that. Have that situation happen.
So Olsen continuing to drive the action, but very much justified here with a premium.
Well put, George. I need to give you that one.
Double suited aces and Holmberg with the ace jack 5-4-4. No nut suit. Just going to let this one go. Looks like these guys are trying to play for second already.
Yeah.
And Olsen saying, hey, look at my button opening range. I've got the boots, guys. Be careful. This little old school psychological trick there, showing the cards. If he just had the ace 10-10, 5-4, single to the 10, I don't think those ones are getting showed, but...
Yeah, interesting.
So Gisler with the overwhelming chip lead here. As we do go late into the night for day 2 of the PLO4-5 Championship. 52k plus change up top. Jesper's gutted he wasn't in the mix. You weren't to know.
Yeah, I had a very good time today, but like, when was Late Ridge finished?
Would have been yesterday at some point.
7:30.
Yeah, something like that.
What the fuck? That's a big tournament. There's a lot of players. Okay, then I'm happy I didn't play.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yes, I would have enjoyed playing late in this tournament. It would have been fun.
Little day 2 reg, 20 bigs.
Yeah, that would have been the way. That was today, right?
No, it was, but some of these...
3-day event?
No, we got a 2-day event, but it was no day 2. I was just saying if there was, it would have been satisfying.
I see.
So Gisle coming along with the King 9-8-7 in position. Flops a piece. Nut gut shot. Backdoor diamonds, top pair. Bit of a tricky board for Holmberg. You're just potting it in here with the kings. It's kind of awkward, isn't it? Got the backdoor nut flush draw, the bottom gutter as well. He does just commit. It's kind of a pot and pray, right? Just
yeah, but this is also 4 card.
Yeah.
It's such a different game.
Yeah, 5 card. I think you want.
Yeah, here I'm fine. I hope he doesn't snap it off and so on. But you see here, 60-40.
Yeah, let's run it.
Yeah, and now we would have a nice spot here.
Absolutely.
With this stack.
Can't ask for much more off of the short stack. 60-40 is about as good as it gets. At just over 1 stack to pot ratio. And he's going to need to fade some outs, and that's going to be one of them. A king, a 3, a 4. And it's not to be. So Olsen continues the dominance of the final table, finds the 8. A date with an 8 for Olsen, and Holmberg hits the rail in 3rd place. Good news for the Lorela fans, as 3rd place for 24,500 euros. And they're going to keep playing. No deal.
Or you want to take it?
No, I have a couple of ones, so thank you very much.
So let's play.
We play?
Yes.
So we're left with Denmark versus Finland. Who are you rooting for?
I hope the one that makes the nicest performance and best decisions.
So as we're going to get things ready for the heads up, a little bit of maneuvering and getting the chip stacks, maybe the positions ready. Here we are in the booth in the closing stages now, down to the heads up, playing for an eye-watering top prize of 52,000 euros and change. So no poker plans in the near future?
Yeah, I play poker all the time and travel for it and so on. So
Jason was alluding to you taking a step back, maybe.
No, yeah, I'm more interested in doing a lot of stuff now, but I do enjoy playing, and who knows, maybe in some time I just feel like doing it in certain situations more.
Mm-hmm. Have you had any desire to move into other areas outside of poker, any business ventures?
Yeah, I have. I'm bringing my dad back from Hamburg, where he's lived 9 years as a chef, and back to Stockholm, and we'll get some kind of food and deli slash something like that going.
Nice.
Yeah, look forward to it.
He's going to run it?
Yeah, with me.
Awesome. Are you going to get your hands dirty?
No, I cook him for myself. I will probably, maybe I have a hand here and there, but no, I'm not going to stand there.
No. Going to be the visionary, let's say.
Nordqvists is the name, so the 2 Nordqvists.
That's going to be the name?
Maybe, that's probably the number 1 at the moment.
So Olsen versus Laurila here. In the heads up, a big advantage for Olsen. He's got a 3-1 chip lead. I believe that there's 8 million in play, so 5.9, and we're 20 big blinds effective going into the heads up. With the big blind ante, how do you feel about the big blind ante in these situations?
Super fine.
Yeah, it just adds a little bit more pressure to VPIP, right?
And also, just depending on the situation with the game and whatever is 4 or 5 or 6 and so on, I think we can adjust a lot with that. Like, if we feel that for this event with this pool, the best play comes from like 2 big blind ante, because it comes with 1 or not, and with other stipulations. I think it's sometimes hard to get creative with it.
Yeah, for sure.
Proven concepts.
Olsen firing it through, potting the turn, having arrived there with the backdoor flush draw and wrap, putting some pressure on his opponent. Taking it down, moving ever closer towards the trophy. We saw Olsen on the early stages of the final table, quite slow, quite conservative, and then once he got the chip lead, he's like a cat out of the box. He's just absolutely flying in, clawing everyone and looking to get the job done. And that kind of tempo is what wins these tournaments, right?
It's nice to see comfort level
in
performance. very enjoyable thing. So I appreciate others feeling that as well.
Yeah, it's a nice flow state to be in, right?
Yeah. Just being competent, feeling strong somehow.
Feeling some tiger energy.
Yeah, good energy.
Yeah. Be the hunter, not the hunted.
Yeah. Win-win.
Absolutely. What do you think about the PLO landscape over the years and how it's changed?
Oh, I've been in it since 2009, so to some degree, and different stakes and periods. But yeah, I have a very good memory as well usually. So
yeah,
it's a lot of stuff. Crazy how money got into the business with more depositing methods and so on for people, and how it just formed.
Yeah, and some of the grey area countries coming into play where
exactly people using one jurisdiction to in their way, in their jurisdiction, act towards others and so on. Yeah, it's interesting.
Ooh, and Laurila going for the 3-bet here with the Queen 8-8 double, and Olsen has aces again. Double suited, 58%.
He had 22 big blinds.
Yeah, with the Queen 8-8. You push?
No, I call.
Yeah.
I call.
Oh dear, it's going to be tough to win now. Double backdoor flush draw.
He got the grip on this, huh?
There it is. Olsen has got more than a grip. He's got 2 hands on the trophy now. And it's coming home to Denmark. Let's go. Gisle Olsen played with that final table with a high tempo, a high intensity, put the others to the test, started to open up and feel that flow state that we were just talking about. A nice celebratory sip of Coke Zero. And it's going to be 52,000 and change heading back to Denmark. Well played, sir.
I feel some chutzpah, as they say.
Chutzpah?
Yeah, like it's like Yiddish and Hebrew expression for like forwardness in a way, almost to the like competently, but almost to the could be almost a rude.
So congratulations to Gisle there. Any closing thoughts?
Yeah, it's fun sitting here talking to you. Yeah, I saw some poker. It was fun seeing the energy.
Yeah,
see Gisle, feel the win. That's nice.
The passion
I would
and the release as well.
Yeah, if I see him around, I might have a cheers with him.
Yeah, drop him a beer.
Skål, as we say.
Okay, so we're going to head over to see the presentation here with Teresa.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner on our Pot Limit Omaha Championship. This is event number 36, the 1,100 euro Pot Limit Omaha 4 and 5. We had a total of 271 entries in this event, which is a record number for Kings of Tallinn or anywhere close by. And let me introduce you to our winner from Denmark, Gisle Olsen.
What a performance from Gisle, and you can almost see the momentum there. It's struggling to sink in. He's like, I won? What's going on? Yes. That raw energy, the raw passion that we saw replaced with kind of a dumbfounded look as if to say, what's going on? Is this my trophy? Did I win all the money? So congratulations, and thanks Jesper for joining me in the booth. It's been an absolute pleasure. That's going to round out the week for me, and looking forward to seeing how things develop as we have the main event coming up over the weekend with over 1 million in the prize pool. Looking forward to that one, and from us tonight, it's going to be good night.